That did? Okay. So this is probably the new one then?
Yeah, you probably want to. We don't have our intro.
We don't need the intro. I just want to see if this thing's actually going to work. Somebody message the comment section. Let me know that you guys can see something. Once that's done, we'll start off again, or not. Sync is good now. Okay. Supposedly the sync is good now. So
it's interesting because it's not showing that we have any live now.
Well, I mean, he's in there. Yeah, it's weird. That's weird. Delete that one.
I can't. I don't have
because this one. That one is saying like upcoming, right?
Yeah, I know. I don't have the sign in for this right now.
Tasco.
Oh, that was smart to do that. Boop.
Yeah. I think that's a task. Randy's saying you're gonna piss people off here. Well, all right, guys. I'm just gonna get into it. Here's Candace Owens. She's in a discussion, debate, whatever, with what's up, BC, with some rabbi about the Israel situation. Let's do it.
All right, everybody, let's jump right into this. A very exciting episode for you today. Here in my hands, I am holding an article that was published by PJ Media. The title is, Let's Be Honest, Candace Owens is a Jew-hating bigot.
Whoa!
It was written by a rabbi.
Candace Owens is a Jew-hating bigot. Subhanallah.
Listen, I haven't seen any of this information, but she just said it was written by a rabbi, so I'm already like, that's biased.
Candace Owens is a Jew-hating bigot.
Let us be the judges of that.
You know what? I gotta say, the black community, we've had a very complex relationship with Miss Owens. To be honest with you, it wasn't really a complex relationship. Most of us didn't like her. We saw her as a sellout. We saw her as a whatever. But I gotta say, the more I watch her, the more I start to actually believe her narrative. Her narrative was that she started out on the left like everybody else, black Democrat. Then she started to see how crazy the left was and how destructive certain white liberal policies have been to the black community. And so that's what made her shift. She's also conservative relative to abortion and things of that nature. So she jumped to the right. And she went, in my opinion, there's certain things where she completely betrayed our community, the worst one being the George Floyd situation. You don't need to, quote unquote, make George Floyd a martyr, but you certainly should not have went on a camera and given all them racist white people a black voice.
Right.
To go and delegitimize a serious issue. So just out front, as a black person, I'm not a fan. We were not fans of Candace Owens in the main. And I'm saying we. Obviously, I don't speak for all black people. But that was a sentiment with a lot of us. And then that sentiment started to change when she refused to do the Uncle Tom thing that all the other black folks in the media did when Kanye said what he said. Now, Kanye made some statements about Jewish people relative to his career in specific and rap in general. Anybody who is remotely familiar with the actual history of hip hop knows that this has been a constant thing that as a matter of fact, every major rapper that a lot of y'all look at as like great rappers, I'm talking Jay, everybody has made allusions to this in the hip hop world. The only thing that happened was that Kanye finally came out and said it. You guys know what happened. He's an anti-Semite. He's this, he's that, blah, 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 blah. And Candace refused to denounce him. And that got a lot of credit with a lot of people. Recently, she had Norman Finkelstein on the show. Norman Finkelstein is a Jewish person, lost a lot of family in the Holocaust.
Oh, right, yeah.
But he is squarely on the side of justice. Notice I didn't say squarely on the side of the Palestinians. I said Mr. Finkelstein is squarely on the side of justice. And so Mr. Finkelstein has offered to debate Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro refuses to do it because apparently only high school kids or college kids are worthy opponents for Mr. Shapiro. One of the, I guess, the kid's name is Destiny. Didn't do. Everybody's like, "Oh, Destiny got killed." It's like, well, I mean, this is a guy's specialty, and then there's this guy apparently was studying on Wikipedia, so obviously he didn't do very well. But the point is, there doesn't seem to be a lot of black folks that was standing for Kanye the way this woman did. I was looking at this hip hop thing with T.I. and all these other people, and they were talking about how much of a coon Candace was, but when Kanye came out and said what he said, she was the only one standing up.
Okay.
So I don't want to hear it. So there's been a little bit of like, okay. So here we go. Yeah, Carl, the fact that you say Destiny did very well tells me that he did get slashed the way that he did. Shout out to Carl Johnson. I love you, man. Keep fighting the good fight. Here we go, guys.
Rabbi Michael Barclay. So I read this article, and honestly, there are only two options here. Either this rabbi is genuinely ignorant of everything that I have ever said, in which case I'm happy to clarify it because he will be joining us on today's episode. Or the other option is he's completely aware of the things that I have said, and he is just a monster. I'm excited to find out when we sit down here with Rabbi
One
Barclay.
or the other.
That's what we have coming up on Candace Owens.
Okay, so she's
either ignorant or he's a monster.
This is kind of like what they call poisoning the well. Right, where like before the thing even starts, that there's only two options: either the guy was ignorant or he was a monster. Now that may be a factual statement, maybe.
Well, let's see.
Maybe, but that's not something you wanna put out at the very, very, very beginning, because then they're gonna say you're poisoning the well. But okay, we continue. Destiny did a horrible job. I mean. I mean, there was a clip where he said he wasn't sure if the Israelis nuked and killed 2 million Palestinians, which is pretty much the Gaza Strip. He said he wasn't sure if that was genocide or not.
What?
I mean, that's the quality of the debate that this guy had, that Carl is saying he did a good job at. So, I mean, look, hey, Carl also supports abortion. So, I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Big Nose Daryl in this bitch. Ah, you remember Big Nose Daryl? Hey. All right, here we go. BC says Candace Owens is an evil person. Well, I agree. All of us are evil, BC. That's why she's a Christian, because Jesus had to die for her sins. We continue.
Oh, she's a Christian.
All right, guys, we're going to jump right into this. As I stated at the top of the show, we have Rabbi Michael Barclay. He is, by the way, joining us really last second. So if the shot is not perfect, really appreciate him coming on such short notice. Rabbi Michael Barclay, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Candace. And Candace, I really want to tell you, I've written certain things, and it gives me great optimism. That you were gracious and reached out yesterday and wanted to get together. It actually makes me very optimistic.
Yes, so I am the ultimate defender of free speech, and I believe that we need more speech, not less of it. When we see things and we believe them not to believe.
You know, Ben Shapiro, like with TikTok?
Yeah.
You know, like how the Daily Wire and the right, the whole thing about the right is like free speech and stuff like that. Like, we're free speech warriors. What happened? Now all of a sudden you want TikTok gone, Ben. What happened?
Yeah.
How come?
Be true. Rather than censoring that individual, we should actually give that person a platform, because people will walk away and be able to assess whether or not the statements they heard was true. And so just to give a little bit of background to people listening to this, you appeared on Charlie Kirk's show and you referred to me as anti-Semitic. Is that correct? Okay.
Not only that, Candace, I've actually written a couple of articles, one in November and one last week, about your anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Correct. And referring to that.
Okay, I want to see if there's actually going to be a definition of what the term anti-Semitic actually means.
Yeah.
We continue.
that article that you wrote last week, published on March 9th. The heading reads, "Let's be honest, Candace Owens is a Jew-hating bigot." So that's very punchy, very strong language. And I want to actually go through this article point by point so that you can defend your position and say why you wrote this.
Candace, I think before that, and as I said, I'm very optimistic that you would have a dialogue about something. I think before that, there are some real steps, which is, I have called you, and I'm not alone in this, many Jews have called you an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm.
I've also talked to people who say you have a really sweet heart, just so you know. You and I.
Oh, I mean, you're a bigoted anti-Semite, but you have a really sweet heart.
Yeah.
Those things seem to be mutually exclusive to me. Like, I haven't met any, like, sweethearted, like, racists. Or, like, sweethearted, like, misogynists. Or, like, sweethearted people who hate trans people. Like hate them, like, want them dead. I haven't seen any of those people. They're usually pretty miserable. There's usually, like, a comorbidity of misery that goes along with being a hateful person. We could look how Candace is looking.
Yeah.
Okay, we continue.
A number of mutual friends in the world. But I think it's important to first identify what anti-Semitism is. It is a different type of hate than any other type of hate in the world. And if you...
We got their own category, okay.
Anti-Semitism is a different kind of hate than all the other hate in the world. Now, I'm not going to get into the weeds on this topic. But as my friend I Look at News has pointed out, there are a bunch of Semites being massacred right now in the Gaza Strip. You know them as Palestinians.
Yep.
DNA-wise, look, as I've said, if you ask a Palestinian person where their great-grandmother was buried, they will take you down to Rafah. If you ask an Israeli person where their great-grandmother was buried, they will take you to Poland. All that to say that, genetically speaking, if we're talking about Semitism at the biological scientific scale, then anybody who is advocating for the lives of these Palestinian children and women and men, because we deserve to live too. Anybody that's advocating for those people cannot, by definition, be an anti-Semite. But for some reason, this individual wants to cut. Let's see if he includes the Palestinians in the term Semite. But did you notice right from the start, anti-Semitism is a different kind of, it's a unique kind of ism. It's a unique kind of hate. Interesting.
What makes it unique?
Yeah.
I are speaking crossways because we have a different understanding and definition.
Yeah.
That's not going to lead to any dialogue. That's not going to lead. Look, I said to Skylar, I'd love to walk out of here and say, you know what, I was wrong, and write an article, I apologize, and I was wrong. But the first piece is to have a mutual understanding of what is anti-Semitism. I think that would help a tremendous.
That's important.
Yeah. So let's hear it.
It's also important to understand what homophobia is and transphobia, etc. Now, right-wingers are very good at pointing out the fact that minority groups weaponize these terms. Right-wing, especially white folks, are very good at being like, you're just using that term racism so that we can't criticize you. I agree. I think there's a lot of black people that use that as a shield. I also think there's a lot of weird-ass LGBT people that use that as a shield. But you know what else I think? Go ahead.
White people also use it as a shield to not have to address actual racist actions. Oh, you're just bringing up the race card because they don't want to actually address what's really happening. So,
agree. But we also agree that there is such a thing as the race card. Like there is a race card.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a race card, then is there a Holocaust card? Or are you saying that your suffering is some unique kind of suffering that no other beings in human history have ever had to endure? This is really, really interesting stuff. Here's by the way, before I'm about to read something, the person who I'm reading is Jewish. He's my brother who's been on this channel with me for years. So Miss me with that. Here we go. Jews are raised and taught that Jews are the only Semites. To be honest, until this conflict started, I was ignorant of this. Always taught that anti-Semitism meant anti-Jew. Correct. And that's how most of us are socialized and taught to think about this topic. You know what I think, Rabbi? I think that human beings, since the beginning of our history, have done horrible things to each other, and there's nothing unique about the transatlantic slave trade, and there's nothing unique about the specific issues that happened to y'all, because this is what human beings do. What I will say, though, is that your folks have done a very good job of conditioning society so that these things don't happen to your folks. Other people were not that good. Yep. That's the reason why, to this day, you got really cool leftists walking around with Che Guevara shirts and et cetera, with hammer and sickle, which was responsible for literal hundreds of millions of deaths in very bad ways, by the way. You can rock that, but you can't wear a Hitler shirt, even though one group is responsible for way more carnage and destruction from the other. Second thing about the Holocaust is that Jews are not the only people that were targeted or killed in the Holocaust. But you've somehow made it only about you. We continue.
I actually totally agree.
That means that the Jews that were suffering in Bergen-Belsen, the Jewish women that were suffering in Bergen-Belsen, had a worse Holocaust experience than the gay people that were next to them that were not Jewish, or the priests, or the black folks, and all the other people that or the gypsies that were liquidated by the Germans. Those people, they suffered less than the Jewish person next to them, because when shit happens to Jewish people, it's uniquely bad. We continue.
Agree with you on that. That is a perfect place to start. Could you provide for us a definition of anti-Semitism?
Absolutely. I really appreciate that, because I think that is the break. If we're not speaking the same language, where can we go, right? So there's a man, a blessed memory man named Lord Jonathan Sachs, who was the chief rabbi of England. He had a great line. He really defined anti-Semitism, that anti-Semitism is Jews have no right to exist collectively as Jews with the same rights as other human beings. Which is kind of a weird statement.
Jews have no rights.
This is his definition.
Wait.
Is that the definition we're going with?
Wait, hold on. Did I fast forward it? Hold on.
What he basically said, they don't have a right to congregate and be like
Jonathan
everybody else and have the same rights
Sachs,
as
who was
everybody
the
else?
chief rabbi of England. He had a great line. He really defined anti-Semitism, that anti-Semitism is Jews have no right to exist collectively as Jews with the same rights as other human beings.
Okay. Anti-Semitism is Jews have no right to exist collectively as Jews, the same as other human beings. Great definition. So now you're gonna show us how Candace Owens rejected that axiom.
Yeah.
Let's see if Candace Owens.
I mean, by that definition, I'm just.
That's
not
a very
sure.
clear. No, that's good. That's a clear definition. So you said that she's an anti-Semitic bigot. Okay, here we go.
It's kind of a weird statement. So let's just track back a bit to understand the history of anti-Semitism. 2,000 years ago, Jews don't accept Jesus as Messiah. For people who do not have faith, as the early Christians, as some of them have faith, some of them accept Jesus, but they don't really in their heart. And you and I both know people like Rob McCoy who accepts it fully in their heart, and other people who are doing it without faith.
There's also people that Jesus talked about in John chapter 5 that said they believed Moses, but really didn't believe what Moses had to say. There's people like that too. We continue.
And they're those who have less faith. The fact that a Jew exists, let alone thrives, is a
I don't know what you just threw that out about Moses like that for.
Because he's saying, well, there's some Christians that have faith and there's some Christians that don't have faith.
Yeah.
And I was just simply saying, yeah, there's some Jewish people who claim Moses and don't really have faith in Moses either, is what I would say.
Oh, yeah. They claim Abraham as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
their faith, because how can the Jew not accept Jesus as God and accept Jesus as Messiah? For people who do not have faith, as the early Christians, as some of them have faith, some of them accept Jesus, but they don't really in their heart. And you and I both know people like Rob McCoy who accepts it fully in their heart, and other people who are doing it without faith. And those who have less faith, the fact that a Jew exists, let alone thrives, is a threat to their faith, because how can the Jew not accept Jesus as God and still thrive.
Okay, where is this in our literature? Like, you can quote John Chrysostom in the calling the synagogue of Satan, which is really a quote from the Lord Jesus himself. But where is this in Christianity? Why are the Jews still prospering even though they don't believe in Jesus? What that's never been a question. That's never been a crisis for any Christian. Why are Jews still prospering? I mean, good night. Where are you getting this from?
Maybe he's getting it from the, like the whole prosperity gospel. Like,
yeah, but those prosperity people are 100% dispensationalists who give all their money to Israel in the first place.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Listen, the Christianity that we grew up with was more aggressively Zionist than this guy would be. Well, I don't know this guy.
It was very aggressively Zionist.
Yeah, this guy is speaking completely, he must be just completely out of ignorance here. He has no idea what he's talking about. We continue.
Unless he's associated with the devil. So you start having these myths that are created of the Jew being identified with the opposite of God. This really codifies in 1144 in Norwich, England.
By the way, it's fascinating. He talks about 2,000 years, we don't believe in Jesus, and he's acting like the Jews have been persecuted right from the beginning. Dear listener, who was it that called for the blood of Christ?
I was thinking the same thing.
Who was it that said his blood be on us and our children?
Yep.
Who was it that instigated the Roman government into persecuting the first century church?
Yep.
Dear listener, I know a lot of you guys don't know the details about Roman law, but long story short, when they would invade your land, they would let you keep your religion as long as you pledged fealty to Caesar and as long as you did not create a new religion. And so the first Christians did not believe they were creating a new religion. They saw themselves as the extension and fulfillment of actual biblical Judaism.
Yep.
And do you know who it was?
They saw themselves as the true sons of Abraham because Jesus said that you are the true sons of Abraham if you walk in repentance.
Correct. Do you know who it was, historically speaking, that went to the Roman proconsuls and said, these guys are starting a new religion? Yes, it was Jewish people. So can we just stop with this idea that Jewish people are just running around the world just being victimized and not doing anything to anyone? That's untrue.
Yeah.
That's untrue. The first century Jewish people, this is in the Talmud. This is not denied by early Jews, by the way. Their hostility to Christ and Christians has not been denied. And please note, dear listener, the first group of Christians were all Jewish. Mm-hmm. The first group of Christians were so Jewish that the very first ecumenical council, that's the council where all the leaders of the church show up. Do you know what it was? Do you know why the first ecumenical council in the church was called Acts chapter 15? Because Peter baptized a Gentile, a non-Jew. So the Christian church was explicitly Jewish, and one of our leaders, and if you talk to the Catholic Church, the big guy had to come before a council and justify why he was allowing non-Jews into the church. So this idea that Christianity started and they immediately went after Jewish people is crazy. That's untrue. It's historically untrue. It's Talmudically untrue.
I mean, the book of Hebrews was written because the Christians some of them were going back to the Jewish way of doing things. So, I mean, if we were persecuting them from the beginning rather than them persecuting us, that's the reason why some of them were going back was because they were under that persecution.
Right. It was not the Wiccans. It was not the Satanists. It was not the Muslims.
Right.
Good night. We continue.
The bloodline. This is really important to understand, especially today in 2024. In 1144, a young boy is killed, and the local priest says that's because the Jews need to make their matzah with Christian blood. It's called the bloodline. Let's blame the problems of other people on the Jew. It's just so you know, that's so ridiculous, not only just on its face, but we're forbidden from even having meat that has any blood in it.
Yeah, you are. You're also...
Wait, I'm a little confused. He's talking about a boy that got killed? What?
Yeah, he's going to...
What are we talking about here?
He's going to the 11th century.
Okay.
A boy was killed, And then there was a statement that that it was Jewish people that killed this boy because they mixed blood in the matzah. It's called blood libel, and it's this
In the matzah? That the cracker?
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, from the 11th century. So
Okay.
somehow Candace Owens not being cool with 13,000 Palestinian kids suffocated under tons of bricks, her not being good with that at the hands of the Israeli military somehow gets morphed into this 11th century situation where the Jews were fallaciously accused of killing this kid because you needed blood in the matzah. The problem is that there are no fallacious attacks against Jews today because they are actually doing the killing. Like, they're actually killing people. And you can go to IDF TikTok and they'll show you the panties of Palestinian women while they're in the rooms and eating food in the homes of Palestinians who they just murdered. So it's not liable, because liable is something you're trying to avoid. These people are celebrating it. We continue.
This is a Torah law. You can't have, that's why, we can't have state charter. Okay? So this gets perpetuated in combination with a 4th century, what's called the Vulgate.
I'm sorry, did you say in 1140 this happened?
1144 in Norwich, England.
Okay, go on.
This is after, in the 4th century, you have something called the Vulgate. The Vulgate is the official translation of the Bible. In Hebrew, there's no vowel.
No, the Vulgate is not the official translation. It's called Jerome's Latin Vulgate, and it was one of the first texts that was translated from Greek to Latin. It's not any official anything. We continue. Good night.
And the person who translates, Saint Jerome, who translates the Vulgate, knows what he's doing is translating wrong. He puts down that when Moses comes down from Mount Sinai, he has horns. Okay, Karen, when actually the word was Karan, meaning that light shone from his head. So now by 1144, you have the anti-Semitic myth of Jews have horns and they drink blood. And I know people who've been asked when they went into the army and other places, can I see your horns? So this still...
I just don't believe that.
You know what's crazy?
I don't believe that he has friends that happened with.
We used to watch Little House on the Prairie when we were kids, and there was an episode with a Jewish fella, and the kids were like trying to get him to take his hat off to see if he had horns under his hat.
Okay, so that's one. That's one. There you go. There you go, buddy.
It exists today in 2024 throughout America. And I don't mean just in little rural areas. It exists today, these myths. That Vulgate...
They do? This one was homeschooled and was not allowed outside. She saw that shit on Little House on the Prairie. She's like in the last years of being a millennial. She's talking about Little House on the Prairie. What are you talking about? We continue.
The Bible is the official Catholic Bible all the way through the 1970s.
No, it's not. It is a translation. It is a translation of the Bible. And Wycliffe and Jan Hus and the rest of those boys were not getting set on fire because they were hanging out with the Latin Vulgate. They were getting set on fire because they were translating the Vulgate into German and the common tongue, et cetera, which honestly, the funny thing is Vulgate was the vulgar language of the Latin people because Latin was a vulgar language compared to... But anyway, like, who cares about actual history? He's out here saying all this nonsense, talking about the official Bible and all the rest of this nonsense. We continue.
So you need to understand that that's a piece.
To be clear, it was the school children that were thinking about the horns. It wasn't like it was something like serious. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, but it's still there. So
it is still there.
So
it wasn't, but I mean,
that's one for him. I'm going to give that to him for Little House on the Prairie. But the others, but again, the fact that you saw it in Little House on the Prairie to me is like, okay, it's very unlikely that that's continuing to happen in 2024. We continue.
Yeah.
But again, just to point out, and this is, I don't expect the rabbi to know this, but the most politically involved group of Christians are not pro-lifers. If they were, I promise you, abortion would have been out of here 50 years ago.
Yeah.
The number one most powerful group that has influence and gives money are the Zionists, the hyper-Zionists, who believe that Jewish people are like the cream of the world. Like, you guys have no idea. Just Google premillennial dispensationalism. You'll see. Mm-hmm. They will literally call you a heretic.
Yep.
And say you're not a Christian, some of them, if you don't believe the land doesn't belong to these people. So this guy is especially American Christianity, especially the Christianity that Candace Owens would have come out of.
Yeah.
Please, we continue.
Okay, that they're equated with this kind of hate. Because it's about Jews not having the right to exist collectively, when they live in their little communities in the Middle Ages, anti-Semitism is a hate against their religion. By the time you get to the 18th and 20th centuries,
what does it mean anti-Semitism is hate against a religion? So like if a person is doesn't like the tenets of, like if a person doesn't agree with the tenets of Christianity, like if an LGBT person says, I think your religion is homophobic, I don't think they're anti-Christian. Like, I understand where they're coming from. I don't believe that the religion is homophobic, but I can understand what they're saying. I would not say it's anti-Christian for you to disagree with the tenet of my religion. What?
We're accustomed to people disagreeing with us. However, I still don't think I got the answer as to what he said, that anti-Semitism is a special type of hate that's only unique toward hate toward them. Yeah. But I don't understand what about the hate is unique toward their situation.
He hasn't told us why their suffering is a bit more unique than everybody else's suffering. Okay. We continue.
All right.
When so many Jews have assimilated, they are in culture, they are in arts, they're in science. It's no longer against them for their religion, it's against them for their race. Because anti-Semitism is the oldest hate in the world and the hate that mutates. In 1948, because remember, it's Lord Sachs.
Oh, I just want to pause it. You said it's a hate that mutates.
Correct.
So your belief then is that the definition of anti-Semitism can necessarily change. Is that correct?
Here we go. The Carl said, this reminds me of the Putin interview where we have to go through centuries of history instead of talking about the topic of Owens being anti-Semitic. I agree.
You're right, Carl.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. And all my Russian friends are like, oh, you were being blah, blah, blah. You weren't being fair to Mr. Putin, blah, 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 blah. Go watch that thing and see if I wasn't being fair to Putin. I had the CIA at my door after that interview. What are y'all talking about? We continue.
It's not just my belief. It is the commonly accepted understanding in both the Jewish and academic worlds.
Okay.
This isn't, okay? As I said, that's why I quoted this.
Sources, please. Anytime you ever hear that, that's a common understanding of the academic word, tell them to source it. Please source that for me.
It's a quote. It's a great thing from Lord Sachs, Jonathan Sachs. It's a great thing from Nihilecka. This is just accepted as the understanding of, a cultural anthropologist.
So I would just say off the bat, I do not accept that definitions can just mutate. That is something that I could debate that on, like the definition of a woman. I mean, and I'm saying not just about Jewish people. I think that we have to have a concrete definition to work with, because then you can just update and say, actually, I've changed that, and now this is what constitutes anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's very convenient, right? I could just say it's mutating. So I could say racism mutates. I could say this right here is an example of mutating racism, where you get a white person that says this thing about a black person, and he's a guy and she's a girl. So all, on top of that, he's also being misogynist. So this dude is a racist misogynist. Why am I a racist misogynist? Well, what we'll do is we'll just draw a bullseye around the arrow. So anything that you say that would impede on my ability to XYZ, I'll just call you a racist misogynist, and then, we'll call it like that.
I like the way she talks. It's very clear and very direct. It doesn't sound like she's trying to add a bunch of words in or confuse. Yeah. I do agree, Carl. I do feel a similar thing to when we were watching that Putin interview, because I'm like, why are we talking about all this? Get right. I want to know what the definition is, and I want to know what's different between specifically about Jewish hate, anti-Semitism, and the rest of the world. We still haven't answered it, and I have a feeling we're going to get to the end of this and still not have an answer to it. But
it's very, very convenient to be able to move that goalpost.
Yeah, he didn't answer that, and then he just said, it's a moving post.
That way, nobody can criticize you.
Yeah.
Right.
And you can criticize everybody.
It's not that you had a problem with Obamacare; you were just a racist, right? We continue.
Candace, that is the horror of anti-Semitism. So what you are saying to me is that anti-Semitism is this.
By the way, this is something that really annoys me, and I'm glad that the girls do it, but I can't tell you how much it pisses me off. This is the third one of these situations where some white dude is talking to the black host, completely. Now, this dude completely disrespected her, called her a bigot, anti-Semite, all that shit. This woman had this dude on our show. Look how polite and calm she is with this dude. I'm assuming she's going to remain that way for the entirety of the show. Look at Brianna when she has to deal with Jenk, talk about Jimmy Dore 50 million times. These black women got to stay ridiculously self-controlled while these folks get to go off, because otherwise they're going to come off as hysterical, and you know the rest of the story. That shit pisses me off to no end. But here's Candace, and she's got to be completely measured with this individual who completely lied about her. We continue.
It does not change. What I am saying to you is that the entire world and scholars about anti-Semitism recognize that it is a unique hate. That if you...
No. Your folks look at it as a unique hate, and I have no problem with your folks looking at it as a unique hate for the purposes of self-preservation and natural selection, etc., etc. I have no problem with that. The problem is when you mistakenly, like, this is how like far gone these folks are to say some shit like this in public and not understand how crazy it sounds. Your pain and suffering is some unique pain and suffering.
I mean,
define it as that Jews should not be able to exist collectively. Okay, as a collective, they shouldn't have that right.
What is he talking about?
This is the propaganda that they use. So when they murder these Palestinian children, and you go, what the fuck? Why are you killing these kids? They'll say, hey, are you saying we shouldn't exist? Do you want to put us back in the gas chambers? That's the argument. That's what they do. And then you go, well, wait a second. No, I mean, of course I want you to exist, but I also want the Palestinian kid to exist.
So because we're telling them stop murdering these people wholesale, that translates to
Correct.
We don't want you to exist?
Yes, if you say...
we're saying we want those people to exist.
If you say...
That's crazy.
If you say ceasefire, that's what they say. That's what they say.
Okay. You know what it kind of sounds like? You know when you're watching the political stuff and like, who was it? That one guy that just kept going on the same thing. He like kept saying the same lines over and over.
Yeah.
Every time he got asked the question, it was like, then there he goes again. Like 3
Marco
times.
Rubio.
Yeah, 3 times.
Yeah,
but it kind of sounds like that. Like,
but the lobbying block, these guys are way more intelligent. But they're universally. It doesn't matter if it's a left-wing guy or a right-wing guy. They all
but that answer doesn't even make any sense. That's what I'm saying.
It's not. It's propaganda. It's propaganda. And quite frankly, prior to this, it was working. The problem that these folks have is that they forgot that everybody now has a phone. So all the other times when you're committing all these atrocities against these poor people, we were getting it filtered through establishment media. But now everybody is CNN, and now we're seeing it. And then on top of that, you got IDF soldiers, again, posing with the panties of Palestinian women in their homes.
That changes from the Middle Ages with religion, the 18th through 20th centuries about race, and then after Israel's created, it's a hatred based on the nation. And until that is understood, that it is, this isn't something that's really.
You know what's happening though? You're probably gonna shoot like a whole show about it, but you know the whole Twitter discussion where they're trying to, not Twitter, they're trying to have the whole TikTok thing shut down. Because the younger generation is not buying into it. Like our generation, like now us, if you say anything about Jewish people being wrong, you internally feel this because we've been under that umbrella for our entire lives. But our kids, the TikTok generation that's coming up, they haven't been. What they're coming into is what's going on in Gaza, what's happening over there. So they don't have that same reservation.
They don't see the difference. When they look at a Russian invading Ukraine and these poor defenseless Ukrainians, and everybody knows how I feel about the whole Russia-Ukraine thing. But nobody can deny that the Russians have an inordinate advantage over them. So when a millennial or a zillennial or a Generation Alpha goes in, he doesn't care about NATO or nothing. All he sees is a bully fucking up some person. They're like, hey, that's wrong. So then they look at the Gaza situation. They don't know about all this shit. All they know is, here's this again. And they don't like it. We continue.
Questioned about among academics, theologians, Jewish scholars. I'm not presenting it. This is why I thought that I'm so optimistic about a dialogue. But I think a part of it is you view that the hate can't mutate. And what I'm trying to tell you is that we have 2,000 years of history that demonstrate the exact opposite.
So, and I'm gonna just push back just gently here. For me personally, if I thought that racism could just be an ever-shifting definition based on the experience of Black people, it would be a remarkable power, and I would be able to create something like BLM, which could say that everything was racist. So I am not going to be able to agree that definition should be able to transform according to what's happening during the day. But here's what I will say. If you could, just because I think it's really important for us to get to going through this article, because then you might be able to explain why you view it as anti-Semitism. If you could just give us what you are saying the current definition of anti-Semitism is today, that would be very helpful.
What's the current definition?
The current definition of anti-Semitism today has to do with what the feelings are. It has to do with anti-Zionism, number one. That is a definition.
So if you're not a Zionist, which Kay, they just called my sister an anti-Zionist because Kay says Jews absolutely can exist collectively, but you cannot have an ethno-state. An ethno-state, like where certain races have the privilege of living certain places, free, where certain people can impose themselves on other people's land and kick them out of their land. That's called a settlement. I don't know if this guy's going to talk about the settlements where these people go into Palestinian land, kick those people out because they got us and the military behind them, and the Palestinians have nothing. Yep. And then when the Palestinians organize and do something, you call them terrorists, but you won't let them have an actual nation so they can have a legitimate military. So that means that the Palestinians are always never supposed to defend themselves against your aggression. Maybe that's going to come out. I'm not sure. We continue. Unbelievable.
But I think that we have to have a concrete definition to work with, because then you can just update and say, actually, I've changed that, and now this is what constitutes anti-Semitism.
But Candace, that is the horror of anti-Semitism. That changes. That the hate can't mutate. And what I'm trying to tell you is that we have
to transform according to what's happening during the day. But here's what I will say. This isn't so you believe that Jewish people can be anti-Semitic?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you see a gathering of Jewish people who say, I'm Jewish, but I don't support Israel or Bibi Netanyahu, you say that person can be anti-Semitic.
You just did two different things and was very. You just did two different things that were totally unrelated, Candace.
Okay.
You said that Jews that do not support Israel.
Yes.
And you said Jews that do not support Bibi Netanyahu.
I'm just saying that because he's the current prime minister. So I'm saying, like, if they say I don't support.
No, this is where you're missing the point. So I'm going to go under the following premise. Okay, I'm going to go under the premise that you care about people. You and I don't know each other, but I'm going to go under that premise. I'm going to go under the premise that you have no desire to ever hurt anyone.
Wow, you're such a great guy.
Okay, that's the premise I'm coming into this dialogue.
After you wrote.
Exactly.
Well, then if you had that premise, why would you call her an anti-Semitic bigot then?
Yeah, exactly.
How could you be a person who doesn't want to hurt anybody but be an anti-Semitic bigot? Come on now.
With. You have been devastatingly hurtful. And I think that I'm going to go from that you don't understand what it means to the Jewish world. Mm-hmm. There's a great teaching that comes out of every sociologist, every person in academics, is that I don't get to tell a Black man if he's experiencing racism. Mm-hmm. He knows.
Did I understand her correctly? She was saying that there are Jewish people that she said, Netanyahu, if you don't like him, or if you, what was the other thing she said?
No, she was saying
but she made a distinction between the two. I don't understand what was confusing or wrong about what she said there.
There's a difference between saying, obviously, Jewish people have the right to exist, but I'm against Zionism. This idea that the land belongs to them, et cetera, et cetera.
The stolen land. We're talking about after the 67 borders?
Yeah. That the Zionists believe that the Israelis should have the land all the way into Lebanon. Like the original land given to Abraham is a part of that land. They're supposed to get Lebanon in their minds.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So this is Zionism. They believe that they're going to...
So wait. When we were like learning about them and wanting the Jews to have their we would hear them say, you want the Jews to get their land back.
Yeah.
But what we meant was that they would keep doing what they were doing and take over.
Keep killing and displacing these people, right? Because remember what the Old Testament say, we're going to go in there, we're going to take out the Canaanites, blah, 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 blah. As a matter of fact, one of these guys quoted that and basically called the Palestinians Amalekites.
Wow.
Right? What this guy doesn't realize, because a lot of these guys aren't committed to their Bible, is there's an actual episode in the Old Testament where a Shaul, it says that he went after the Amalekites.
Oh my God. You know how many times I prayed for the Jews to get their land back?
It says he went after the Amalekites for his zeal for Israel. That's what it says.
Okay.
And you know what God did? God withheld the rain. This is an agrarian culture now. And there was a famine in the land. And David said, hey, what's going on? People are dying. What are you doing, Yahweh? And Yahweh said, you got to go to those Amalekites and make that shit right, because your boy Saul went and killed a whole bunch of them because of his patriotism and his Zionism. So David had to go to those people and say, what can we do for you? And the Amalekites were like, I mean, we're visitors in your land. We can't demand justice. And David said, yeah, but Yahweh's kind of fucking shit up for us on your guys' behalf. So if you guys just tell us what to do, would be great. And they said, all right, give us 7 sons from Saul and we'll call it good.
Wow.
So they literally gave 7 of Saul's kids and they executed those boys. It says before the Lord. And then it says the anger of the Lord resided, and then there was the famine was ended.
Wow.
So obviously those conquest narratives, the way that this guy tried to apply it, obviously is not biblical.
Uh-huh. Wow.
We continue.
I don't get to tell you if you're experiencing misogyny. You know, if I make a comment.
Okay, so she doesn't get to say what anti-Semitism is. That means you don't get to say what misogyny or racism is. So I, as a black man, am telling you that I'm experiencing this conversation as misogynistic and racist in the horror of racism.
I mean,
I promise you I'm crying on the inside. We continue.
And it's misogynistic. And you say, Rabbi, you know, that was really misogynistic. My job is to say, wow, I didn't mean that. I apologize. That's not what I meant. And you do not get the right to say what is anti-Semitic or Jew hatred. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to.
Actually,
she was asking a question.
And on top of that, this is ridiculous. If I'm a black person and a person says to me, you know, I think Eminem is better than Jay-Z, I don't get to say, well, that's black hatred. If a person goes, I don't think it's black hatred, I just think the guy's, oh, no, that's hatred. Literally, there is a guy who completely disgraced the entire black race. His name is Benzino. You don't know who he is. He literally showed up on the Drink Champ show and cried because Eminem has black fans. This is where we are. These are grown men rapping about shooting and all this shit, and you out here crying because a white boy got some credit. Well, I'm sorry, Benzino, but that white boy got more talent in his right hand than your entire crew did. And that's why we chose him over you, because he was better than y'all. I'm a better rapper than Ja Rule. I am. We continue.
I don't think I said anything about me having the right. I just said to you, would you then view, because I did host somebody who is Jewish, Dave Smith, on my show, and I'm sure you're familiar with him. He's a comedian, he's a libertarian, he is not pro-Zionist. So I'm just asking you for clarity, because you're saying that you can't dismiss a Jewish person, but aren't you thereby dismissing Jewish people who say that I don't support Israel as a state? I'm just trying to have you.
Was it more disgraceful than Juicy? Yes. I do think it was more disgraceful than Juicy. This is going to get me in trouble. But Juicy Smollett was a little bit on the softer side. You understand what I'm saying to you? Benzino and them were talking about shooting, killing, I'm a gangster, blah, 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 and you out here crying. You in your 50s crying over this. Come on, bro. I'm getting distracted now. We continue.
Yeah, focus.
Answer that
and
question.
the answer is, I will ask you back the same question. Mm-hmm. Are there blacks who do not support blacks? Are there pick the cause or the minority who do not support or not, or actually even better? You and I both sit on the conservative side politically. We share that, right? And we face the same way when it comes to that. And we both, I think, are disappointed in those who are Republicans in name only. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Does that
I
mean
do
they're
not
not
like the way he
Republicans?
talks to her.
Well, I wouldn't describe a race as.
I don't like the way he talks to her. I think he's disrespectful with the way he talks to her.
Of course he is.
It's so frustrating to watch.
He's
Yes,
condescending.
he's very condescending.
But here's the thing. Look at Candace's face. She knows how he's coming off, and he doesn't. Because this guy is so up in his world and the way that he looks at things, and he is showing everybody that he truly believes that Jewish people are superior to everybody.
Yeah.
And he doesn't understand how fucking crazy he looks right now. It's the same thing with Biden. You don't vote for me, you ain't black. These people got no respect for black people, nor should they. Charlemagne? Now, Candace knows what she's doing right now. Charlemagne, you was just out here cooning. There's a difference. She knows what she's doing. If you go in that comment section, it's like 100% fuck this guy.
Good.
So, as my friend Tasco says, these people's function in society is to turn people against Jewish people. That's their function in society. And that's why it's important that she had this guy and Finkelstein on before that. So people who are new to this conflict and new to this attitude don't think that this guy speaks for all of Judaism. Nope, this guy speaks for a very small subset of people. Okay? But this is what I tell him.
Even the way he said black.
Of course. It's
completely damn racist when you said it like that.
But he doesn't understand it because he's been told from he's been born that he's a separate kind of human being.
Yeah.
Not even going to get into the Talmud and all the rest of the thing about the Goyim and all the rest of it. I don't even need that. We could just tell by the way you're treating this woman.
Yeah.
We continue.
A political ideology, like a political party. That's very different. So to say that you can't be a race, like you're not black if you don't support this, is different than, like, you're basically saying that a Jewish person can be anti-Semitic. So that would be like saying a black person can in fact be racist towards, or they're not black.
Look, I'm not going to comment on black community. Mm-hmm. I will say there are plenty of self-hating Jews.
Okay, so you do believe, that's all I was trying to get you to say, is that Jewish people who don't.
So my friend who cries with me when he sees a lifeless Gazan being pulled out of the rubble, my friend, Tasco, the guy that's been with me through all this thing when I have my meltdowns and shit, willing to talk me through shit and all, and gently correct me on things. By the way, Tasco hasn't agreed with everything I've said. Tasco has called me out. Tasco has said, hey, you went too far here. On this topic, I said, when? What did I say? He said, you did not qualify what you said about these Jewish people over here. I was like, what? Play me the tape. He played me the tape. You know what I did? I shot a video right after. Talked about the wounds of a friend can be trusted, but an enemy multiplies kisses. I was wrong. In a time like this, you got to be measured when you're talking about these people. Okay? But see, that's how this shit works. That's how this shit works. He's not a self-hating Jew. He's a people-loving human. There's a difference. It's not self-hatred to love Gazan people.
Yeah.
It was Jewish people that gave us the line, love your neighbor as yourself. A Jewish guy named Moses, well, Moses went on a Jew. He was from the tribe of Levi. Israeli dude named Moses and a Jewish dude named Jesus, both influence billions of people to this day to love your neighbor as yourself. Mm-hmm. So when Tasco is doing that, he's following Judaism. We continue.
Support Israel, you are saying they are anti-Semitic. I just want to understand that.
I'm saying it very clearly. They are self-hating Jews. Let's use that term very specifically. Okay. And you need to understand why they are self-hating Jews. And you need to understand, as numerous people have talked about, I've written about, Prager's talked about, Gorka's talked about, Levin's talked about.
By the way, this is called the ad populum fallacy in logic. Oh, 5 people agree with me. It must be right. Don't you guys remember? We were told that the millions of people believed that the COVID was spread by a bat market out there in China. Don't you guys remember that?
Yep.
A lot of people believe that one.
A number of people have talked about, Shapiro's talked about, and as I say, I've written about, is that a people want to assimilate. For 2,000 years, Jews have been persecuted, and so they want to assimilate, and so many have converted from Judaism, not to another religion, but to leftist politics.
Oh, so Tasco and the rest of them, there's something they're this is just another version of, if you're a black Republican, it's because you hate yourself and you can't be a pro-life feminist. This is what these people do. It's a form of the no true Scotsman fallacy a little bit, but we'll keep going. Any Jew who does not support massacring their brothers, because again, the Palestinians are Semites. Any Jew that does not support massacring their little cousins and little brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles, any Jew that doesn't do that is self-hating. I would argue that people like Tasco are actually people who love Jewishness and Jewish people.
It has to be the opposite, because if they have that in their bloodline, then if you support the crushing of these children beneath the rubble, then you, by definition, are self-hating. Like, they're your bloodline.
How about the fact? Can we try this? Can we say that a person is anti-human? Or can we say it another way? Can we just love other human beings? So if I see, when I saw, I don't care what the number is, okay? Maybe I'll look at it at some point. It doesn't matter to me. What I know is during World War II, an inordinate amount of Jewish people were liquidated, were not given a chance to live. And when I saw those people marching those women and children and having rifles while the mother holds her baby in terror, I couldn't stand the people that was doing that to them people. I don't care about the label. I don't care who it was. I don't give a fuck why. I hated those people for doing that to those Jewish people. Now, I have a friend that's Austrian, okay? Hitler was Austrian. I love this guy dearly. They understand their past. Why is it so difficult to say our persecution in the 30s in Germany does not justify our persecution in an attempt to eliminate an entire race of people from the planet? Mm-hmm. Why can't Jewish people just say, I'm not with that, like Tasco? Because there's a bunch, and I would argue the vast majority of Jewish people, when they see this shit happen on TV, are fucking crushed. I do not believe that the vast majority of people are looking at that and going, well, fuck those people, man. We deserve those settlements. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. But the problem is, just like in this country, you do not need everybody in a given group to do something.
Right.
You just need enough money and power and cowardly governments like the United States relative to Bibi Netanyahu. I have no idea what the hell Mr. Netanyahu has over Mr. Biden, but anyway, we continue.
That becomes their religion, and they lose their identity. That is a reality. So you need to understand, or I shouldn't say you need to, that's not fair, and I apologize.
Oh my God.
I would hope that you understand.
Oh, he's so understanding. The guy who called her a bigot and all the other shit he called her. Now he doesn't want to, now we're going to come off as and he really truly believes that all of us are looking at that and going, oh, look at this guy.
Yep.
A history and an understanding that we define what anti-Semitism is. And what happened on October 7th, and I wrote an article about you in November. I don't know if you read it or not. I was told that you had, but I don't know if you did or not.
I did not.
Okay.
Yes.
I wish you had, and I really wish you had, because we might be in a very different place. You went on Tucker Carlson this is in November, and
okay, go ahead. I'm going to say I want to talk about that because you put that in this article, which was published just last week.
So I wrote a very specific article, and you can find it right now. And it was an impersonal invitation to you and for you, that despite everything else I had read or seen or heard, that my belief and my hope is that your comment of wanting to have an academic discussion about October 7th came from a place of not really realizing what October 7th was.
What do you mean? We need to have an academic discussion about October 7th. You know what an academic discussion would be? The first thing would be, why did they do that? Don't you guys remember after 9/11? Mr. Bush gave that speech. That was the Hamas attack. Mr. Bush gave that speech. You're with us or you're with the terrorists. You remember that? And in that speech, he said many of us were confused and we're looking around and we were asking the question, why do they hate us? And of course, most Americans, because we didn't care about foreign policy at the time, most Americans had no idea that we had bases all over the world, that we had bases in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, that we imposed ourselves in the Muslim world. We flouted all their norms, exported all of our bullshit capitalism's XYZ-ism in there so that we could get more money and have more of a stranglehold on their kids and all the rest of it. We weren't told that. You know what they told us? They hate us because of our freedom.
Yep. That's right.
Them hijackers, they were not recruited by the CIA. They have nothing to do with the CIA, had nothing to do with Israel. They were sitting in their homes, in their caves, because Muslims, they're all in caves. He was out there in a cave and they said, these Americans out here free and shit. We got to do something. Let's ram a plane into some buildings to show these people not to be so free. And we ate it up like idiots.
100%.
I'm saying we.
I know I did.
I'm saying we. I was not a child, okay? 16, 17. Doesn't matter. I had a brain, and I surrendered it to my government because I was completely emotional. What I needed in that moment was not my president to emotionally get me all ginned up to go kill a bunch of people. It would have been great if he would have said, you know what, guys? This bin Laden guy, he's an op, and he has to die. He's got to die. But after he dies, we got to have a conversation about our foreign policy.
Yep.
Because our foreign policy created this situation. That's what a leader would have done.
Yep.
But my president got in front of that TV at the height of my emotion after I'd just been watching Fox News for X amount of hours, watching these people jump off the building because a death like that was preferable to burning to death. I'm in Maine. My girlfriend's in New York City. My brother's in New York City. My brother works in Manhattan. I wasn't able to contact either one of them. I didn't have an iPhone. Blah blah blah. I was losing
building too.
My aunt died in that building. I was losing my shit. And at the height of my emotionalism, I needed academic, reasoned, and measured understandings as to what happened. And if I would have been given that, I'd have made different decisions. And that's the specific reason I was not given that information.
Yep.
We continue.
Yep.
October 7th is unique in recorded human history as the ugliest day of humanity.
The ugliest day of humanity is when something happened to Jewish people. The ugliest day. Dear listener, the ugliest day in the world is what happened to those Jewish people on October 7th. Subhanallah.
How long had it been going on where they were terrorizing the people of Gaza before October 7th happened?
They've been terrorizing the Gaza
I know, but for how long?
Since 1948. They've been displacing these people and all this shit since 1948. And we want a proxy state in the Middle East to keep everything in line. And that's why we work with them. Which is fine at the political level, but when shit like this starts to happen, we need to flex our muscles. We are the only superpower on the planet. It would be great if we would use that power one time.
For good.
What was done on October 7th? Taking a young woman, taking her phone to videotape her being raped on the corpse of her dead boyfriend and then shot on it and sending that video to her parents. Beheading a man with a garden hoe, kicking a woman until her body parts fall off is unique in terms of the intention to attack civilians.
Well, that's
and so in November.
No.
Number one, now, look, I saw these videos. The dude that got killed with a garden hose was an IDF soldier. So that's just war. The other thing that this guy's not mentioning is that every Israeli, once they become of age, whether male or female, has to join the IDF.
Mm-hmm.
So they've militarized their populace.
Right.
So when these people say civilians, that has to have an asterisk. I'm sorry. That's your policy. You militarized those kids. And now these kids have to stand up and be a refusenik in order to not get drafted into the Israeli military.
A refusenik?
Yeah, a refusenik is a person that says, no, I'm not.
Oh. What happens to them if they do that?
Well, they got to go through tribunal, they got to prove it and all the rest of it. And then you get kind of excised from society and all the rest of it. But let's make no mistake about it. Let's be real. Let's tell the truth, tell the whole truth.
This moment, like what he's saying, it's affecting me because I didn't know about these stories. But at the same time, like he's telling them with like emotion and feeling because they're his people. But they've been doing these horrible things to the people of Gaza for a very long time. I mean, mothers have lost their children. They weren't allowed to get through checkpoints and they lost their babies.
Correct.
But like we have to tell the whole story, and we have to this is when you're talking about being lovers of people, not lovers of nations or like groups of people, but love people as a whole. Because if we did, then we would say, yep, if what he's saying is true, and that's the way that those people were treated, and that woman was raped over the body of her boyfriend, and the video sent to her parents, if that's true, then that's horrible, and it's wicked, and it shouldn't have happened. But you cannot forget what brought us to this point. And it's been our apathy about the situation that's been going on since, what you said, 1947?
I mean, really, it was going on since the 30s, to Kay's point. But yeah, I mean, they've been doing this to these people.
But they don't care when it's those other people.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about those babies. They don't care about those children. So when I'm seeing his emotion about it, I'm like, I do feel emotional about what he's saying. But I don't feel his emotion. I feel for the situation because he's cold and calculated.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem real. And I'm not going to sit here and measure. I'm not going to sit here and measure people's whatever. But I mean, this guy, he's called this girl every name in the book, and then he's coming in here pretending to be soft with her and all the rest of it. Please miss me. They also didn't tell the public that the settlements that were attacked were created for the express purpose of being military outposts. Maybe that's something we should have known. We continue.
After you made the comment on Tucker Carlson about wanting an academic discussion about how, those kind of comments that you made and the ennui that you demonstrate, I wrote an article saying that I would arrange for you, there's a 47-minute film by the IDF. It is not based.
A 47-minute film by the IDF? Why would I... She needs to watch a film that was not made by the IDF, obviously made by the Mossad, who's probably paying you right now. Like, what are you talking about? We continue.
It is all the footage done by the Hamas terrorists of what they were doing so proudly, what they wanted to do. And that my belief was, I don't think that you quite realize that, and I would arrange for private screening for you and your friends. Mm-hmm. And that I would arrange that and then have the discussion.
So kind.
This is how crazy these people are. These people truly believe that there's anything that we could watch in that 47 minutes that would make us turn away from those Gazan children.
The children. My gosh.
You think that's going to erase what I'm seeing with these Gazan children who suffocate to death calling out for their parents?
About how you feel about October 7th.
Okay, so I just really would like to get to your article because I think it's important. I want to acknowledge your pain about October 7th.
Wait, that's not an opinion. That's not an opinion.
No, I didn't say opinion. I said I want to acknowledge your pain about October 7th.
I apologize.
Can you back that up? I want to hear that 10 seconds where you reacted like that.
You see how black people got to be? Especially black women got to be with these people? Go look at how Bree had to carry Jenk. Black women just got to carry. We're just going to carry people. Now she's got to carry this dude. This is a dude who called her a bigot and anti-Semite and all the rest of it.
And it's on her show.
We're 17 minutes in and we can't even get into the article yet. I just want everybody to understand this.
Can you back it up 10 seconds? I want to see.
The fucking nerve of these people, bro. Yeah, no, that's 30.
It doesn't work.
I apologize.
I didn't say that. I said I want to acknowledge your pain about October 7th, and I want to get to that because you are
you're mischaracterizing
I definitely did not say I wanted to have an academic debate about October 7th. That's not
You
what I
did
said at
debate
all.
I'm happy.
But like I said, I have the clip. And I do also want, I think it's best for us to dive into what you actually wrote about me, because there are several mischaracterizations, I believe, of what I said, but both of us are going to be able to watch it. So again, this is the article. And by the way, you did say in this article that you heard that I received your invitation. That is false.
I did.
So I think it's important to just maybe name the people who told you that I received your invitation.
No,
That was Ben Shapiro, and you know very well he ain't gonna do that shit. I gotta tell you, what she's doing is unprecedented. She is going head up with the most powerful dude in that company in broad daylight. I misread Miss Owens. She might very well be one of the most gangster people we have right now in the media.
Maybe she's changed, People
And
grow.
look,
People
Anna's
change.
changing. I would love if Anna and Candace did a show.
Yeah.
That would end the world. Candace, get off Daily Wire and stop giving that dude your fucking energy.
Yep.
Anna, get off of TYT.
Yep.
It's a sinking ship, okay?
Yep.
They can't decide what they are. Jump on and be who you really are.
Yeah.
Like Candace, you guys, it'd be great. I'd love it.
Yeah.
We'll continue. It's got to happen. It's got to happen. Here we go.
I would not do that, especially since you're saying that it's incorrect, and in which case I apologize.
No, you can apologize. I just think that a lot of the reason that things happen is because there is this sort of back channeling and discussion, and nobody told me that I got an invitation, and now you've written that I refused an invitation, and so that adds to people believing.
Okay, so that's the first lie.
Yeah.
You said so. You didn't even. So you don't even have the respect.
Yeah.
To confirm to contact her. You said at the beginning of the show, you guys had mutual friends. Why could you contact her before you put that in your article? Then you only do that for people you respect. You only do that for people you look upon as equals. Dude, I don't know who you are. I'm going to have to research your name once again with your 38 followers on Twitter. Why doesn't she get that respect? We continue.
So, Candace, I'm going to ask you a question right now. I'm inviting you to forget about the article, because I have no issue and would love to write an article saying I was wrong. Candace Owens does not feel that way. I would love that. So I'm inviting you right now. I will set up a screening for you. Will you come?
If you set up a screening for me after we go through this, I want to also be able to estimate your character by going through some of the things that you wrote.
Smart.
You did write some things that I believe.
Wait. I'm asking you a yes or no question.
No. And I just.
Who does this guy think he is to talk to her like this? Did you not just hear what she said? What she said was, I need to make sure that you have the moral character for me to even waste my time on a show with you.
You are the nobody on her show.
Exactly. And then hold on. It's a yes or no? What?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Like, literally, who are you? What's the guy's name again? Somebody tell me this guy's name again.
Said to you, I'm going to give you an answer to that, but I want to first go through your article because I want to be able to estimate.
Wait. I'm asking you a question.
Very simple, because you lied about her multiple times, according to her, in the article, and if it's demonstrated that you lied to her, and then you come out and said, yeah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied about you, then she would be amenable to listening to the other video. But if you go out of your way and double down on shit where you clearly lied, which we don't know yet, then that's a different story. That seems very, very logical to me. Seems very logical to me.
Take the entire article.
I'm not saying I'm not going to answer your question. I am just saying that I would like to go through this, see how you feel.
You said you hadn't had an invitation. I'm asking you. I don't have to be there. I'll set it up for you.
Okay, sure. If you want to set it up for me to have a screening of that here without you there, that's fine. What I'm saying is that I would not, based on what you wrote about me, I wouldn't take an invitation from you anywhere. I think that's fair, given what's in this article.
Yep.
I think that's a normal human response, that if somebody has written something that is utterly libelous about you, it mischaracterizes what you said. But if you want to set it up separately and you want to send it to the Daily Wire and you want us to have a private screening, I absolutely will watch the events of October 7th.
You know what? God bless you. And had I ever heard you say that, I wouldn't have written an article.
Well, I think you still would have, because you made a lot of points in here.
No, I wouldn't have. No, I wouldn't have, because I believe in the idea that it's about what we act and learn. And we have a concept called Shula in Judaism. No, actually, honestly.
I'm sorry, but this guy is so full of shit. If that was actually true, then why didn't you reach out to her directly and get an answer from her directly instead of getting some hearsay and then making an article about her saying she refused a meetup with you when you didn't even know if she even got the invitation, which she said herself she never got. So if it was that
then he refuses to say who told him that information, which we all know where it came from. We all know where it came from.
Had you said there, at any point, what you just now said to me, that you would watch a screening, I don't need to be there, that you would watch a screening. If I set it up, I would not have written that article.
Okay. Well, I do still want to go through these points, though, because you
Okay, but do you hear that, please?
Yes, I hear that, and thank you for saying that.
Right.
But a lot of what you wrote in this article is a lot of what I'm assuming you have a friendly relationship with Rabbi Shmuley has been saying about me. So it's really important to go through these points because when you write something like is a Jew-hating bigot, that's very strong language, and we need to go through these points. So
we'll go through
hating. Here we go. Hating. Can we please get this term out of our vernacular? Like, if you can look at a Palestinian kid under all that rubble and feel nothing, okay, maybe we can talk about hate. If you see that video with that girl where those Palestinians were beating the hell out of her after she was dead, after they assaulted her, and you say, well, good. Okay, that's hate. Mm-hmm. But people saying, I don't think we should kill Palestinian kids is not hate. Stop it. People saying, I don't want a dude in a women's bathroom is not hate. Stop. People saying, I know rap was made by black people, but this white rapper spoke about being in the trailer park, and I can relate to that a lot more than living in the ghetto. That is not hate. It's not hate. Hate is what you're seeing happening to these Gazan children, or hate is what you saw happen to that girl. She was a freaking German national, for God's sake. That's hate. Candace Owens saying we should not be bombing little kids is not hate. We continue.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you. Okay, let's just begin here. So you basically make the argument that I'm drunk on fame, and that is the reason why I have let out the truth about who I am, which makes me a Jew hater. First thing you say is that this is a woman who is such an anti-Semite and so ignorant of history that in 2018 she publicly said that Hitler was okay. Do you actually believe that I publicly said that Hitler was okay?
So from the recording that I heard,
remember I told you I shot a video about this? I shot a video about this, like the second video I shot on this channel. We can do it.
Including the congressional testimony, which I think was taken out of context. And from the comments that you said, okay, and you correct if I'm wrong, but my understanding from your comments is you were asked a question about nationalism. Mm-hmm. And you responded about nationalism using the example that nationalism was good and that what Hitler was nationalistic in Germany, and that was okay. You have said specifically you think Hitler is a horrible, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you have condemned Hitler, thank God, without.
Okay, so she has condemned Hitler. She has said bad things about Hitler, but she's also a Jew-hating anti-Semite who said Hitler was okay.
And did you hear him? He starts talking about, he's like, correct me if I'm wrong. Why didn't you do that before you wrote the article?
That's just one-on-one journalism, man.
Unbelievable.
And you also brought him up in that discussion about nationalism. Is that all accurate?
So when you just write, she publicly said Hitler was okay, that is dishonest because what I actually was saying was answering a question, as you brought up, where we were not even talking about Jews, not talking about the Holocaust. A woman was asking about whether or not it's okay for people today to say that they're nationalist when it's often associated as a dirty word. And what I was saying was that it's wrongly associated with Hitler. I don't believe that Hitler was a nationalist because obviously Hitler invaded Poland. He obviously had ambitions outside of. So what we have the clip. We have the clip. So we're going to play it.
Yes.
So again, the question that's being asked of me is whether or not nationalism is an okay word to embrace. Let's play the clip so we can hear me and what I actually said.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, in at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism. So again, we're trying there to define nationalism. Does your statement, she publicly said that Hitler was okay, is that an honest statement?
Yeah, so let's talk about this for a moment.
Whoa! Somebody get this man! Wow! He says, "Yeah." After that clip,
look at Candace. Yo, Candace, like, I'm learning from Shorty. I'm learning. Look, man, if I I'm learning from Shorty right now. Sometimes you just got to keep the shit like. Just keep yourself completely steady and let the person hang themselves.
Wow.
And this dude, subhanallah.
You were asked a question about nationalism.
Mm-hmm.
You responded with an example of Adolf Hitler.
Yes, I said because Americans associate, the reason why they think it's a dirty word is because of Adolf Hitler.
You respond, and you have subsequently, and I've seen you subsequently, and I think you even said it at the congressional hearing, you have obviously condemned him for who he was.
Why didn't you mention that in the article then? Instead of lying and misquoting her.
Yeah, wolves in the mist. Can you put that up?
This guy's twisting her words around. That isn't journalism. That's personal bias. The biggest thing about this thing is that this dude truly doesn't think
that we all see what he's doing.
That people can't see through it. I love it. I love it.
Face.
I know. Look at look at his face too.
Oh,
he doesn't look very confident right now. I think that's probably Ben Shapiro. That's probably Shapiro on the back giving him like notes and shit.
Up those cards. Babe, did you notice when she was answering like what she just kind of like further qualified it? He starts putting up his hand like enough.
Oh yeah. This guy. He doesn't believe that the goy are equal to him. Obviously. All lives matter.
You brought Hitler's name into a discussion.
Correct.
And you justified that this is how America feels or how people feel. And that's your take on it. It's not.
She didn't justify anything. That's not a justification. She was saying people in America don't like nationalism because of its correlation to Hitler. Which, by the way...
And she was saying he was a globalist because he wanted outside of Germany.
Sadak, which was a terrible argument. It's a bad argument. But that's not the same thing as saying Hitler's okay. And secondly, I don't know if everybody remembers or not, but in 2018, right after 2016 all down, anything that was associated with Trump was what? Literally Hitler. Yep. I'm shaking, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Let's not, can we please, it's not like she brought it up because, let me bring up Hitler. He's saying that she shouldn't even have brought up Hitler. You shouldn't even have brought him up. What? Like Hitler's Voldemort? Hello? Everybody in America, if you wanted to say that you disagree with Trump or anybody on the right, you would find some way to link it to Nazism. You don't remember hearing that the fucking MAGA hat was the new KKK hood? Are we in an alternate universe here? Mm-hmm. Of course she's going to bring up Hitler because that's what leftists were saying for 4 fucking years. That and Russia. The only ethnic group in my mind that can cry racism relative to a systematic thing happening would be Russian people because of what's been going on in this country for the last 6 years. That's a different discussion.
Hold on. You said it was a bad
fucking
argument.
Weirdo.
What she was saying about globalism.
Well, yeah, that Hitler wasn't really patriotic because he went into Poland because that's ridiculous. That's like saying that Caesar did not believe in Roman supremacy because they wanted to take over the world.
But you would say he was more of a globalist because
no. He was
trying to
when right wingers
occupy further outside of his own.
When right wingers say globalist, and she's a right winger, especially in the era where she said this, when they say globalist, what they're talking about is all the things that make America distinct go away, and then we get held accountable to some sort of global federal court. Okay, so globalism is like we're all one country and there's no exceptionalism and blah blah blah. But when you're the lone superpower on the planet, you're not going to like globalism because you want to maintain your high status. Okay, what Hitler and Caesar and Alexander the Great and what we do is not globalism; it's empire expansion. Okay, so Hitler was talking about the 1,000-year Reich. You know, the millennial Revelation 20. Yeah. You're gonna have a 1,000-year Reich, blah blah blah, and they were going to go out and. I mean, a lot of the land grabs that Hitler did initially was just getting land back after, the treaties in World War I. That's a difference. I'm not going to get bogged down. But the point is, it's a dumb argument to say that Hitler was a globalist because he was trying to expand the German Empire. It's ridiculous.
Why was she making this argument? She wanted, was she making a case for nationalism being okay?
Because at the time, nationalism turned into something bad. It was a negative thing.
Do you think she's right because of our, correlation with Hitler?
Well, no, it was the left. It was the liberal media that made these correlations between Hitler and Trump. It wasn't real. None of it was real. But people got manipulated, and everybody was saying every 2 seconds, Nazi this, Nazi that. Now, once the Ukraine situation started, all of a sudden the Nazi stuff went away. Okay, but prior to that, every person who loved
it had to go away.
We actually shot a video on the other channel about can you be a good nationalist, because everybody was going up against nationalism at the time. That was the big devil at the time. That's what was going on.
Okay,
we continue.
Not necessarily accurate, and in fact, it probably isn't from an actual sociological standpoint. But that's your opinion. Fine. Consequently, and I think you even said it at the congressional hearing, you have obviously condemned him for who he was. But you brought Hitler's name into a discussion.
Correct.
And you justified that this is how America feels or how people feel. And that's your take on it. It's not necessarily accurate. And in fact, it probably isn't from an actual sociological standpoint. But that's your opinion. Fine. But Candace, you put in the same sentence what he did if he just had stayed in Germany was okay. But more importantly, and here's a piece of the anti-Semitism.
It comes with special hate.
One of the most evil men of history into the discussion. You could just...
Because everybody on the opposite side of the political scale was calling everyone a Nazi. You don't remember that? So now she said Hitler was okay. Oh shit, she didn't say that. Well, you shouldn't have brought him up in the first place, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Have given any negative examples of nationalism. You chose to bring Hitler on, not them.
I did, and I have no. If I could go backwards in the context of trying to understand why Americans think that nationalism is a bad word, it was appropriate for me to bring off Adolf Hitler. It is totally appropriate in any capacity when you are talking about history and historical sentiments to bring up any relevant character that has created those sentiments. So I just want to yes or no. After watching that, I want to make sure we don't run out of time here. After watching that in context, do you think it is fair that you wrote, she publicly said that Hitler was okay? Hitler was okay.
Yeah. Yes, by bringing me even into the conversation, yes, I do.
Okay, great.
Perfect, Candace, perfect. Okay, just by bringing him into the conversation.
Yep.
Even though the zeitgeist at the time was that every Republican's a Nazi, we're going to walk around and pretend we didn't hear that shit. Didn't somebody say in a song, 2016, it was Republicans and Nazis, 2022, now we funded fucking Nazis? Get out of here, boy. We continue. That guy's a genius, that guy.
Let's move on here, because again, this discussion, we're having it between us, but I want the public to be able to, deduce what's fair and what's not fair. You then wrote this statement. A mere month after the horrors of babies being beheaded, women being raped, and the slews of horrors from...
It's a lie. The 40 beheaded babies thing was a lie. That was propaganda. You can put that along with the ghost of Kiev and all the other legends that were spun around over there in Ukraine. You know, when they had so little respect for the U.S. constituency that they used a video game as part of their propaganda. And Snake Island, all those people, Snake Island, the Ghost of Kiev, they're all there together. The 40 beheaded baby, they're all there.
Hamas, Owens went on Tucker Carlson's show to speak about how it really wasn't that bad and why should she even care? After all, she seems to think that Hitler was okay, so what's the problem? Is that true that I went on Tucker Carlson's show and said that October 7th really wasn't that bad?
Yeah, actually you did. And you did it through the implications and the words. And I actually do know where some of those clips are because I've rewatched it multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
And you specifically say you want to have an academic discussion. You specifically say, I don't want to misquote you, that you believe you have a moderate stance.
Okay.
Because you see the
wanting to have a no. Let's think this through. Okay. Wanting to have an academic discussion means it's not a big deal. It's not that bad. So wanting to have an academic discussion about the causes and the root causes and ways in which we can avoid situations like this, that is equivalent to saying what happened to those people wasn't that bad. Then why did we have a 9/11 commission? Because the 9/11 commission is an academic study of what happened on 9/11. We shouldn't have had anybody who says that we should have a 9/11 commission is just saying that 9/11 was okay, wasn't that bad. What?
Yeah, but hold up. On the beginning of this, he said that's what she said, and she said she didn't say that, I thought, about the academic discussion.
My point is, even if she did say this is part of the trick of like moving the window. Uh-huh. She's in a situation. She's like, "What? Well, I didn't say that we had to have an academic discussion." As if that's a problem, because if you accept that, now what you're saying is, anytime these people put some emotional shit out there, we should avoid academic discussion. So now people are going to be conditioned to say, "Oh, an intellectual analysis of this makes me an anti-Semite." That's the point here. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying no. I'm not even going to give you that. We do need to have academic discussions about October 7th for sure.
Oh, yes, we do.
For sure.
Yes, we do.
Children dying, and on both sides, and you talk about the pain, and I think you do feel pain about Gaza. And this goes back to the anti-Semitism, Candace.
Feeling pain for Gaza goes back to anti-Semitism. So Candace, in her whole being, because we need to think these things through. So thinking bad. Okay, well, what are the faculties? What about feeling? What about compassion? No, compassion also anti-Semitic. Bad. Did you know pain for Gazan children and women is anti-Semitism? Did you know when you were watching that video over there at 3:30 in the morning, that little boy was trying to get his dad to wake up and he wasn't ever going to wake up again on this planet? Do you know that feeling bad about that is rooted in your anti-Semitism?
Keep in mind, when he defined anti-Semitism, he said that it was a specific, special type of hate. So that special type of hate that he's talking about is if we feel anything for what's happening. That's so insane. What's wrong with this?
Let me tell you something. When I was in the 7th grade, okay, in the 8th grade in Parsippany, New Jersey, in the homeless shelter over at the synagogue, and I opened those books and I saw what happened to them Jewish people, and I cried like a little baby. My mom had to take the books away from me. I was not anti-German.
Right.
I was not anti-German.
Right.
I was just a human being looking at other human beings.
Yeah.
And at the time we were homeless, and I associated them with being homeless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And these people kept us in their place in the wintertime, and these people the same people are outside dying. Mm. So it fucked me up as a kid. Mm. But you know what? I was right to be that fucked up as a kid. It was right that I was depressed for 3 weeks. It was good. It didn't mean that I hate German people. Doesn't mean that I hated our country for turning those people away. Doesn't mean that. It just means that I had the normal compassion that everybody has when they see that happen to you. You don't need to be a Christian. Look, there are natural selection explanations for this. It's just normal human decency. We continue.
You know what? It's when I remember hearing about like everything that happened with the Jews, the concentration camps, and them bringing them out in the bitter cold and making them keep stomping their feet for hours until their ankles were bruised. And like I never remember feeling hate for the Germans. I do remember feeling an incredible amount of love for the Jewish people and the Christians and the other people that were underneath that. And I do remember feeling like an emotion toward like what type of person has brought themselves to that point that they could do something like that. I remember feeling confused why people could do that to another people group. And if I would have known at that age, fast forward, time forward, and see what was happening at their hands to the Gazan people, I would have been blown away that's what happened. And you know what I would have said? I would have said they let unforgiveness and bitterness take root in them, as well as doctrines that made them feel superior over everybody else. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, this has been a complete disaster at the PR level for these folks. That there's just no way to ever that the world is ever gonna be able to turn back from this now. Mm-hmm. Like, and it sucks.
But this had to happen.
But that's the thing that kills me, is that these kids had to die this way. This has been going on since the 30s. Oh. And these kids got to die this way in front of us for folks to finally say,
this is not, no, you're right, 100%.
Christine says, what this dude just said is unbelievable. Everyone with a soul should have empathy for the people in Gaza.
Just to clarify, when I said this has to happen, I didn't mean like all those kids had to die for us to get to this realization. What I mean is it had to get to the point where the Jewish people would lose their standing in society, where it's been, nobody could say anything.
Can't touch it.
Nobody could say. The only thing that we were allowed to do was send money over there. But that's changing.
Jesus.
Happened October 7th is unique. It is.
No, what happened on October 7th is not unique. Dear listener, please read the story of history. Anytime you have people who are oppressed, they're eventually going to fight back.
Yep.
Okay? Yep. I don't know if you guys realize this, but prior to the mass extermination of the concentration camps, we had ghettos for Jewish people. You know, the Warsaw Ghetto? You know what them Jewish people did? A lot of them dudes manned up and said, listen, we're not going to go quietly. And they strapped up and they went to war. They did jihad. Nobody looks at those people in those ghettos and says, look, those Jews, those militant Jews, we all understand. Mm-hmm. Hell no, they're not going to go quietly into the fucking train cart. None of us has any problem with that. That's the story of human history, dear listener. Anytime you get an oppressed group of people, you're always going to get a small contingency of them that say, fuck that, I'd rather die. Mm-hmm. Please Google Nat Turner.
Yep.
Google Nat Turner.
Yep.
And he was wrong, by the way. Let me just... Nat Turner, the slave, seeing his people get raped, murdered, all type of shit, he strapped up with a bunch of his friends and went on a killing spree. He started killing white folks.
And children.
But he started killing children. But here's the problem. The children were his future... his children's future oppressors. Yep. So in his mind, he was cool to do that. Now, I'm a Christian. I'm going to say that that's not the heart of Christ. And I'm going to have you guys bet that if this fellow was around, and if Nat Turner did something to his next door neighbor who owned a plantation, because make no mistake, these folks absolutely were involved in the slave trade. How much you want to bet how he would have characterized Mr. Nat Turner for doing what he did? Now, did Mr. Turner commit an act of terrorism? Absolutely he did. And all of us would know if some white slave-owning plantation owner got on TV and said, we don't need to look into why Nat Turner did what he did. We just need to kill that nigger. I think all of us would be able to say, I don't know. I think maybe we should actually look into why he did what he did.
To even make a moral equivalency, this is one of the keys in anti-Semitism and in any prejudice and bigotry, is that an inappropriate moral equivalency is.
I agree. Anybody talking about the current conflict and using terms like war or moral equivalencies, I agree with you 150%. That is wrong, because the Israelis are fighting a group of people that do not have a military. This is completely and totally one-sided. So you're correct. A Jewish dead person and a Palestinian dead person is an equal tragedy. The problem is that one group has the capacity to bring 30x times more death than the other one.
Yeah.
One of them has an air force. One of them is backed by the most richest country the history of the world has ever seen. And one of them has 9-year-olds throwing rocks at fucking tanks. So, right, there is no moral equivalency. I agree.
When someone says that this race, these people, whomever, are like dogs, they've made a moral equivalency between those people and dogs.
Like your friend Ben Shapiro, who said Palestinians just love to fuck shit up and live in filth. What? Like that. Oh, yeah, Mr. Shapiro.
What is he talking about? They've created a situation where these people don't have anything.
Once in a while, these people, it slips out, the mask comes off. He said that shit on Twitter. That was before he had a publicist that was curating all his shit. He said that shit over Twitter. Then he had to put out a faux apology. That's how these people think.
What was his apology?
Oh, I should have said that, blah, blah, blah. I mean,
that's the apology? I shouldn't have said it? I shouldn't have put out publicly what I felt in my heart?
Yeah.
You know, the Bible says, out of the heart, the mouth speaks.
Abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks,
and we heard the abundance of his heart in that.
That's your religion, bro. Keep exposing yourself. Look at him. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He has no idea what he's doing right now.
That is bigotry. That is hatred.
So I first want to debunk the idea that I first want to debunk the idea that I did not, like I in any way said it really wasn't that bad. That statement never came out of my mouth, and I also want to show that actually, contrary to that, I condemned what Hamas did. So let's just show that clip of what I said, and then I want to get to your quotation about academic discussion. Let's just show what I said about Hamas. I have seen every single person, including myself, condemn what happened on October 7th. Because who wouldn't condemn terrorism? It's obvious. Who would not condemn innocent Israelis dying? But if you then say that it is also sad when an innocent Palestinian child dies, suddenly this is pro-Hamas, or you need to say, even when you're talking about how sad it is that a child dies, you need to button that statement by saying, but that child was a human shield. That's not going to be my response.
Hold on. She characterized it as terrorism. That's like what we did when they came 9/11 and stuff. We characterized it as terrorism, but it was not really. It was like retaliation for what we've been doing.
Well, terrorism is technically an act of terror or murder that's designed to change people's public opinion, right?
Oh.
Or change a policy.
I mean,
so you could. So that is a form of terrorism. What Americans have to understand is that none of these tactics are new. This is just human nature. What Americans need to understand is that everything that we call terrorism, we do. Mm-hmm. But what happens is you're an American, so when we say, look, we did this to the British because we were fighting for our independence, we celebrate that every year.
Right, yeah.
As a matter of fact, the people who are most closely aligned with the Zionists celebrate every year how we shrugged off the tyranny of British oppression. What was that oppression? Was it not allowing self-determination for the colonists? No. Because by the time the Revolutionary War happened, a lot of these motherfuckers had slaves and plantations and shit. They were rich. So what was going on? Interesting.
First off, as a mother, that's not going to be my response as somebody who is about to give birth. When I see these images of children involved on both sides of the conflict, I have pointed to the people that are mocking dead Israeli children and said that they are horrific. I am even keel on this matter, and yet people think that you need to be extreme. So people that have become more radical and extreme are perceiving.
Here, I'm going to quote a great anti-Semite. Here we go. South Africa will never truly be free until the people of Palestine are free. That is anti-Semite Nelson Mandela. We continue.
A moderate stance as not enough.
And because I was about to say, people can disagree with you or agree with you or whatever, but you certainly don't seem radical on this topic.
And I'm going to hold here before you comment on that.
So that is Candace Owens saying, the death of Jews, not a big deal. I don't really care about Jewish people. What's the big deal? That's not what she said. She called Hamas terrorists. She said it was an act of terrorism. Nobody can support it. It's horrible. But she also said, I'm also going to cry over the Gazan children, and I'm not going to button it up by saying they were human shield because they're not.
Yeah.
Because your next sentence, as you just said, she wanted to talk about the depravities of Hamas as an academic discussion and refused to even condemn Hamas. So we just saw that I did condemn Hamas. And regarding the academic discussion...
No, you didn't. I'm sorry, but no, you made a...
She just called them terrorists. She said they committed an act of terrorism.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have said that. I would have said this is an act of survival for these people.
Or retaliation or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look, terrorism works for Americans.
And again, I don't like what they did. I don't want those people hurt. But at the same time, this is crazy what's going on here. This guy is such a liar, dude.
He has no... This is what happens, man, when you're so far gone in your little culture, in your little echo chamber. Like... This is one of the worst things he could have possibly done. Like, this is so bad for them. Like, God.
Moral equivalency between Hamas and Gaza.
I didn't do that.
There is no moral equivalency. What Hamas did is evil.
That's
we
right.
agree.
That's
there
right.
is no moral equivalency
right, because Gaza doesn't have an air force.
Correct.
Gaza can't fight back like what Israel's doing. And Israel is supported monetarily by so many Christians, our people. Forgive us. But yeah, you're right. There is no equivalency. I don't know why you're offended, though.
He's offended that Candace would have the audacity to imply that a Gazan child is equal in value to an Israeli child. Jeez. Imagine that.
It is not a tragedy, only it is evil. I'm sorry, Candace, but you make an equivalency that does not exist in most people's minds, and certainly in no Jews' minds.
Okay. For a rabbi...
well, again, I'm not ever going to disrespect my Jewish friends and say that they think like you. I don't think the majority of Jews think like you. And this guy is, again, insane. The entire world is against you people. What are you talking about? I'm specifically talking about Zionists. The world is against Zionists. The world is not against Jewish people. I'm not seeing a bunch of people mad at Jewish people. I'm seeing a bunch of people mad at Zionists.
Okay.
I'm seeing ultra-Orthodox Jews mad at Zionists. Which, by the way, theologically, there is no way to theologize what happened in 1948. There's nothing in the Old Testament that says that God is going to bring the Jews back into the land in an unrepentant state. I'm sorry, but these girls are getting unlimited abortions over there, and I'm not going to talk about the shit that goes on in Tel Aviv on a normal night. Let's not get biblical about this, and let's just keep it political, because if you get biblical, it's not good. We continue.
Dirty word. And what I was saying was that it's wrongly associated with Hitler. I don't believe that Hitler was a nationalist, because obviously Hitler was...
The implications and the words, and I actually do know where some of those clips are because I won't read Semitism.
No, sure you do.
Yeah, he said he knows where some of the clips are.
We didn't see any.
We'll see them soon, inshallah.
Sure.
I'll shoot an update video on this, dear listener, when the videos come out.
Yeah,
happened on.
Remember, she talked to Tucker. So go for it. Yeah. After Tucker.
I first want. But if you then think that you need
between Hamas and Gaza,
I didn't do
there is no moral equivalency. What Hamas did is evil.
I love how calm she's being. I'm really learning. Go ahead, buddy. Gin yourself up. The audacity of this woman to cry over Gazan children. Oh, God. Ethiopian Jews that migrated to Israel were sterilized without their knowledge and consent. That is true. And again, those Ethiopians, DNA-wise, are way more approximate to the biblical Jews than these people. We continue.
It is not a tragedy, only it is evil. I'm sorry, Candace, but you make an equivalency that does not exist in most people's minds, and certainly in no Jews'
You're
minds.
wrong.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that, so people can hear what I actually said and hear what you are saying and how you are taking it. I don't know how you could write this statement, she refused to condemn Hamas, when I literally said who would not condemn these horrific events.
You don't consider them uniquely evil. You put them in pari passu relationship.
So you're saying that,
So unless she says what happened is uniquely horrible because Jews are uniquely valuable.
Unbelievable.
You, when you called them terrorists. I mean, this guy is just telling you, we are a different kind of human being. And if you do not realize that and bow to us, you're an anti-Semite. SubhanAllah. Here we go. I don't think Ezekiel 37 is in any way, shape, or form relative to 1948. I think Deuteronomy 28, Isaiah chapter 1, Isaiah chapter 50 is way more approximate to what's going on in Israel than Ezekiel. We'll probably talk about that at some point. Maybe this guy, he's a rabbi, will bring up the Bible at some point.
Even though I did, so now you're admitting that I did condemn Hamas. Even though you wrote she refused to condemn Hamas.
What condemnation is? Is this where you really want to go? Is have an English discussion about what condemnation is?
You wrote she refused to condemn Hamas. These are your words.
Because when you put that, at the moment you say that they have a moral equivalency with anything else, that's not condemnation, no matter what.
She didn't say moral equivalency.
Yeah, I was like, I never heard that.
What she's talking about is ontological value. A Jewish child has an ontology. That's called human or Homo sapien. A Gazan child has an ontology. They are also human and Homo sapien. So the equivalency she made is in the value of both people. You're talking about a moral equivalency. And there's no way anybody can make an immoral equivalency about Israel and Gaza because only one of them has a military. We continue.
And I said it's sad when an innocent.
It's not condemnation, and
is
it's
it,
not.
I'll just ask you a question:
sorry,
is it sad?
Candace,
is it
not
sad?
Extreme.
Sure.
Sit there and do that.
I don't want to cut each other off, okay? Because clearly, what we are having here is just a disagreement. There's no reason to get angry. Do you think?
I'm sorry.
Think it is sad?
Pause. I love how she's like the rudder on the boat.
Yeah, I know.
And she just keeps steering it, and he's like,
I know.
and then she's like, let me just take a little turn here.
I love it.
We're gonna calm down.
Yeah. See,
we need you to regulate yourself.
That's actually that's it. I was in a debate with somebody. They went a little bit crazy on me one time, and I was saying, they like, how did you stay so calm? It's like, listen, man, if you're black, you know how to stay calm in these situations. Because if you've ever done anything significant, you've had to deal with crazy people like this your whole life. But see, now, if you can handle it like Candace, you get the advantage. Because this guy, you're on her show, bro. You're doing what she wants you to do. You just don't get it because you're so caught up in your.
Yep.
I mean, this guy's obviously a racist. Obviously, we continue.
When an innocent Palestinian child dies.
Look at her face.
Candace, I cry every day.
Lying.
And it's not just for Israel.
Nobody believes you.
Nope.
And this is one of the things you clearly do not understand.
Oh, here we go.
He's not answering the question, though.
Here we go. He's trying to pretend like he's upset. Oh, I'm offended. How could you question whether or not I cry every night for the Palestinians? Stop! Nobody believes you. Lying ass. You don't believe you. Blinking and shit.
You don't get it. I cry for what's going on in Israel.
Look at him blinking.
I cry just as much for what we are forced to do.
Forced!
Golda Meir had a great quote.
Golda Meir.
She said that
butcher, this woman.
One day we may be able to forgive them for killing Israeli children. We will never be able to forgive them for making us kill their children.
Oh my God! Oh no! The plight!
Oh my
gosh!
Plight! Oh my gosh!
Can you imagine the plight? You know. Hey, we may forgive the Iraqis for existing in their sandals and shit, and going to the souk to get fucking food and shit. We might forgive them for existing, but we may never forgive them for forcing us to kill 1 million of their civilians. This is unbelievable. What are you talking? It's almost funny. You've got to be kidding me. Jesus, God Almighty.
So what about my statement of saying that I also cry for Palestinian children is wrong to you if you also admit it is sad when Palestinian children die?
It's painful, but it is not in any way, shape, or form morally equivalent to October 7th.
We agree.
What you guys are doing is worse.
When you were killing that IDF guy with a garden hoe, that shows you how poor and under-equipped this military is. That they didn't have a gun to dispatch this man into a turning down. Look, war is disgusting. It's horrible. It's horrible. But what are you talking about?
Yeah.
There is no moral equivalency because let me just say this one thing, guys, because one of the excuses that they're using is, well, it's Hamas, and how else are we going to get Hamas? And, we have to kill all these civvies because of Hamas, and they're underground, and blah, blah, blah. Dear listener, I've said this before, I'll say it again. All you have to do is Google Fallujah. We had a couple guys over there in Blackwater. Comms got jammed up. Long story short, they killed those dudes, set them on fire, and hung their bodies upside down over a bridge. Okay? Well, that was the time when Mr. Bush and Mr. Donald Rumsfeld were in office. So everybody on the planet knew that them folks in Fallujah were going to pay a terrible price for what they did to our folks. And you know what we did, dear listener? We sent in psychological operators. We dropped a bunch of leaflets over that area. And the leaflets, pardon my French, this is going to get very graphic. But the leaflet had picture A with Hussein. No, not Hussein. You have Abdul. You have Abdul Rahman. With his family, he's got about 5 or 6 people, little kid crawling around. There's a wonderful family with this dude. Real picture, by the way. And then the next picture is Ahmed with half of his head exposed, his brains oozing out. And then the next thing says, if you're here by this and this date, this is going to be your fate. If you want to remain in picture A, get the fuck out of Fallujah. So we told those people, we're coming. Get out. And then you know what we did? We went in there and summarily sent a bunch of AC-130s and just bombed the hell out of Fallujah. No, that's not what we did, actually. You know what we actually did is we looked at a bunch of 18 and 19-year-old Marines. And we told those Marines, go door to door and clear out Fallujah. And we lost 150 of our guys doing that shit. So miss me with this idea that the only way you could quell Hamas is by these indiscriminate bombing that kill women and children, by bombing hospitals and all the rest of it. Miss me with that. You're not talking to somebody who doesn't know how that shit works.
There was a man and woman, and the man would beat the hell out of the woman every single day. And she had 7 kids, and then he started killing off her kids. And then he said, I hope that if he said, I'm never going to be able to forgive myself for what she made me do.
Oh, yeah.
We would, that's
right.
A shout out to, I Rock News or whatever.
I look at news, yeah.
We would be like, that's crazy. This is what that guy just said. Hopefully he doesn't know if he'll be able to forgive himself for what they made them do. Come on.
You guys, unbelievable. They're stopping aid from entering Gaza, and everyone is starving to death slowly. There's no moral equivalency needed, and they're also dying of thirst. Now, I could tell you before God, I went 3 days without water, voluntarily. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's all you think about. Literally your entire, and then the day gets broken out by milliseconds. Like, oh, I'll just wait this out. The day gets broken out by milliseconds.
Now, I've never been in a situation like that, but I've had babies. And when you are birthing that child, you get so thirsty. Vinny's holding the water for me, like every little bit, water, water, water. And even as much as you hold the water for me, there gets a point where you're like so thirsty, but you're in so much pain you can't drink enough. You have to just put it on pause and say, I will drink when this is over. These women have no water and they're still birthing their children. That's if Israel doesn't hold them at some checkpoint and let their baby miscarry there.
That is the anti-Semitic bigotry.
And then we got pro-lifers. You're pro-life, and we got pro-lifer supporting this bullshit happening to these kids and not speaking out against it either. But you're a pro-lifer, and those leftists who say you don't give a fuck about life, you just want to control women's bodies, they're just using that as an excuse. We're not giving them any fucking reason to believe that.
But I didn't say that. I just want to be clear. People are watching. It's just not what came out of my mouth. But I'm not gonna. I don't want to get hung up. I don't want to get hung up on that. I want to now point to. You said I wanted to talk about the depravities. I'm gonna quote it. She wanted to talk about the depravities of Hamas as an academic discussion. Actually, I was talking about.
Now, see, this is a mistake. She should say yes. We need to have an academic discussion. He's trying to condition people to think we shouldn't even use our minds, our mental faculties that God gave us to measure what's going on here. We should just react based on what they say. This shit is incredible. The audacity of these people. Not only do you own land that doesn't belong to you, now you own minds that don't belong to you. This shit is incredible.
Get out of here.
NATO, and here is the clip of what I said when I used the words academic discussion. Take a listen. I mean, you can go back to me even talking about NATO expansion before things erupted between Russia and Ukraine,
Yes.
and having a meaningful discussion about how much.
So what happened to the Ukrainians? Like, is that significant? Is what happened to the people in Donbass? Is that significant? You said that the day that you guys were invaded or whatever was the worst day in history. Oh my God. I can't believe people go on and say this shit live. You really said that shit, bro.
He really believes it.
This thing is going to get 1 million hits, I promise you.
He really believes it.
Man, I got to tell you, this woman, the way she handled herself, like,
she's
I'm about to
incredible.
absolve Candace Owens from all of her transgressions against the black community. We continue.
Expansion, how would we feel if we had troops on our border? These are things that should be allowed in an academic discussion. You should be able to sit on stage and should be able to debate these ideas without using
You know who didn't want those discussions? Zelensky and the rest of them. Don't you guys remember? Go back and look. When I was covering the Ukraine-Russia thing, I'd say, hey, this NATO shit is kind of... Hey, and then it turns out that America was right in the middle of all that bullshit. Interesting. So I understood why there was a lot of anti-intellectualism during the whole situation. There was a lot of anti-education. I'm like, well, Noam Chomsky, we've got Hirschmeyer. I mean, everybody that's an expert says that this is going to happen. What's going on? And there was a giant anti-intellectual push by some of y'all. I'm not going to mention you. I only had my buddy Applejack to support me at the time. I'm not going to mention everybody, but everybody came after me. All I had was my girl and Applejack to support me. The rest of you guys are calling me a Russian op and all the rest of it. We continue.
common attacks.
You're using it in the reference, Candace, in the dialogue about October 7th. You're using your discussions of NATO as an analogy, an analogous way about how we should be able to discuss October 7th.
From a foreign
analogy.
Okay. So you think that it is fair after listening to that, me talking about NATO and me talking about Russia and Ukraine and saying that we should always be able to have an academic discussion about foreign policy, you think your statement still is fair, saying that she wanted to talk about the depravities of Hamas as an academic discussion?
Yes, because you were making an equivalency between Ukrainian people who got their country invaded and got massacred by a bunch of people by an army much stronger than them. You're trying to act like what happened to the Jewish people on the October 7th was in any way, shape, or form equivalent to what happened to Ukrainian people on the date that Putin invaded them and bodied a whole bunch of people. I mean, you have to understand that a Jewish body is worth 30 times that of a Ukrainian body. And so that's why he can still say that. Maybe she understands now. We continue.
Because you're using that context.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I look at news. I look at news was all in it for sure. There was also anti-intellectualism relative to COVID. That's also true. Correct. Kids under 5, starvation is now considered imminent for them. Literally the innocent starving. Correct.
You're the one taking your own quotes out of context.
I played it. I didn't take it out of context. I just...
This guy, man.
You took your own quote out of context. La ilaha. Look at look at Candace. Hey, hey, Rabbi with the 35 followers, bro.
38.
Hey,
38.
hey, come on the show. Let's have a discussion, bro. I'm gonna help you.
Played it.
Then play the whole paragraph we were talking before. That's the entire issue.
I did. So the first part was what I just showed you. That was actually a split clip. The first part, the first half of that was when the one that we just showed you, when you said that I said it really wasn't that bad and why should she even care? The first part I say I condemn Hamas. And then I said that I've been consistent in all.
This rabbi has never read the 10 Commandments. You're right. Because a very major commandment was thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
That's right.
You're bearing false witness, Rabbi.
Yep.
saying that we should have a topic, we should be able to discuss foreign policy removed from ad hominem attacks, because that is the truth and that's how I feel. But to be clear,
Candace?
I just broke out academic discussion because I was referring.
Candace,
okay.
I'm going to ask you really simple questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No. I want to keep going through this.
It's about this. So I'm going to ask you a simple question. Do you ever mean to hurt people because of their race, religion, or color? Ever?
Do I ever mean to hurt people? Say that
because of their race, religion, or color.
I mean, it depends. If your religion says,
I'm going to ask some really simple questions.
If your religion says you can go to somebody's house and kick them off their land and kill them and rape their wife and brag about it on TV, I want to hurt you. I do. If your philosophy is that you're going to come to my house and do something and hurt my wife and assault my daughters, I absolutely purposely am going to hurt you, for sure. Mm-hmm. We got to stop this nonsense. I'm not going to agree to none of this shit. No. Yeah, some people need to be hurt, man. Some people need to be hurt. You cannot keep doing shit to people like this over and over again and then hide behind your religion. People are going to hurt you, and they should hurt you. You know why? Because the Old Testament says so. Since you want to reject Jesus Christ,
yeah, that's right.
You want to reject the Lord Jesus, cool. You're still under the Old Testament then. And under the Old Testament, those folks deserve the death penalty. That's a fact.
Literally, the scriptures talk about the Old Testament. A lot of people are like, the Old Testament just seems like it's a bunch of rules and laws. And it says the reason that was like that is because God understood that the hardness of man's hearts, like people's hearts were hard.
Correct.
And so he had to set up laws to keep us from getting way too off the rails.
Correct.
So this guy is proving himself to have a heart so hardened he can't even follow those rules and those laws of the religion that he says he follows. So he's beyond the pale.
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy's crazy. He's not following his religion, but he wants to claim the land.
It's incredible. It is incredible. That's so true. You don't want to actually own the religion, but you want to keep the land though. Here you go. The scripture says that the Jews, this is the Old Testament now. If a stranger shall sojourn with you, which, like for example, right? Like if you lived in Israel for like hundreds of years and then a bunch of people came from Europe, they would be strangers, right? Right. Okay. So if a stranger shall sojourn with you and keep the Passover of the Lord, let all of his males be circumcised. Then he may come near and keep it. He shall be a native of the land, but no uncircumcised person shall eat of it. There shall be one law for the native and for the stranger who sojourns among you. I put that out there because Exodus 11 is at the beginning of the journey of the people of Israel as a distinct nation state in the way that we think about it. So that was right from the beginning. That you got to have the same law for the native and the same law for the stranger or the foreigner.
Yep.
Okay. That's just a fact. It's there, and it continues all through Numbers 15. You shall have one that sinneth through ignorance, both for him and born among the children of Israel, and the stranger who sojourns among them. There's this constant beat of doing that. That's even in the Old Testament. That doesn't reflect God's perfect world. We continue.
Yep.
Ever.
I can't hear the last part of it. I don't know why I'm not hearing.
I'm sorry. We'll apologize. We know about the technology. Do you ever intend to hurt or want to hurt anyone based on their race, religion, theology, color, etc.?
No, never. Not once.
All right. What you need to hear is your statement. I'm not alone in this. Because it is in the whole context of October 7th. It's hurtful to Jews.
Okay.
I don't care.
Why does this man think that we should care about feelings when bodies are being massacred?
I don't care how you feel about what she wrote, bro. You lied. You lied. And when I don't know if you guys notice this. I've done debates. People think I do it for a career. I don't do it for a career. Quite frankly, I'm having a hard time finding debating partners. To be honest with you. But
and when he does those debates, they just disappear. I don't know. There's like a lot of tech.
Yeah, shout out to Jazz, my Muslim friend. Shout out to him.
I know you're still looking for it though, right?
You're still looking for it, right? Line. Yeah. Can we please get this man a safe space? What you said was hurtful to Jews. Stop. You know what? I think the vast majority of Jews are shedding a bunch of tears because when they turn on TV or they turn on YouTube or they turn on Telegraph or they see on Twitter yet another set of children getting massacred, and then everybody in the world knows that it's your nation that did it, even though you completely disagree with it, but now you're lumped in with crazy people like this, and then you come on here and start lying about this girl. Bold-faced lying.
Yeah.
When you're confronted with the facts, just lying. And you imagine being a Jewish person and having to deal with that. And having to sit through having to sit through this situation, and now having to be like, yo, this dude just went on the Candace Owens show. Now people are going to think we think this way. The vast majority of Jews do not think this way. You got to be a special kind of sociopath to think this way. And bless God, those folks are always the minority in any given society.
Thank God.
There's no way in the world that the majority of Jews on the planet or in Israel or anywhere else thinks this way.
Uh-huh.
No, I don't believe it.
Hope not.
I don't believe it because we would see a lot more of these horrible episodes if that were the case.
And I'd like to give you an analogy that I think that might really help our dialogue.
But here's the thing. Candace asked him a question. And instead of answering Candace's question, he went and asked her another question to get her off track. And this is the reason why in moderated debates during cross-X, all you're allowed to do is answer the question.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And that's the reason why a lot of these folks refuse to go into actual moderated debates, because you can't do shit like this. It's a little debating trick. And that's the reason why when I have these moderated debates, we laid out clearly about what the rules are, and we have an actual moderator that enforces the actual rules so that people can't do dumb shit like this. We continue.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't dumb. It's a good tactic when you're caught with your pants down.
Well, no, honestly, it's a good tactic if it's like one-on-one, because then everything can get... But this is recorded, and we're all watching it, so all of us get to have a seat to say, wow, this is crazy.
Dummy.
Mm-hmm.
A number of years ago, a movie came out called The Passion of the Christ. Did you see the movie?
Yes, it's a wonderful movie.
Life-changing movie.
And I saw the movie as well. I saw it the opening day and saw it twice, and I arranged for a screening of priest students, minister students, rabbinic students, rabbis, ministers, and priests at Loyola Marymount when I was a professor. Okay. I realized something in watching that movie. There are two movies going on. If you accept Jesus as your Savior, then that movie is so brilliant and so painful about his suffering that it transcends everything else, and that's all you see. And I think you just said it was a brilliant movie, and as many of my friends did at Loyola, etc. I think it was a brilliant movie too as well. If you don't accept Jesus as your Savior, you're not so emotionally attached to all the suffering that Gibson portrays so well. And so what you do notice, as an example, are all the anti-Semitic things. So I had a discussion with a woman who's the senior vice president.
It's literally history.
The Passion of the Christ.
I'm sorry. Look.
Was anti-Semitic.
You know what's crazy?
Roots,
this is history.
Roots was anti-white.
It's literally what happened. Like, we defend yourself, defend your own people, but you can't call us anti-Semites because we're saying what actually happened. Like, why don't you guys repent of that history of yours?
Read the Talmud. They have no problem claiming the death of Christ.
Loyola, when the movie came out, she said, Rabbi, there's no anti-Semitism. I said, actually, I'll give you an example of one scene. There's a scene of little Jewish kids who chase Judas, and they morph into demons. And they're wearing modern 20th century yarmulkes, and they have classic Jewish stereotypical faces, and they morph into demons. And with modern yarmulkes, it's that trope of Jews as demons. And Lainey said to me,
I don't think that's what they were doing.
What? What are you talking? First of all, Judas kills himself in the Passion of the Christ. That suicide scene was one of the more disturbing suicide scenes I'd ever seen in my life. I have nobody said, you see those Jews. First of all, It has been a thing in Hollywood to make the child the demon, you weirdo. Hello, didn't we see, what was it, the big one, The Exorcist?
Yeah.
The Exorcist, was that an anti-white girl film? Because the white girl was the one that was demon-possessed and scaring the shit out of everybody. Her neck was like doing this 360 thing. She was throwing out the green. I didn't really watch Exorcist, but there's been a bunch of movies where the demons are children. And the reason for that device is obvious. It has nothing to do with being Jewish. It has to do with the fact that children in our perception are more approximate to innocence than adults are. And so when you make a child a demon, it's really ironic and it's extra spooky because these are the demographic that we look at as most innocent. It's a literary device. It's called irony.
Secondly,
You weirdo. It has nothing to do with Judaism or Jews or anything. The kids in the story were Jews because it happened in Israel, you weirdo. What were they supposed to do? Put black kids in there? You probably...
Yo.
Yeah. Children of the Corn. Right. Children of the Corn. That's another we're going to say that that's an anti-indigenous movie because we didn't know about corn until we came here and then it was maize. And so corn is directly related to... Okay, native people, and then children of the corn, and then they were demons, and that movie was really meant to justify displacing indigenous people, and that's the real reason the Trail of Tears happened, dear listener. That's the ultimate message of Children of the Corn. Secondly, help me, Lord.
When I see
help
a scene
me,
like
Jewish
that,
Jesus, with these people. Continue.
Secondly, when I see a scene like that, it makes me think like if there's children and then all of a sudden they turn to be demons and then he ends up
look at this
shortly
face,
after. I know.
This is the black woman I'm tired face. Only black women can make that face, bro. Go ahead.
If the children then turn into demons, like
you gotta make that the screen cap.
She has to look like she had no time for him. Yeah, cap it.
And he's looking away in shame, like, I don't think that one's gonna land.
If the children turn into demons and then shortly after he kills himself, to me that speaks more to when you get that far down in the deception and in the darkness, like even the good things like children or whatever, like all of that stuff turned to be bad. So I don't think that it was a correlation. And I'm the one that brought up I saw in Little House on the Prairie, the horn thing.
Correct.
But I don't really think that had anything to do with it. I think it's more, what you're pointing at us.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
But it's like he said, he looked at it from two lenses. There's the lens where you look at history for what it is, and you say this is the suffering that Jesus suffered under. These are the situations that surrounded it, and you can get those historical backgrounds from people that are not even just Christians. You have Tacitus and you have Josephus. You can read other historians, but he's looking at it from. If you're looking at it and you're actually coming into it to disprove the Messiah, then you're probably going to pull out a lot of different things that aren't actually there.
Tell me what historian would agree that there wasn't hostility in Judaism toward early Christianity. Mm-hmm. Name me the historian. Yeah. Name me the historian who will not agree that early Judaism partnered with the Roman government to eliminate Christians.
100%.
Name me one.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. We continue.
I don't remember that scene. And I realized in that moment, she was so emotionally involved in the suffering of Jesus, she didn't notice the anti-Semitism. But both are true in the movie.
Let me get this straight. Let me put this little math equation together, right? If person X says this thing is racist, but black people watch it, and it's not that black people look at it and go, that's not racist. Black people look at it and don't even conceive of race as an issue in the situation. If everybody who looks at it doesn't even look at it and remember it, maybe then it wasn't racism. Is that possible? Is it possible that all of us are used to seeing demonized children and it's spooky and that's all we knew about that particular scene?
The setting was, it was in a Jewish setting. What were they supposed to do? Like you said, it was to put some black kids in there.
What they were supposed to do is find a way. They were supposed to go to Rafah, find some Palestinian kids and demonize them. Because Candace is wrong for crying over their dead bodies. So they must be demons. We continue.
I don't know why she's demonized for that. He too
You
is
may
crying
not
on the daily
have
for them.
the desire to have that pain in your heart. But what I'm trying to tell you is, by having a conversation with Tucker Carlson under the umbrella of October 7, which is what that segment was about, and saying that you have a moderate stance, that there should be able to be discussion, just like there is about NATO, it validates the reality of the absolute evil that is unique to October 7. If you asked me on October 6th what to do with Hamas, despite that in their covenant of 1988, their charter, which I don't know if you've read, despite the fact that in Article 7, 11, and 13, they call for the destruction of all Jews. If you'd asked me on October 6th, I would say we should do whatever we should do for peace. What they did on October 7th was surrender their human souls. They became Amalek, if you're familiar with the character from the Bible.
There it is!
From what? They became
Amalek! Amalek, the Amalekites! The Amalekites!
Yo!
They literal, okay, here we go!
Wow.
Here we go! So you just called them Amalekites for doing what they did on the 7th of October. You said they left the human. First of all, the Amalekites did not surrender their human soul, you fucking weirdo. There's nothing in the Bible that says that. And secondly, we've already went over this. Wow! You really doing that. Just so you guys know, modern Judaism is not Torah bound. It's not bound to the first 5 books of the Bible. Okay, you've got the oral Torah and the written Torah, and this guy's school of Judaism puts the written Torah, i.e. his sages, above, the oral Torah, i.e. his sages, above the written Torah, which is actually the text of Scripture. So him going back and quoting about the Amalekites now, he's not talking about the Amalekites from a biblical perspective. He's talking about the Amalekites from the perspective of his Jewish supremacist form of Judaism. I'm putting this in quotes. Okay, because you cannot extract this Jewish supremacist bullshit from the Bible, which is why they do not limit themselves to the Bible. This is very important. This is not a situation where Jewish people are reading and saying, okay, this is an exegesis you can come to, and we're just debating the text. No! These people do not limit themselves to the biblical text. This is so important. We continue. God almighty.
When he says that, the Amalekites in the Bible, they were destroyed by Saul and his people, right?
Yeah.
So what is he when he's saying that they made themselves that? Does that justify their?
Because you have the conquest passages of a specific group of people that were under a specific form of divine judgment.
Yes.
For that specific time, and it never got repeated. By the way, once you get out of the book of Joshua and you get into the Judges in 1st and 2nd, there is no command. Okay, go here, go here, go here, go here. That's not the situation. What modern Judaism has tried to do is they have tried to say this is some sort of perpetual situation where we're always at war until we can clear the land and reclaim the land for ourselves. That's modern Zionism.
Right. So is that a declaration of violence on them when he calls them that?
That's him saying that they should be they're
not justified in doing that,
cleansing the land of them. Yes.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought he was saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, good night.
But she's bad for having some emotion. Unbelievable.
Yeah, she's bad for having any emotion.
This guy is psychotic, honestly.
We continue.
In the technical sense.
And what they did is so evil. It cannot be compared to anything else. Just like what Hitler did is so evil. No one should compare. I don't care if it's Trump or Obama. No one should compare any political leader today to him.
Of course not, because Hitler is the worst person ever. I keep trying to tell you guys. Hitler was bad, but Stalin, Mussolini, etc., we got a lot of bad shit going on.
Yeah.
I've told you guys in the beginning of this show, we're not going to make Nazis and Hitler some special other class of human being. Because it then gets used as a cudgel, as we've seen in our country for the last 5-6 years. We don't want to engage with Mr. Trump or any of his supporters. We're just going to call them Nazis because we don't need to talk to them. What do you do with a Nazi? You just punch him, right? We don't need to talk. I put the lots, and then think about this. Why do we know that there are other people that committed horrible acts of ethnic cleansing, but somehow Hitler's on the other side? It's because all of us have been brainwashed into believing that Jewish lives are a little bit more valuable than everybody else's. You got to tip the hat. You got to tip the hat.
Well, I mean, I didn't think that Jewish lives were more important or more special or anything than anybody else's. It was just that I didn't know that the tragedies that were foisted upon them have also been done in other contexts to other people groups, because their story has been so ubiquitous. And you guys know my upbringing was extremely sheltered, but because my parents were dispensationalists, there was a lot of books and a lot of information on the plight of the Jews and what had been done to them. And so I had deep emotions for what happened to those people, and cared deeply for how they were treated, and have all spoken out against it, thinking that it was wrong. And I was all for, like, give the Jews back their land. I had no idea what was actually going on over there. It's mind blowing to see it. And then obviously when you start realizing that of the amount of people that died in the Holocaust, that there are other areas where that happened or worse. It's just, it is, some of these things is like the evils of human nature being worked out on the world around us, but it's just different versions of the same thing. It's the same evil heart and the same evil spirit behind it that is destroying these people. But it comes down to people keep dividing people and calling them Untermenschen, fetus, all these different
Amalek,
things.
Yep.
Right. This is just another version of that.
Now they've surrendered their human soul.
Yep.
This is the same thing that fucking, who is it? The Ben guy from Young Turks. He started his criticism of Kanye by saying, formerly human Kanye West. I said, who the fuck is this guy? Who are you to determine who is human and who is not? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. These people are weirdos, bro. Yeah.
But you know what? The Bible says that people are made in the image and likeness of God. That's been stripped away from people. So now you're down to their humanity, and now they're trying to strip that away too. Unbelievable.
You did it under guise. Whether you meant to or not, it was anti-Semitic games.
Okay, so I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't accept that characterization. So what I'm doing now is I'm allowing you to say what you believe and showing the clips, not removed from their context. And we have to just allow people.
By the way, as a parenthesis, I see. Hitler did learn all about attempting genocide from the U.S. government. He followed the example used on my ancestors, correct? As well as the eugenics programs initiated by Ms. Margaret Sanger, who was literally quoted in the Nuremberg trials by the Nazis. I did an entire Middle America about that. Correct. We continue. Shout out to all my indigenous people. You guys are still here, damn it.
To take from this discussion what they can. If you're like most Americans, you're struggling to make ends meet. Refinance options.
Thank you.
795, pro-Israel. I couldn't find a clip on that, so I just wanted to ask you what you were referring to, because actually what happened was Bennett.
.org.
Hold on,
APR for rates in the 5
I don't know.
6.799% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 800-795-1210 for details about credit costs and terms.
Now, I do want to move on, though, because then the next sentence almost appears to me to be the inversion of what actually happened. You write, she castigated Ben Shapiro for being passionately pro-Israel. I couldn't find a clip on that, so I just wanted to ask you what you were referring to, because actually what happened was Ben insulted.
She castigated Ben Shapiro. So Candace went out and picked a fight with the most powerful dude in that company because he was pro-Israel. This is going to be interesting to look at.
Yeah.
To me publicly, I have not insulted Ben publicly, so I'm just wondering where that sentence, where we can look for me castigating Ben Shapiro for being pro-Israel.
I will try and find the actual clips, number one. Number two.
Just off the top of your head, where I was when I castigated him, where I was when I disrespected him.
Candace, I will be happy to go try and find you things about it. I'm sure Ben can find them as well. I'm sure other people can. I want to make something real clear about this stuff.
What is this, the third accusation he's made that he can't substantiate?
Sir, we're going to ask you some basic questions. Isn't that what he said to her?
Yeah.
Where's the clip?
Where's the clip?
Where's the clip? Don't send us to Ben Shapiro and all these other people. You're the one that made the statement. You're the one that made the claim. Bring it. Like she's bringing hers.
You published this.
Right.
You published it.
But you didn't think so you were going to get called on it, right? Because all your people come around.
I don't think that there is a place for any of the kind of dialogue, especially between people who are the same conservatives, who are on the same side. I don't think there's a place.
Obviously, conservatives are not on the same side of Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson are not on the same side. I'm sorry.
Personally insult anyone. And that comes from both sides. I don't think it's okay for anyone.
Now he wants to do the both sides thing. You know why he wants to do the both sides thing? Because there's only been one person out of the two of them that's publicly insulted the other. And that would be Ben Shapiro attacking Candace. For not genuflecting to these people. What are you talking about, Ross? We continue.
One to insult you or your family.
All right, you know what? I'm going to take a little break now because I don't want Soraya to miss anything. So right now, I'm going to take a little 2-second break. I'll open up the floor. If you guys see any holes in my logic, my reasoning, I promise you I'm open to it. What am I missing here, or am I pretty much on point? Shout out to Perkinos. Hope you're here. Shout out to Dave. Shout out to all you beautiful people. We got a couple of y'all in here. Like, share, comment, subscribe. If I see a lot of, let's say if we get up to 100 likes on this video, then I'm going to say, okay, people like watching the show at this time, and then we'll try to make it extremely current, you know. I haven't shot one of these in a while, so, you know, your feedback is good. Okay, nobody asked me a question?
Thanks,
We're going to go right back. How much longer is the video? I don't want to tell you. I'm not going to tell you how much longer it is. We're going to be here for a while.
Hanging out as friends.
It's okay for you to insult anyone or their families. I call you an anti-Semite because that is how I judge the way you act and what you said.
Okay.
I'm very pleased that you've agreed to watch the documentary.
He's pleased to watch the Mossad produced 47 minutes of propaganda. He's pleased.
Makes me very happy, and you can comment on it after you've watched it. Makes me really happy.
Vin, did you see the card from Cards Against Humanity? No. Should I look it up?
Honestly. Okay. And I think that and hope that after you see that, you'll have a whole different understanding.
She won't.
But I don't think it's okay for anyone to make personal attacks. Now, when Ben Shapiro calls you an anti-Semite, I call you an anti-Semite. I only wish goodness on your soul, but that is how you act.
Okay.
That's very different than calling you a fill-in-the-blank pejorative.
Okay. But you did write, she castigated Ben Shapiro for being pro-Israel. So I'm just asking you.
Happy to find the exact quotes for you. Happy to find.
Because it just never happened. I would never.
Okay. You're saying that. I'm happy to find. Okay.
But he did insult me, but I did not insult Ben. So that was very interesting because I was like, that's almost an inversion of what happened here.
Well, okay. Candace, he says something differently, I think, but I will.
So you took Ben's word for it.
Unbelievable.
Then published it.
Unbelievable.
Now she's saying, well, I didn't do it. But somehow she's the actual person. Ben is saying he heard from hearsay that she said XYZ. She's actually the person. She's saying I didn't say it. But we're going to take Ben's word over her. Why?
Yep.
How come?
Yep.
I'm telling you, this guy's just showing you in every single point.
Yep.
Jewish people here, everybody else here. It's not even black people. It's everybody else is beneath this dude. Holy shit.
Fine. And I'm happy to let Skylar know a place and only in that specific interview, by the way.
In that interview?
We're talking about that interview.
That's why I was asking you. What interview? Me and Tucker talking about Ben? You're saying that I castigated him for being pro-Israel.
Candace, I'm happy I'll say it again. I'm happy to find those spaces where you castigated him and send them to Skylar, and you can decide to share them with your audience or not.
Well, we'll put it in right in here if there's a example of a clip of me doing that.
There will be none. This has happened with me so many times I can't even tell you. Then you always blah, blah, blah. I say, well, I'm the most ubiquitous poster on this forum. Go ahead and put it up there. You know what happens 97% of the time? Nothing. You know what happens the other 3% of the time? They put it up there and I'm wrong. So you know what happens? I got to go up there and say, hey, I was wrong about that. See how that works? It's very simple. If you don't have it, it's because it didn't happen, sir. We continue.
It's actually, I abstained from doing that and told Tucker that it's not something that I would do. Okay, then you go on to talk about me attacking Rabbi Shmuley. My audience has already seen him attacking me over the last 2 years.
Shit.
And I'm just going to ask you a basic question. Does a black person or any person have a right to defend themselves?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that is interesting, because Rabbi Shmuley and his daughter have attacked me and made videos of me for 2 years straight. I have responded once, and you're basically saying that I'm anti-Semitic for responding. So I want your perception of when it is that a black person's allowed to respond.
So, Candace, first of all, I know Shmuley peripherally. We've probably met a half a dozen times. Okay? He is an incredibly knowledgeable man. He formed L'Chaim Society at Oxford. Incredibly knowledgeable man. And with 9 kids, right? And we have something in Judaism, predates Christianity, but it's also Christianity as well to an extent, called Lashon Hara, the evil tongue. That to gossip, to say certain things like that is really a huge avera. It's a huge sin. It's a huge chait.
This is
crazy, that means you and Mr. Shapiro are both guilty of that sin.
Yeah.
You should repent and make atonement. You can't because you don't have a temple, so you can't sacrifice to make atonement, and your Torah tells you that that's the way to atone for your sins. We continue.
Wow.
I don't know all the things that he has said about you. I do know he's called you an anti-Semite, and so have I. That's not a personal attack on you and your family. For you to call a man who is...
What about you lying about her? What about you saying she castigated Shapiro when she didn't? What about you saying that she said, not a big deal what happened to those kids over there in Israel? What about you saying that she was fine with Hamas and all the rest of it? When she literally... What about you saying she refused to condemn Hamas when she literally said they were terrorists? Nope. We're just going to talk about Rabbi Shmuley now, who's selling sex toys with his daughter. That's a true story. It's a true story. He sells sex toys with his daughter. Not lying to you, it's the truth. We continue. Disgusting.
Extremely knowledgeable. An unholy rabbi and his hag daughter.
Mm-hmm. He is an unholy rabbi. Absolutely. Yeah. He's disgusting. Any dude that sells sex toys with his daughter, I don't give a fuck what you say.
No.
Sorry.
There's something there.
Sorry.
That's extremely perverse.
Sorry.
That poor girl.
Sorry. Disgusting.
Forgetting about what he may or may not have done. If he's attacked you personally, if he's said whatever horrific things about you personally, that you are a blankety, 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 blank, he's wrong. If he's attacked you or your children or your family, your mother. For you to, rather than comment on whatever he's done, to call him an unholy rabbi, that is way out of line. You don't even know what a rabbi's supposed to do.
So you
sell sex toys with their children. My God. Please, we have a little bit more respect for the rabbi community than that. Unless you think we should lower our bar that low.
Yeah, I got to disagree with you on this one. That poor girl is as bad as her dad. I agree. She's a grown-ass woman, and she's also disgusting.
Yeah, well, be that as it may,
but I will.
You know when you age, and then all of a sudden, like, she's gonna realize, wait, my dad did that with me. Like, well, I don't know how old she is. I don't know. I just heard what I heard about the story.
No, I agree. I agree in the sense of like the upbringing must have been.
Yeah.
There are probably things where if we knew, we'd feel sorry for her.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like go all the way and whatever. All I'm saying is that. The man sells sex toys with his daughter. Okay,
come on, bro. That's disgusting.
Most dudes I know don't even want to go to the store and buy things for their. You know what I'm saying? And that shit happens,
right?
Much less, hey, let's go into the fucking sex toy business. What the fuck? How does that subject even get broached at the fucking dinner table? Hey, Dad, by the way, I've got... Man, listen, go ahead, hit play, Lord. Go ahead.
As anti-Semitic, for me to respond, so it's okay, so he can attack me for 2 years. Is he a racist, just to be clear?
Get him!
I didn't really attack you, so I can't comment.
So what if I say that...
Oh, and now he can't comment!
Why can't he comment?
He can't. He's like, I didn't know what he said, so I can't comment. But you've been misquoting this girl the whole time. You're fine. But again,
he doesn't
Shmuley's Jewish.
Wow.
Shmuley's Jewish. So he has to be treated with respect. The words that he used has to be, Delaney, nasty as fuck. Look at that face. That's just pure judgment. Delaney. Delaney's like. Nasty as fuck. Correct. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. How dare you call him an unholy rabbi? What the fuck is he then?
The definition of racism changes, and if you attack a black person,
that's right.
You're a racist.
That's right.
Candace, you don't get to get away with that. It depends how it changes.
At the beginning of this discussion, you did say that you can't tell a black person. It's been 2 years consistently of him and his daughter attacking me, saying that.
I wasn't there. I'm asking you. You
weren't there when you were talking about Candace either, you fucking weirdo.
Apparently he wasn't even there in the discussion. Unbelievable.
Allahu Akbar. Like, share, comment, subscribe, people. You're not gonna get this anywhere else, okay?
You don't get to do that.
You don't get to do that.
Did?
You don't get to employ my little bullshit little
cudgel. Is this guy a rabbi?
Of course.
That means he's some kind of teacher. He just taught her at the beginning.
Yeah, of course.
You taught her how to do that at the beginning.
Of course.
Okay, but if you're saying that you weren't there, why would you put this into writing?
Wait.
Isn't it incumbent upon you to research what's happened before you start saying to me that defending myself is anti-Semitic?
Candace, if he attacked you personally, if he said you were a black fill in the blank, then he should be reprimanded but it doesn't justify what you did.
So now you get to determine what we consider racist. So now you got to use the word black or nigger or something to be racist. So if a white person says to me, hey man, you speak very well, she didn't say the word black. I guess that's not racist. But beyond that, I thought the people who are offended get to determine what racism is. Now here you sit, white dude telling Candace what she has the right to be offended about. You weirdo.
Unbelievable.
These people really truly believe that they sit on the throne of the world. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
You don't know what a rabbi does. You don't know our theology. How dare you call him an unholy rabbi?
Okay, you got to help me. You got to help me. You got to help me with this, dude. Dear listener, when you turn on your TV and you see 5 people in a court lined up in Massachusetts and they tell you that priest sexually assaulted them and that their bishop, instead of immediately calling the authorities or shooting them, instead of doing that, their bishop makes a call and takes that sick son of a bitch and sends him to another parish where he can go and violate another set of kids. When you watch that on TV and you see that nasty motherfucker after what he did to all them kids and you go, you are a fucking disgrace as a priest. You know what I'm going to say to you?
You don't get to
say anything about him being a priest. You don't get to say anything about him. You don't know anything about Catholic religion. Ridiculous. All I know is that you're supposed to be holy. You're supposed to be an example for all of us. And if you do that to a child, you suck as a human being. And I don't need an education in Judaism to know that Rabbi Shmuley, who's doing fucking sex toys with his daughter, is a fucking pervert and disgusting. Unholy is the least of the adjectives I would use for that individual. Mm-hmm. I don't need to have a fucking doctorate in Judaism to know that. As a matter of fact, me calling him and Candace calling him an unholy rabbi is actually a defense of Judaism.
Yeah, exactly.
It's saying this guy is not doing it right. Yeah. That's what she's saying. Yeah. It would be offensive to Judaism if she were to say, well, this guy's a fucking liar and this guy's an obvious sexual pervert with some rapey, incestuous vibes happening, and that's just par for the course for Jewish people. I don't think so.
That's right.
No, I don't think so. I think you and Rabbi Shmuley are actually a divergence from what your normal everyday rabbi would be doing. That's what I think. I don't think they're like y'all. I think you guys are a diversion from what your everyday Jewish person, Jewish rabbi is trying to do for their community. That's what I think. Now, I might be completely naive here. I might, but I don't think I am. I think I'm right. I think Rabbi Shmuley is a particularly sick motherfucker, and I think you are a particularly deceptive and a bad one at that. We continue.
How dare you go into the misogynistic, excuse me, the anti-Semitic.
That is what they call, there's a Jewish dude. There's a Jewish guy. His name was Freud. And he used to have this idea that people were walking, or he's another fucking sexual pervert. He had this idea that dudes are just walking around like this is what you really believe, but you don't say it, and sometimes it comes out like on accident. It's called a Freudian slip. So this guy knows that he's a misogynist. He doesn't respect women, obviously, and he doesn't respect black women. And unfortunately, Candace is a confluence of both of those, and it just came out of his mouth like, oh, gotta get it back. Gotta get it back. We continue. God almighty. What's up, daughter of the Kangs? Good to see you. Give me a like, share, comment, subscribe. We continue.
Hag daughter, something used throughout the late 18th and early through the early 20th century.
Sorry. Hag is now anti-Semitic?
That is a term of his hag daughter that goes back into the witches of
Oh my God! Okay, so the girl who makes sex toys with her father.
Yeah.
They've been going after her for years, and she just hasn't said anything. So she finally responded by basically, she said, "Fuck you and your hag daughter." He says hag is an anti-Semitic term.
No, wait. Who said "fuck you" and your hag daughter?
Candace Owens said that to Shmuley and his that little pervo family because they've been going after her for years. So she finally responded and said "fuck you and your hag daughter." Now she's bad for calling her a hag. I mean, it's unbelievable.
But they've been attacking her for years.
But they've been going after her for years.
Eastern Europe. Why did you have to call her a hag daughter?
Just to be clear, because she's a witch. I think she's a witch. That's not because she's Jewish.
Google that.
What are we Googling? If hag is another name for witch?
Hey Siri, is Shmuley Boteach's daughter a witch?
I found this on the web.
Oh my God. I'm looking here. Somebody get me this. Somebody get me this shit right here.
What's his name? Shmuley what?
Shmuley Boteach. Hey, Siri, what is the name of Rabbi Shmuley's daughter? Subhanallah.
Sorry, I can't do that.
I'm spelling so much of this wrong. It's not coming out.
Siri,
how do you spell his name?
Hey Siri, what is the name of the daughter of Shmuley Boteach?
I found this on the web.
Okay, here we go. Our daughter Leah Rachel Shmuley. Is she really a witch?
The way that she said it was so funny too.
What?
It was just so like matter of fact and just
she's
she's
a witch.
Well, no, like she's a witch.
But is she a witch though? It says she's a Jewish feminist and a Jewish activist. What do you mean she's a witch?
Well, maybe we'll find out when he responds back. Because that was not what I expected her to say.
Oh my God, that was hilarious. All right, we'll go back. Serious part of the massage.
I would call someone a hag of any color. I think she's a witch. What they have done over the last 2 years. I believe his daughter is a hag. I said that because that's what I believe. You may disagree with me on that, but to say that that's anti-Semitic is ridiculous. I would call any person a hag.
Candace, I'm gonna.
I can't stand the way he talks to her.
Be very clear without trying to be insulting. So please forgive me if it comes off wrong. Okay, it's not meant to.
No, it's fine. You can insult me.
I don't want to.
I've dealt with 2 years of a rabbi insulting me, so I'm totally cool with this. Yeah.
I have no desire to insult anybody.
Well,
okay?
That's not true. That's not true.
Do you understand?
He only means he doesn't want to insult her to her face. He wants to be a coward and write papers about her off of information he got from other people.
Well, I mean, this is really like Candace. Like, if you're the audience, you should be insulted. Because I always tell people, when I debate people, I never debate for the person. I'm always debating for the onlookers. You're generally not going to change the mind of the person you're debating because there's too much ego involved.
Yeah.
So this guy is playing to the onlookers. He's actually he actually really thinks that we're going to look at this and go, well, he's trying to be so fair and charitable. That's how little he thinks of you. We continue.
With the history of the Grimm fairy tales and the folk tales of Eastern Europe.
I know that we can go back and we can also say
no. I'm asking a specific question.
Okay.
That the witch archetype of those fairy tales were specifically modeled and called the Jews. That the Jews of that part of the world were called hags and witches specifically because they didn't eat the same food. They had different practices and they were excluded that way as part of the bloodline.
I don't care.
Yeah, what does it matter? These people have been talking shit about her for years.
I don't nobody, you know why? Because all of us, every Halloween, we've got pictures of the witch with the crook nose.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody looks at that today. We're not in Eastern fucking Europe in the medieval ages. Rabbi, we're in modern day America. Nobody makes that association. None of us do.
Mm-mm.
Nobody does.
I never have.
This is the first time in my life I've even heard of a correlation between a witch and Jewish people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, for real.
Look, if you've got to go that far into history to show a racist why they were being racist, then that obviously means it wasn't their intention.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you are saying that we can
into by calling a rabbi's daughter a witch, a hag daughter. You have tapped into an anti-Semitic trope that goes back hundreds of years, whether you mean to or not.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Now that I've told you that, okay, do you think maybe there are better words to call her than a hag daughter?
I'm actually not going to edit my language for two people that have been attacking me for 2 years.
Thank you. Talk that shit.
Is that I'm
Talk
going to say
shit. Now listen. As a Christian, I'm going to tell you.
I was literally thinking the same thing.
I'm going to tell you that she should turn the other cheek. However, what I will say in her defense, she's been turning the other cheek for 2 years.
That's true.
There's a scripture. Paul was out there preaching the gospel, doing his thing, and there was literally a witch that kept following him around.
Yep.
And finally, it says Paul got so annoyed, he turned around and he rebuked the spirit, cast the spirit out of her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And the nice people ended up trying to murder Paul for doing that because the girl was his cash cow. But anyway, at some point, you do have to say, "Get thee behind me, Satan."
Yeah.
So I don't know what was going on with her heart at that moment. But I'm so proud of her. Thank you. Exactly, MJ. He's trying to get her to the bend the knee. She's saying, fuck no.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Bless God. Good job. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm very impressed, Candace.
is that, and I want to be very strong on this. I am not going to be told whether you want to dress it up as anti-Semitism, you want to dress it up as that I cannot respond and defend myself. I'm certainly not going to be told that I need to be contained in how I respond after 2 years of consistent attacks from two individuals.
Right. Clean up your own house.
Yep.
You heard that. Let me tell you guys something. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. Let's say I was on with Anna Kasparian. And I'm confronting Anna Kasparian because she said something reckless about, let's say, my daughter. Okay? And let's say my daughter was married to some big pastor. Shmuley Boteach was the rabbi of Michael Jackson.
Oh, wow.
Okay? He's pretty high and prominent.
Okay.
And there's some funny shit going around with that too. But let's just go on. I'm watching TV and I see that my daughter's famous pastor husband is attacking Anna Kasparian for 2 years. I don't care if Anna Kasparian came back and said, man, fuck that nigga, bro. I don't care what he has to say. You guys know I'm a lover of my people. If I ever came on TV, my only concern would be, you are a pastor representing the Lord Jesus Christ, and you went out for 2 years going after this girl? Mm-hmm. Are you fucking crazy? Mm-hmm. If you were not my daughter's husband, I'd slap the shit out of you. See, I'm about to slap the shit out of a pretend person. Mm-hmm. This is how bad I am. That should be your concern if you're worried about religion. In your religion, you should be more worried about, wait, what? One of our most prominent rabbis went after you on Twitter like a child?
Yeah.
That would be my only concern. I would not be concerned if somebody used even a racial slur, much less a fucking thing that you have to go through a whole history dive to figure out how racist and bad it is. Man, get out of here, bro. Thank God for Candace Owens.
Yep.
Witches are actually affiliated with Protestants during the witch trials, weren't they? Well, they were affiliated with Protestants in the sense that our Puritan forefathers, and notice how I'm saying our because I'm American and I'm a Christian, even though if I was around back then, y'all know I wasn't involved in that shit because slavery. I'd have been dead.
Secondly, go ahead.
But like, good night. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I've never thought, in fact, if I was to say what group of people I thought that the witch belonged to, I would have thought, and I don't think that these are appropriate words you can use anymore, but I don't know the other ones. I would have thought it was like with the gypsies.
Right.
That's where I thought it came from. Right. I don't think it had anything to do with Jewish
I think
people.
It's called the Roma people. I think, like literally, help me with that because we had those two people that we met that time.
Yeah.
You remember them and that they cooked for us and all that?
Yep, I do. I think about that. You know what she said to us? She was so funny. So this lady she was a fortune teller, and we got connected with them. She invited us over to dinner. But I was, this is back in my like super judgmental phase. So I was like, I had a lot of like question mark judgments because I didn't know like what sort of situation we were walking into. She cooked us like this spaghetti dinner meal. Yeah. And we're sitting down, like literally we had it in our mouths. And then I went dumpster diving and I was able to find all this stuff to throw together the meal for you. And I was like, but I like wanted to still be polite, so I'm like pretending. And then she started laughing at it. She's like, "Nah, I'm just." I think about that scene so often because I'm like, she planned that from deep. She was watching our faces. What face did you have?
I mean, you know me. I'm very sensitive to that shit. But I was in missionary mode, so I was like, I'm gonna eat this shit. I was gonna
eat it too.
The Bible says, "Eat whatever's before you."
That's exactly right. But inside, I was like, I said an extra prayer.
Yeah, witches have historically been pagan. Correct. I definitely
I've never heard it connected to Jewish people.
I could see because I've known pagans. Like if what was her name? The pagan one we had.
Sadie?
Yeah. If Sadie was around and she said, "Man, fuck Candace," I would get it because she's an actual pagan. Yeah. Actually, like really like rooted into the shit. Like pagans, I could see like, yo, don't bring us into this conflict. Yeah. But Jewish women, stop it. Stop it.
So I want to just say on that point, you and I will never come to an agreement.
I got to rewind that
people
again.
That have been attacking me for 2 years.
This right here, when she says, "Hell no, I'm not going to edit myself for you. I don't give a fuck who you." Yep. This is such an important moment in American history. I'm not even joking. These people been getting away with murder.
Were called hags and witches specifically because they didn't eat the same food. They had different practices, and they were excluded that way as part of the bloodline.
So you are saying that we can
into by calling a rabbi's daughter or a witch,
a rabbi's daughter.
You have tapped into an anti-Semitic trope that goes back hundreds of years, whether you mean to or not.
Okay.
Now that I've told you that, okay, do you think maybe there are better words to call her than a hag daughter?
I'm actually not going to edit my language for two people that have been attacking me for 2 years. And so what I'm going to say is that, and I want to be very strong on this, I am not going to be told whether you want to dress it up as anti-Semitism, you want to dress it up as that I cannot respond and defend myself. I'm certainly not going to be told that I need to be contained in how I respond after 2 years of consistent attacks from two individuals. So I want to just say on that point, you and I will never come to an agreement. I stand by everything that I said about him. And I'm not going to have that everything that I say, including yesterday, when he says that me finding the products and stuff that he sells and promotes as a rabbi to be unholy, to say that I am only saying that because it's made in Israel is totally ridiculous. But what it looks like to a lot of people, and I'm going to tell you this, and I'm expressing this in case you are an individual, as I'm sure you are, that is concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism. But my suspicion is that people that are watching this are going to think that now we are using the word anti-Semitism like BLM began using racism, right?
You're wrong. BLM copied these people. That's what you don't get. These people are the #1 race baiter, whatever thing you were accusing black people of, we were poorly trying to copy them. That's just a fact. It's not starting to happen, Candace. What is starting to happen that's unique is people finally standing up to them and saying, fuck you.
Yep.
Okay? Because Schindler's List is not going to undo the kids in fucking Gaza. Because the things that broke our heart about Schindler's List was us following that little girl in the red jacket and shit all through the thing. That's what killed us, was the little kid. You know, like Jacob the Liar, when they were marching the dad off into the gas chamber, the reason you cried your eyes out for days, like I did. I didn't watch that whole movie. I saw that one clip. I was wrecked.
I don't think I saw that one.
That was right before I ended up in the hospital. Literally, like, there was just so much pain and there was so much shit happening in the world. It was too much for me.
Oh,
and you know how I feel this shit too much.
Yeah.
But the things that broke our heart about Schindler's List are breaking our hearts right now in Gaza. That's what you don't understand, sir.
Which is to say that you cannot, let me finish my statement. I'm just telling you what I am going, this is my suspicion. And I have tons of Jewish listeners, but given what you've said about Dave Smith, who is a libertarian, he is not a far left liberal. He just does not support what Israel is doing. So in this, you have said that Jewish people, you've made comments about a lot of Jewish people who maybe don't agree with what's happening in Israel. You are now saying that a person who's been attacked for 2 years still needs to be careful in how they approach a Jewish person that's been doing the attacking. No one is going to accept that.
Not what I'm saying.
That's ridiculous.
Candace,
and
then
then to say this
said.
particular
That
word, it sounds like
exactly what you said.
You just don't like it being phrased as it is.
All of our ancestors suffered atrocities and committed them, from India to China to Africa, but only Jewish suffering is acknowledged in schools.
Yep.
Well, I don't know about that. Black suffering is absolutely acknowledged in schools. Indigenous suffering is acknowledged in school. But as far as like in the modern day, Jewish blood is obviously more sacred than everybody else's. That has been the basic attitude of the West for a very long time. People are terrified talking about these people. They're terrified.
Everything that anybody says, it needs to we first need to weigh it against the feelings of somebody and their history. I could find examples of black people being called witches. I can't then say that nobody can ever call a black person a witch. You know, even if it has what happened in Salem, you could go on, right? But the point is that if you're a black person, you've been attacked over 2 years, I don't care if a person calls them a rabbi. In fact, I would question what it means to be a rabbi. Maybe you can explain. If you have been consistently attacking and threatening somebody, literally, he gave a quote to the Jerusalem Post, which actually I like the Jerusalem Post. They report on things very accurately, in which he says that he wants to bankrupt Candace Owens. That is a direct threat to somebody's livelihood.
And I got to tell you, the look on that is really bad if you're trying to break stereotypes. You understand what I'm saying to you? It does not communicate to the world that you don't have inordinate power.
Yeah.
It doesn't communicate to the world that you're just this little small minority of people being constantly persecuted all the time. If you believe that you, with the drop of a hat, you can bankrupt somebody more powerful than you, how? How would you do that, Mr. Boteach? What kind of connections do you have that would make such a thing even possible? This does not communicate to the rest of us that y'all don't have inordinate power. It seems to play into the idea that you're a small group of people that are wielding inordinate influence. That's what it looks like. It's what it makes it look like. Now, Candace, I'm giving her a 10 right now, but I really wish she wouldn't have told dude, but she's so nice. She's telling people like, yo, the way people are going to interpret this is not going to be very friendly to you. I wouldn't even have told him that. Let him keep talking his shit.
It is despicable, and because you call yourself a rabbi, it does not mean that people cannot say that it is pointedly ridiculous that you are using finances as a mode of threat.
Look at his face.
I know.
Look at his face.
Because you
want to talk about mask off? Look at his face. You're not used to people standing up to you. This is medicine, I got to tell you. But look at his face when she keeps talking. He gets pretty dark here. You got pretty dark here. You got darker than Candace. You see what I'm saying? Darker than Candace because she's black. You feel me? I can do that because I'm black. We can do that.
One is going to accept
That's
that.
not what I'm saying.
That's ridiculous.
Saying,
and then to say this particular word, it sounds like everything that anybody says, it needs to we first need to weigh it against the feelings of somebody and their history. I could find examples of black people being called witches. I can't then say that nobody can ever
watch his eyes, y'all. He's about to get really dark. He's mad. This nigger, how dare she?
Call a black person a witch, even if it has what happened in Salem, you could go on, right? But the point is that if you're a black person, you've been attacked over 2 years. I don't care if a person calls them a rabbi. In fact, I would question what it means to be a rabbi. Maybe you can explain. If you have been consistently attacking and threatening somebody, literally, he gave a quote to the Jerusalem Post, which actually I like the Jerusalem Post. They report on things very accurately, in which he says that he wants to bankrupt Candace Owens. That is a direct threat to somebody's livelihood. It is despicable. And because you call yourself a rabbi, it does not mean that people cannot say that it is pointedly ridiculous that you are using finances as a mode of threat against people because you don't like their speech. It is ridiculous. And let me tell you what, that leans into an anti-Semitic trope about Jewish people and money. For a rabbi to stand up and say, let's bankrupt her.
Over me all day.
Shut the fuck up! She lets you talk all over the place. Man, be quiet.
He didn't like that.
You just sit there and be quiet. I told you. See, I called him fucking.
You did.
Stop warning this man. Let him keep talking his shit. They can't help it, Candace. These people, they got stuck in their little chamber, bro. They can't help it. They can't help it. They're not listening. They're not even. This dude, when I say these people, you have to understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these Zionists who were raised on Talmud and told that they're superior to other human beings on the planet. This dude just called a libertarian many times. They're way more right than right. He called this libertarian guy a left-winger, whatever, because he didn't support the massacre of Gazan children. The guy is Jewish. He called a Jewish guy that. This is what I'm saying. Any Jew that disagrees with him, these people say they're self-hating Jews, etc., etc. So once again, I don't have to do this for the vast majority of you. But most Jewish people are not like these people. These people are a separate kind of people. The average person, they don't give a fuck who you are, Palestinian, whatever. They don't care where you come from. Anybody who sees a 6-year-old on the ground trying to wake up their 4-year-old sister is going to cry. Unless you're a psychopath. They don't care. They don't care. What they care about is, oh my God, here's a human being. Do you think Jewish people look at what we're looking at and going, okay, well, is this a Palestinian? Come on, man. It's only these specific kind of people that are that cold and that heartless and that ruthless. It's a specific kind of person. And I don't even know if you can attach it to Judaism per se, because there are people like this in every single culture and subculture. There's always a group of sociopaths. Like, you got a bunch of pro-choice people, but they don't know. They'll still say things like, well, late-term abortions are only life of the mother. They don't know what the actual operators are saying. I know it's a baby, who cares, blah, blah, blah. They don't know that. There's only a small group of people in this country that actually know. So this is what I'm saying. Like, you got to be careful when you're seeing a person like this and you're very frustrated. I get it, but you have to make sure you understand. This is the Jewish version of the 1% of fucking crazy people that we all recognize in the country in every little subculture. Very important.
You can scream.
I'm not screaming. I've let you talk a lot. That's not fair. I've let you talk a lot.
Candace, it's your show. You're going to edit and say what you want to say.
I'm not going to edit this whatsoever. I promise you.
Okay. Great. Terrific. I appreciate that. No one has, if someone is attacking you, you can defend yourself. And if someone is saying a bad thing about you, I would even go and defend you as well for them saying that she's a black such and such, she's a female such and such.
No. This is, once again, you get to set the terms as to what she can be offended about. They don't need to say black to offend her. They don't need to say woman to offend her. I thought you said at the beginning of this show, the offended party gets to make up what is offensive to us.
And they can move the bar whenever.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be. If he's attacking you, and again, I'm not privy to those 2 years of attacks that you've had.
Then shut the fuck up.
Right.
But the moment you start saying things like an unholy rabbi, when you do not know a rabbi's job and you don't know Judaism, you don't know what is considered kadosh, what is considered holy or not holy.
Okay, well, tell us.
Is
that considered holy to sell sex toys with your daughter?
Yeah, exactly.
Just answer the question.
Exactly.
It's a simple yes or no. We're going to keep the questions basic for you.
Any religion that co-signs a man making sex toys and selling them with his daughter is suspect. I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't care if you call it Judaism. I don't care what you call it. It's gross. It's gross. Isn't that what the white people say? You can say that now as an adult. You can say gross now as an adult. I saw it. I saw like 3 or 4 people like, oh, gross.
Gross. Ew.
The Holocaust has been happening in the United States for 500 years. People just don't want to know the history towards the indigenous. Also correct. But as you know, Dwayne, there's an order here in nature.
Boy.
And you've got Jewish blood over here, Jewish suffering over here, and everybody else's suffering's over here, according to this person. We continue.
When the moment you make those kind
and once again, I don't need to know. You don't need to know the intricacies of the Catholic magisterium and persona Christi and all the other theological shit that goes along with being a Catholic priest to say that's an unholy priest. As I said, her calling Shmuley an unholy rabbi is a defense of Judaism.
You should thank her.
It's a defense of Judaism. It's a defense of Judaism against racist perverts. But if you're a racist pervert, you're going to think it's anti-Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
Comments, you've crossed a line.
I don't agree.
And you didn't need to make them. I get you're angry. I get you feel violated by it. I get you feel
How do you know what she needed to do if you didn't even know what he said?
He should have stopped right then. He should have said, you know what, you're right.
That he
I haven't
attacks
heard
is
what was being
unjustifiable. I haven't been part of the discussions, so
Then
he
be
may
quiet.
have.
Then shut the fuck up.
But that doesn't ever give you then the right to say what you said. And it demonstrates, again, a pattern of behavior of an unawareness that you have about Jewish theology, a lack of awareness you have about Jewish history, and about anti-Semitism. The fact that you can't accept what all academics, I shouldn't say all because everything's all, but what academics, what Lord Sachs, what theologians all accept about that anti-Semitism is the unique hate that mutates.
No, you're wrong. What do you mean theologians all accept? Name these theologians that accept this variable definition of anti-Semitism. Name these people, Rabbi. What are you talking? What theologians? You know what? I'm not going to show the bag here, but I'm pretty familiar with pretty much every major American theologian and every major American school of theological thought in America. So who are these people? Name these people. Name them.
What Prager has done a PragerU video on, the fact that you can't even accept that is in itself problematic.
I think that
do you understand that you have decided that you, Candace Owens, are more knowledgeable, wise, and you may be brilliant in a lot of fields.
That's not what I've said. I've never said these things. I didn't say I was more knowledgeable, wise. I just said I called his daughter a hag, and I meant it. I'm not taking the words back. That's what I've said.
But Candace, the fact that you can't accept that the definition of anti-Semitism, that you think you know the definition better than scholars, academics, Jewish theologians, better than rabbis, is a level of hubris. As I say, you may know all sorts of things about all sorts of topics. But
No. I am a Christian. You do not have to be a theologian to know that if a priest is molesting a boy, he's unholy. If you look at it, listen, the people that are, the only time I get
that's
insulted.
The standards you want for your rabbis.
The only time I get insulted when people bring up the Catholic priest thing is when they say, I mean, they're Christians. What do you think? You know what they do? That fucks me up. When people perceive that my religion is the kind of religion that co-signs that shit and defends that shit, that's what fucks me up.
Mm-hmm.
If I heard one of my atheist friends say, yeah, man, you got a couple of those priests that do that shit. Most of them are trying to do the right thing. And most Christians I know, they're not really for that shit. That guy's just an unholy priest. I'd be like, thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What this guy doesn't realize is that he's condemning all of Judaism to being disgusting perverts, incestuous, rapey vibed liars like him and Shmuley.
I was going to say he must be in that category because he doesn't see how horrendous what this guy is doing. He's defending it.
Yeah.
You're now dancing in a field where Shapiro dances, I dance, where Rabbi Shmuley, and I'm trying to tell you that you are repeatedly doing anti-Semitic behavior, but your underlying premise that you said at the beginning of our dialogue was that you don't accept that definition of anti-Semitism.
What I said is I don't accept that definitions mutate, is what I said to you at the beginning of this.
Yeah. I mean, and now look, could Candace be a little bit more specific in her terminology? Yes, because we all know that language evolves. Okay, so language does evolve and language does mutate. Okay, like for example, in the old, you read in the book of Acts, it'll say that they fetched a compass over to Malta. Okay, in the modern language, fetched a compass means they went down and tried to actually get a compass to see where they were going. But in Old English, fetched a compass means that they were circumnavigating the island. Okay, so they're coming in, in a circle. Okay, so language does evolve. We know that. Okay, and so do insults. Okay, like, so for example, the term niggardly has nothing to do with race. It means stingy. Okay, but nobody is going to use the term niggardly anymore to talk about a stingy person. Okay, because our language has, that term has the prefix has so much weight behind it that it's no longer useful to communicate anything. Okay, so we know that language evolves. What she's talking about is a very clever mental trick that all the minorities use. I'm saying all of us, LGBT, black, blah, blah, blah. You just have this sliding goal as to what the ism is. So that's the problem. And that's what she's talking about. She's saying, I'm not going to allow you to make the term anti-Semitism so malleable that anytime somebody defends themselves or criticizes Israel, you can now put anti-Semitic on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Dialogue.
And I'm telling you, that's the definition of anti-Semitism. You have now said that you know more than Lord Jonathan Sacks, who I believe, I'm going to guess, actually knew your father-in-law, because it's not that big of a world there. And you can ask anyone about Lord Sacks. You are now saying that you don't accept the definition. Well, okay.
What I'm saying to you is that there's debate even amongst Jewish people about the definition of anti-Semitism, as I pointed to you.
No, that's a pretty much accepted one.
If you're saying the definition mutates, then you're saying it has no definition, right? It has no definition. Comes from
Sam Seder. Sam Seder's Jewish. He would not agree with you, weirdo. I don't even like Sam Seder, but there's a lot of Jewish people that don't. My man Tasco in here is Jewish. He don't agree with you. And don't tell me Tasco is a self-hating Jew, because he's come at me for when I've been wrong on this shit. Rightly so. So miss me with that. You're just wrong, bro. And this is why, dear listener, it's important to admit when you're wrong. Your friends come to you and they tell you you're wrong. You might not like it, but that's your friend risking the relationship to get closer to you. Don't be an idiot, and don't be so soft that you can't take any criticism. Your friends are your best allies. If this guy had actual friends that he'd listen to, he wouldn't be up here fucking himself up. And his people, by the way. This is really, really, really going to hurt the folks that he's trying to help. Listen to your friends. You're not omniscient. You're not God. You're going to make mistakes. If you don't want to admit that you have original sin like all of us, okay, fine. Okay, it's easy for me to admit that I have original sin because just hit play, okay? You don't want to admit that, fine. At least admit that you have a limited knowledge and that you're not God, so that your friends can come in and tell you when you're crazy. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons I feel so comfortable to speak so freely, because I know that my friends are going to catch me if I'm crazy. Somebody's going to correct me. And this guy is beyond correction, obviously.
The word define. If it has definition, it has a shape, right? You can't say the shape can mutate. The square can become a circle, can become a triangle. That means that it has no shape. You're talking about an amoeba, right?
I'll say it again. It mutates because the definition, again, I'm quoting Lord Sacks, directly quoting him, where he says that Jews have, this is his definition, it's pretty much accepted. Jews have no right to exist collectively as Jews with the same rights as other human beings.
Yes, that sounds like a definition.
And the reason that it mutates, how that becomes manifest, is because in the Middle Ages, it's about religion. When they come out of the shtetls, when they go into the cosmopolitan areas, and in the 18th through 27th, or 20th century, that hate has now manifested and mutated. So it's not about religion, it's about race.
Just so I'm clear, did Lord Sacks say it mutates, or are you saying it mutates?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I apologize.
Did Lord Sacks say it mutates, or are
Lord
you?
Sacks. Lord Sacks.
He says it mutates.
Correct.
Can you just re-say the quotation, his direct quotation?
That it is a hate that mutates.
It is a hate that mutates.
It is a virus, he calls it, that mutates, and that he's not alone in that. And then by the time you get to the 20th century, it now has mutated to be
again. That's not the core of the issue. The core of the issue is she's trying to pin you down on a specific definition, and you keep trying. So he gives a definition that Jewish people are not allowed to exist collectively, which she's never said. She went off to Israel, for goodness sakes. But that was the other thing when she went to testify in Congress that she didn't mean that Hitler was a whatever, because the Democrats tried to castigate her for that. You know what's really funny to me is that he tried to bring that up. Ben Shapiro defended her. He was like, she's not a racist. What are they talking about? She flew over there to Israel, blah, 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 blah. But now all of a sudden, the same situation, you want to bring that up. Anyway.
Anti the nation. So the hate manifests as first religion, then as race, and now as nation.
So would you say that anybody who takes issue with anything that Israel does is an anti-Semite?
Of course not. That's ludicrous.
Okay, because...
That's a ludicrous statement.
Okay. Because then why are...
That's a ludicrous statement.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because earlier when we were talking about Dave Smith and I said that some Jewish people don't agree with what Israel is doing as a nation, you suggested that they were self-hating Jews.
Well, that's not what I suggested. What I said is there's a very difference between...
No, he didn't suggest that. He said that. You said that. You said there are many self-hating Jews. That's what you said.
Supporting Israel and supporting Bibi or the government. There's a huge difference. Support of Israel is to understand, and I think, again, this is a place... Eugene Bishop, who is one of the heads of the Central Conference of American Bishops, great Catholic leader, said a number of things, and Monsignor Royal Vatican of blessed memory, I actually heard him say this. Royal said he was one of the first people to do interfaith dialogue after Vatican II. And Royal said the following. He said that no non-Jew can ever fully understand the relationship between the Jewish people and the land of Israel. In the same way that no Jew can understand how a bunch of old bishops, old cardinals, go into a building, white smoke comes out, and suddenly one of them is infallible. It's a quote from Royal Vatican of blessed memory, one of the founders of Interfaith Dialogue in the 60s and 70s. What I'm trying to explain to you is our time.
You know who's missing in that conversation? When he said, no Catholic, no Christian, whatever, can really understand the Jewish connection to the land. You know who got missing in that whole thing? I don't know if you know this or not, Rabbi, but there are other people that live on that same landmass. And you know what I think? I think when them Israelis went over to those people's land, the video I saw a couple nights ago, and them Israelis were chopping down that olive tree, and those people said that olive tree's been on this land for the last 600 years. Our grandfather planted that, and now these Jews came down and chopped it down. I think those Palestinians also have a really, really interesting relationship to that land. You know what else I think? I think our indigenous brothers also had a really deep connection to the land of America, too. What is this that the Jews have some different sort of loyalty to their homeland? Where is this coming from? Secondly, the vast majority of the Jews on the planet, their homeland is in Brooklyn. Brooklyn.
Listen to this. Wait, is this the one? Is this the verse where it's talking about, like, they were not supposed to cut down the trees when they went in there and took stuff? Like,
yeah, no, that's in Deuteronomy. When in Deuteronomy, when they're going to war, one of the points of the Sharia was that they were not supposed to cut down the trees of their enemies. And in the very next line says, "What did the tree do to you? Leave the trees alone." This is what I'm telling you. These people,
they're not even following.
They don't limit themselves to the Torah. But again, it's this, nobody can know the connection of a Jew and the land. What are you talking about? First of all, are you talking about Poland? Are you talking about Poland or Brooklyn? What land are you talking about?
Maybe you feel this is a bit of a stretch, but there's a story in the Bible where there's two women, they both have a baby. One of them rolls on her baby in the middle of the night, and there's one baby that's still alive. So the woman that rolled on her baby took her dead baby and switched it during the night. And then when they came before Solomon, he had to decide whose baby it was. And he said, all right, let's take the baby and let's cut it in half. And when they decided to cut the baby in half, the real mother said, forget it. Let her have the baby. Because she would rather the baby lives with that other woman than that she would have a dead child.
Correct.
And so when you're talking about the land, you have a tree. And if you know anything about trees take so long to grow, there's so much history in them because your children were playing underneath that tree. There's so many stories and everything. So when you take a tree and you say, well, this land used to be yours, but the first thing you do, you come in and you boot these people out and you start cutting down the trees. For what? You trying to tell us that you believe that land was yours from all? Why are you cutting down the trees then?
Exactly.
This is some strange behavior to your homeland.
Weird. We continue.
Israel. That when you make an anti-Zionist, not just you, when anyone makes a comment, an anti-Zionist comment, that is anti-Semitism.
But when you say anti-Zionist,
that's etc.
Mm-hmm. And when you say anti-Zionist, you don't mean criticizing Israel's government. Just
no, you can criticize government.
Okay, so I'm just not.
But criticizing. Okay, but let's go. Can we follow that path for a moment? Because I think this might get us somewhere. And as I said from the beginning, I'm optimistic. I'd like to get somewhere. Mm-hmm. To criticize Israel's government is one thing. You want to do that, great. Especially you want to criticize America's involvement in its relationship with Israel. You're an American citizen. I'm supportive of that. But understanding, have you ever read the Covenant of 1988 for Hamas?
No, I have not read the Covenant of 1988 for Hamas.
So let me tell you about Hamas. In their charter, which you can find easily online, the Covenant of 1988, they claim that they are a subsidiary for the region of the Muslim Brotherhood, which I'm sure you know a lot about or you've learned a lot. And they call...
I know a lot about the Muslim Brotherhood. A lot. Too much, actually.
For the obliteration of all Jews. They say in Article 7 that the Muslim Day of Judgment will not come until every Jew is killed and those few who still live hide between, and this is a quote, between the rocks, behind the rocks and the trees call out, O Abdullah, O Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, come kill him.
That's in the Sahih Ahadith about the end of the world. Okay? That's not Hamas. That's just Islam. And to defend my Muslim brothers, that's about a specific eschatological moment at the end of the world. Okay? They're talking about Yom Al-Qiyamah. They're talking about Dajjal. What's really interesting about this guy is he says, Candace, how dare you call him an unholy rabbi and you don't know the first thing about Judaism? Then why are you quoting Sahih al-Bukhari and you didn't even know you were quoting Sahih al-Bukhari? So why are you talking about that and you know nothing about Islam? Sir, in that particular episode in Islamic theology, what has happened on the world? Well, the first thing that's happened on the planet is that Dajjal, the Antichrist, he's got one bad eye and he says kafir on his forehead. He shows up and he's wrecking shop. Nobody can fuck with him. He's killing everybody and all the Muslims can do is run like the wind to Medina. Okay? And then in the midst of that, here comes Isa al-Masih, that's Jesus. Jesus comes down to Medina and does a little prayer thing in the mosque and then he goes out and fights Dajjal. Then during that situation, you have these two brothers named Ya'juj and Ma'juj, which these are supposed to be demonically empowered two guys, and they also go out and wreck shop in the whole world. And then what ends up happening is there's a final conflagration, and in that case, there are Jews who take the side of Dajjal, etc. There are also Christians that take the side of Dajjal. There are also apostate Muslims that fight on the side of the Dajjal. It's not just the Jews. But you don't know that because you don't know anything about Islam, because you don't feel that you need to respect these people enough to learn their theology. So you sitting here quoting Sahih al-Bukhari and you had no fucking idea what the fuck you were talking about. We continue.
The definition of...
Is Netanyahu going to lose an eye? No, Netanyahu cannot be Dajjal because Dajjal tricks everybody into following him, and Netanyahu has single-handedly turned the entire world around. So he can't be it. But I'm sure Netanyahu's definitely going to be his secretary. I can see that happening. We continue.
Oh boy.
Which there is no historical Palestine. The definition of a Palestine from the river to the sea, from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, means no Israel. It is, as Lord Sachs said, it is don't have a right to live collectively in a nation. And so,
nope, it's they don't have a right to go and take other people's land and then on top of the land that you stole, steal more people's land, have settlements, kick people out of their land that have been there for hundreds and hundreds of years, desecrate their holy sites, dig up the graves of their fucking ancestors, all types of shit, make it so that their children can't even drink water.
Jeez.
And pregnant women are delivering around the rubble of their used-to-be home.
It's one thing to say I don't agree with what the government's doing. It's an entire other thing to create a moral equivalency, which you keep doing inappropriately.
I agree. It is inappropriate to make a moral equivalency between the massacre that's happening daily to Palestinian children and women and men and what happened on October 7th. Furthermore, all the people that died on October 7th did not all die at the hands of Hamas. Your own people did that to your own people, according to your own people. If you don't believe me, dear listener, just Google the Hannibal policy with these people. We continue.
A moral equivalency between anything Israel does and what happened October 7th. There is no equivalency.
We agree.
Israel's not going out and try to go into Arab homes and to take and torture a child in front of the parents and then kill the child and kill the parents.
What the hell are you talking about? What? Israel, you see how he stumbled when he did that? Because even he was like, because he's got some conscience left. We're going to play that clip again. Yeah, this man was like, we do go and take their shit. We kill them. What the fuck are we talking about? Why don't these people ever ask the question, why are these Palestinians so angry? Like, what would drive a person, if that actually happened, what would drive a person to do that to a person? You ever think about that? Why would the person be so angry? I'd want to know. Like in 9/11? Like, it would have been good for us to know, like, well, here's the reason that these people were willing to die in a horrific fashion to make a couple of us die. Here's why. Here's a video. Here's a video in Yemen. Here's a video in Iraq. Here's a video in Niger. Most of y'all don't even know that we've been in Niger, wreck and shop over there for damn near 2 decades. Y'all don't even know about that. Shout out to Marsop.
Israel doesn't do that. Israel is the most ethical army in the nation.
I think we might be having a fundamental disagreement on what moral equivalency is, and I tend to agree with Dave Smith that actually what moral equivalency is saying that irrespective of anything, we are going to judge these people the same. That would be morally equivalent, right? But we don't need to go into that because I didn't do any of that, and I just totally disagree with how you've characterized my discussion with Tucker Carlson at all. Because like I said, I clearly said I condemned what Hamas did, and then I said that it's sad when a Palestinian child dies, and then you agreed that it's sad when a Palestinian child dies. So I don't understand why these two statements seem to you to be trying to morally equate anything. I just am making two statements.
11 minutes and 20 seconds into your video, you make the comment about it being, I believe that's the time space, you make the comment.
So you can get that granular and tell her the timestamp, but you don't know when she insulted Ben Shapiro or castigated him. Odd. It's like these two are married. In marriages, like, there's always somebody that, like, forgets the shit that they did, but they can remember the shit that you did 5 years ago to the dime. I don't know, guy. This looks kind of weird to me. We continue.
A moderate stance, and everything else is extremist. And what I'm trying to explain to you is that once you see the IDF film, we can have another dialogue.
Well, no, I'm just saying that I do think that when anything, horrific happens, it turns a lot of people into extremists overnight, and they become very extreme in their language.
You have judged.
You've not let me finish my statement. Okay, I've let you talk very much. What I have said is that when anything happens, what tends to happen after that is people become very extreme in their rhetoric. And actually, there is a really good example. Is it Joel over at Breitbart who wrote something very extreme following October 7th online, and then a couple of days later, he wrote a long paragraph apologizing and saying why he was emotional, why his rhetoric was extreme, and what he actually wants to accomplish. He recognized his own emotions.
That is what an honest actor does.
Well, what is she talking about?
This Jewish dude, he wrote something very extreme. Breitbart, obviously, is a right-wing outlet owned by people of that, whatever.
Okay.
And so it happened. He died, October 7th happened. This guy writes a crazy screed, blah, blah, blah. And then he wrote a giant kind of retraction, said, I was really emotional, blah, 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 etc. So, that's how it's supposed to go. Mm-hmm. Because, guys, we're in a situation that's completely unique in history in the sense that we can now see what a person's reacting to in real time.
Yeah.
And human emotions do not work purely on logic.
Right.
So if you're a Jewish person and you reacted and you said some ignorant shit, that's cool. That's okay. Look, I'll tell you how crazy I was about this 9/11 shit, okay? I got married at 19 years old, okay? I Look at News says 20 years people still mad and want revenge for 9/11. I got married at 19 years old. We took a our honeymoon was in Florida. I'm pulling in and I see a Go Army Depot. Okay, this is day one of our honeymoon in this marriage. I left Shorty in the hotel. This is my ex. I left Shorty in the hotel and I went to the fucking recruiting depot. That's how crazy I was. That's how determined I was. People need to die over this shit. People need to die in bunches. Okay? So you cannot, I'm giving that to you. If you are a Jewish person or Jewish adjacent or whatever, and October 7th happened, you had a momentary, cool, everybody gets it, you're a human being, those are your people, I get it, bro. But this shit right here, the guy retracted what he said. That's the right thing to do. And I hope we give enough grace to our Jewish friends, okay, that if they said something reckless for a day or two or maybe even a week, give people time to respond and give people time for reason and their theology to come correct that bullshit. But this guy's not doing that. What she's talking about is, your boy went crazy, but you know what? He retracted the statement. Why can't you do the same? Good question. Like, share, comment, subscribe, dear listener. You're not going to get raw truth like this for as long as we're on the internet. We're going to keep giving it the old college try. We continue.
Emotion. And people get very extreme when they're emotional. It's understandable. But when they are in that emotion, they start to perceive other people who are actually saying what they've always said as somehow attacking them or saying something that's wrong. And then usually, the scales fall from their eyes the more distance there is from the actual event that took place, and they're able to hear things more rationally again. Mm-hmm. That is all that I was saying with Tucker, is I haven't really moved any of my stances whatsoever, and that is why people are bothered. Whether you think that's understandable or not is not going to change things. I do want to get to this, though, because like I said, we're not going to agree on Rabbi Shmuley. We're not going to agree on his daughter. I'm not going to agree on your interpretation that my defense of myself is somehow anti-Semitism. I intend to keep defending myself against somebody that I, view to be absolutely despicable. And actually, what I will say is that in terms of anti-Semitism, I think a lot of it stems from what I would say is individuals feeling that amidst their own communities, let's remove Jews from this. If a black person does something wrong, I immediately call it out on my show. I've said tons of things about black people acting like thugs. I've stood up against black people when they were using racism, basically just to absolve themselves from any critique. But
she did. She did.
Yeah.
I think she went too far.
She went a little too far.
I think she went too far, but she did.
Yep.
But this is the thing. Now, this is one of the reasons. I don't admit when I'm wrong because I'm a good person. I admit that I'm wrong. One of the 10 minutes, I usually do things for about 10 reasons. One of the reasons I admit when I'm wrong, especially on a forum like this, is because I play the long game. When I say what I say about abortion, when I say what I say about this shit, I need people to look at me and say, I don't agree with him. I think he's a dick. I think he's horrible. I never want to listen to him again. I don't want people to ever say, that dude just puts out misinformation and he'll never change it.
Yep.
You can't say that about me. You can never say that about me. You can't. And what that does is it gives me credibility over time. that I can now draw from and call on. So when I got silly people on Middle America, God bless them, Facebook.com/America Middle, and they put that bloodbath comment from Trump, and they didn't look at the context, and then I explained the context, of course I'm going to be a dick about it. I'm going to laugh at you, all types of shit. And what you should do is you should say, all right, I was wrong. But people aren't going to do that. And what people don't realize is that's a terrible strategy, because just because you do this doesn't mean your parents can't see you. That's for y'all. That's a free one. When you're wrong, just come out and explicitly admit that you were wrong. You don't need to shoot a giant video about it like me. Like the abortion one where the girl was, there was a 10-year-old that got pregnant and that, nobody could find her. And I'm like, I didn't come out and say that didn't happen, but I left way too much it was clear, you could read from my body language, I didn't think that it was real. And I was measured with my words, but I was like, the overarching takeaway from that would have been, that did not happen like that. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, I went and shot the video and corrected it. Because I didn't want to get off on a technicality, and because I don't need to lie about abortion to beat it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I believe truly that I'm on the side of truth and justice. Mm-hmm. I believe that. And I believe there's a God in heaven. So I'm not going to fucking lie to beat abortion. I don't need to do that. That has nothing to do with me being some good person. I'm just a better strategist than this guy is what I'll say. I'm a better strategist. We continue.
When it comes to the Jewish community, it's very odd, I think, to watch the indefensible get defended.
Yep.
Right? The indefensible get defended. Like what Rabbi Shmuley did over the last 2 years, I would expect people to come out and say, it's obviously wrong. Instead, what we have is you coming out and saying, well, what Candace is saying in defense of herself is actually what's wrong, rather than saying maybe both. Maybe saying what Rabbi Shmuley did was absolutely wrong. But you can't take the time. You can't take the time to look into what he said for the last 2 years, is what you're saying.
Candace,
but you wrote this article in defense of him.
Candace, this is not about Shmuley, and it was not in defense of him. And I said to you earlier in this talk, if he was saying inappropriate things, he should be reprimanded for that.
That's not.
You said if.
Yeah.
You said if, as if this girl just called his daughter a hag for no reason out of nowhere. But this is the same pattern with these people. Oh, we don't need to look at why people were so mad on October 7th. We don't need to look at why Candace said what they said about fucking weird, rapey, incesty ass Shmuley Boteach. Disgusting. What a fucking disgusting human being. We continue. With your daughter?
Not what you said here in your article, though.
This is about you and your pattern of behavior and your pattern of words. And
this guy's just talking to her like she's a child. That's what I've been noticing from the beginning.
This is your pattern of behavior. I'm not talking about Shmuley. I'm going to go onto your show, woman who has a 0.01% top media show on the fucking planet. I'm going to go on your show and talk about your behavior.
When he's like, Candace?
I love this. I love it.
I have no issue, and maybe you should do a little bit more reading of what I've written.
You wrote, like any father, Shmuley defends his children when attacked.
Wait. I have taken on the unethical behavior of Jewish leaders and Jewish organizations publicly to the detriment of my own life. I've taken on Jonathan Greenblatt for 5 years of what he's done to the ADL. I got the receipts to prove it. You can.
Okay, so you haven't gone up against the industrial complex on your side, though. Because if the guy is going up against the ADL, he's not part of the complex. So you're not really sacrificing anything. You're not talking to people who don't know anything, bro.
And after we've seen the way your moral code has kind of played itself out in this discussion, I highly doubt that's what's affecting your family home life.
Yeah, here goes Delaney. This sounds
your workload.
Exactly right. He sounds like a school counselor when you get in trouble. Correct.
Talking to a child.
Correct. He's talking down to her on her show. I love it. Same thing. You guys got to understand this shit. These people, same thing with Biden. You don't vote for me, you ain't black. They have no respect for black people. They don't. And you know what? With Charlemagne, Biden was right to have no respect for him. Because Charlemagne allowed that fool to diss him like that and didn't do anything. But this woman is like, hell no, I'm not Charlemagne. Fuck around and find out. Shout out to Candace Owens.
That's what I was feeling like.
Yeah, Candace.
It's like, obviously, I'm not black, so I don't feel the black struggle on that part. I feel the female aspect of it. Like, he's so disrespectful to this woman.
I know. The condescension. It's incredible.
Candace.
We're not talking about him. We're talking about your behavior. What the fuck?
And then the nerve of him to tell her that she should do more research or she should listen to more of his stuff.
But then she quoted him. 2 seconds later, she quoted him, and he got mad. I'll show you. He's like, you got to read my work. So she puts her head down and starts to read.
I have no issue, and maybe you should do a little bit more reading of what I've written.
You wrote, like any father, truly defends his children when attacked.
Wait.
He goes, you should do a little bit more reading. You wrote, like...
Direct quote. Wait.
Look. Wait, don't read what I wrote. After I just told you to look at more of what I'm reading. What I'm writing. Okay.
Wait. I have taken on the unethical behavior.
We don't care, man.
Of both calling out people who are unethical within my own tradition and standing up for other groups that are not in my tradition that are being persecuted.
Okay.
Last year, about a year, and you.
Somebody tell me a group of people more persecuted in the world than Gazan children right now.
Yeah.
It seems to me you're trying to run an interference from somebody who could influence people on the right to care about Gazan children, and that's the entire reason you're on this show. Because you want to bring the right back into the fold, because now right-wingers are starting to say, well, wait a second. Why are we handling this situation the way we said we don't want to handle shit? We already said with black people, we don't care about the racist shit. You can't pull out racism. You got to do something more substantive. We've already told the LGBT community, man, fuck you guys. You can't bring out trans or homophobia. You just got to come with something else. So now the right wingers are saying, well, why are we doing this with these Jewish people? Because they're doing the same thing. And what's happening is this guy's job is to be deployed to talk to Candace to get everybody to be like, yo, what were we thinking? Of course these people aren't human beings. We need to go back to the way we were before. Jeez. I'm sorry it's not going to work.
It's not working like that.
It's not working.
Do the research about that, because about a year and a half ago, Catholics were being so disrespected. I'm not Catholic. By the LA Dodgers wanting to honor the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, a trans group that dresses up like nuns, and honoring Dodger Stadium. I not only wrote articles, my articles helped promote General Flynn to help promote Catholics for Catholics to do a demonstration at Dodger Stadium that I spoke at.
But that had nothing.
What does that have to do with your racism against Palestinian people?
It was offensive, but I don't see what it has to do with it.
I was offended. I guess
but I
was offended.
I don't know if it was a way of him just trying to like throw dust in the air.
But what the hell does that have to do with your racism against Palestinians? You're not comfortable with transgender and gay people. It doesn't surprise me. Most conservative Jews are not. But what does that have to do with this situation? Because I promise you, dear listener, if that was a pro-Palestinian group, he would not have been out there advocating for their right to free speech. I promise you that. We continue.
Do with Jewish people.
Wait, and I've called out Jewish people. Why don't you Google my name and Jonathan Greenblatt?
Great. I'm glad. I think that all together, everybody.
I'm not alone.
I'm glad. What I am trying to communicate to you that when people can go, and as they have seen, as I showed on my show, all of the attacks from Rabbi Shmuley, which were available to you when you wrote this article, and then they see you write something. Please let me finish my statement. They see you write something. Rabbi Shmuley is an author of 31 books, was the rabbi at Oxford for 11 years, has a 30-year career of writing, speaking, preaching, and guiding people in Jewish beliefs. He has also been an activist in many causes, and most importantly, is a loving father of 9 children. And like any father, he defends his children when attacked and is proud of their accomplishments. Hold, because I never attacked them first. They've been attacking me consistently for 2 years. And then you go on. Hold on.
Candace, you're smarter.
Shut the fuck up! You're on her show.
He's so rude. They should mute him.
I know, but just let me finish. By
the way, Pearly Davis, whatever your name is, this is how you handle a hostile person. If you're really confident in how that your perspective is the superior perspective, you'll actually let these people talk more and more and more. You won't kick them off the show. Mm-hmm. She just has to rein this guy in because he mistook her coy, shyness, and her reserved nature as somehow that she's like submitting to him. She's not. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up.
Then you go on and you talk about me. People might say this might be a racist trope, but here we go. She dropped out of college because of a quote-unquote issue with a student loan, never even voted in elections until she had successfully created her unique brand, a pretty black woman who's politically conservative.
Wow, dude. Wow. I can't believe he wrote that.
I love it! Mask off! Oh my gosh. When Jay-Z said my Jewish lawyer to his floor demeanor in the hazmat just in case a nigga gotta use his rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bruh! Bruh! So Hag, when you go into the crystal ball,
700 years before,
700 years in fucking Europe, in a hamlet somewhere in Europe, Hag was used. Let's forget about the pagan connotation of Hag and things of that nature. We're gonna locate that to anti-Semitism. But talking about a black girl dropping out of college, you got your little brand, you're a pretty little black girl. No racial ramifications there at all. At all. I love it. Look at him. He's like, what's he was about to call her a nigger. Hell yeah, he's about to call her a nigger. See, here's the thing. The thing is that we know when you're saying it with your eyes, but you're too scared because you don't want the smoke. I've had enough white people do that with their eyes. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Do it. Say it. I wasn't even gonna touch you. You don't have to be afraid of me. You staying in your house and shit all the time. Stop staying in your house, man. Come outside. I'll talk to you. I'm not even like that. I've sworn off violence. Haven't you seen all the videos I swore off violence? You don't need to hide in your house every time I come over, bro. I ain't got it with you like that, man. Hey, next time I come over, come outside. We'll talk. You know what I'm talking about. We continue.
Anyone confronts her about her lack of knowledge or wisdom, she retreats to the position of counterattacking them for not appreciating a strong black woman who goes against goes against a stereotype. When you read something like that and you see that comparison and how you are presenting people, despite the fact that factually speaking, Rabbi Shmuley and his daughter were the ones attacking me for 2 years straight. I didn't even know who they were. When you speak about me like that and make it seem like I'm sorry, let me use your words here, lack of knowledge or lack of wisdom, how do you think the public perceives that when I'm the one that's being attacked?
I'm not concerned about how the public perceives it or not. Okay. What I'm concerned about is if you believe, and I cannot judge this because I'm not aware of 2 years. I don't follow you. Okay, just my life is too busy. I got a congregation and teenagers and all sorts of things.
But you were able to write. I hope you're not doing anything with your. I hope you don't come out with another like a line of,
lingerie with
your daughter. I mean, hell, this is some weirdo shit. Has anybody heard of this? A fucking man of the cloth doing all this weird shit with his daughter. You fucking weirdo.
It does fit stereotypes, though.
What stereotype? What?
Incestuous stuff.
If you believe that Shmuley Boteach and his daughter are doing things that are attacking you on a personal level, not attacking your persona, not attacking what you do. My calling you as anti-Semite is attacking you for how.
Why are you going back to that when she specifically called out the racist undertones in your fucking article, you lying motherfucker? Why are you trying to shift? This is what I'm saying. When you have debates and you agree at the beginning, you say, okay, doing cross-ex, all you can do is answer questions. That's all you can do. Then you get cross-ex and all the opponent can do is answer questions. This is why we have these rules. This is why.
How you act, not attacking you as a human being. Please understand there is a difference of who we are and how we are.
She dropped out of college.
Please let me finish. If Shmuley is attacking you, if he is attacking you on any personal way,
what does her college record have to do with the suffering of the children in Gaza? You're attacking her personally. What does anything that she just read, how is any of that pertinent to this discussion? It's not. You're just saying that to try to discredit her and getting your audience to see you shouldn't really value this. She's black. Why mention that? It's the same thing that happened with the Central Park carriage. He's like, I'm going to call the police and tell them a black guy.
Black man.
Doesn't mean it's okay for you to attack him. You know better than that. You teach your children all that better than that.
No, I actually, like everything I'm saying about him, like if this is holy, like, selling butt plugs with your daughter, I don't know.
Okay,
maybe
wait.
you're right. I think it's gross.
Right,
I think it's disgusting. And I do not, it's not the definition of holy in the Christian faith is what I would say. It's.
Oh my God.
I can't believe you said that.
Don't Google that shit.
I don't need to Google that. That's
Wasn't
not what
that
I'm
the thing that we
Googling.
found
That's
in that
exactly what that was.
Jesus. You remember when that whole situation happened? I said, how does somebody even fucking come up with that idea?
Yeah.
This motherfucker, he did that shit. Bro.
That is so much worse than what I was imagining.
Bro.
Honestly, that's so bad. That is so disgusting. I thought maybe his daughter came up with some idea for some sex toy and then he funded it, but she did it over there. You know what I mean? This is what?
Jeez, that's disgusting. Look.
I agree, Emily. I'm glad she just came right out and said it.
It's 2024.
Because what are we hiding behind?
I'll be the prude, okay? But holy shit. Oh my God.
Weird to me.
Well, okay.
It's very weird. And this can be a difference in our religions. But by the way, your religion does not trump my religion. So I think that you should respect the fact when I say something is unholy, I am referring to my religion.
That's right.
His relationship between him and his daughter is
you.
very creepy to me.
No.
The sex podcast is very creepy to me.
What?
The idea of sitting down and talking to your father about, topics of sex in any regard is creepy to me. Him promoting butt plugs that are sold by his daughter is creepy to me. I have a right to say that I find this to be utterly unholy and that any faith leader, at least in the Christian community, would agree that all of this is giving us very weird vibes between the father and daughter relationship.
Yes.
And I don't care what this guy says. There's no way that the majority of Jewish people are cool with this. There's no way. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either.
You cannot. No. Something is you. That's what I'm telling you guys.
There's something uniquely wrong with these.
This guy keeps saying unique. He's right. There's something unique about these kinds of people.
Yep.
Something unique.
The both of y'all.
These are unique people.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
My friend Tasco, he's a run-of-the-mill guy. Okay? Nothing special about him other than the fact that he's my friend. He's compassionate. He's cried with me during this whole Palestinian Gaza shit. He is the norm. This shit is weird. And I'm so thankful that she said, you got to respect my religion too.
Yeah.
Because we also have definitions of holy, what kadosh means.
Yeah.
You weirdo. Yeah. And it's not fucking...
Sex podcast.
Then you have a podcast.
What?
You have a podcast with...
Where you
Jeez.
publicly talk about sex
God
with your daughter?
Almighty.
This is really weird.
God almighty.
This is really weird.
I don't care how progressive we've been. I don't think we progressed toward that shit. That is incestuous, rapey, gross, fucking nasty shit. We continue. Thank you so much for calling that out, Candace.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Unbelievable. How do you think our LGBT friends feel about us when we say that homosexuality is sexually immoral? You think it makes them feel good? Do you have to have a PhD in lesbian dance theory? I just heard about that a couple days ago. Do you need a PhD in lesbian dance theory to know that your gay friends are going to be hurt if you say that homosexuality is looked upon as sexually immoral in Scripture? So now are you as a Jewish person supposed to change that law because now gay people are going to be offended at you? Weird. But again, it's all this, we're superior. My definition of holy is the only definition of holy. Weirdo.
I can say that all I want. And I do think that part of it, and this is where we get to the topic of where people perceive this and they very creepy.
I love that she could say, I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Yep.
Matt Walsh. I saw a clip of Matt Walsh doing that, but he was punching down against the trans people, and you know how I am with that shit.
Yeah.
But I like her. I can say whatever the fuck I want. It's America in this bitch. We continue.
To me, the idea of sitting down and talking to your father about, topics of sex in any regard is creepy to me. Him promoting butt plugs that are sold by his daughter is creepy to me. I have a right to say that I find this to be utterly unholy, and that any faith leader, at least in the Christian community, would agree that all of this is giving us very weird vibes between the father and daughter relationship. I can say that all I want. And I do think that part of it, and this is where we get to the topic of where people perceive this and they say, is this a form of Jew supremacy? To say, suspend your Christianity because my Judaism matters more, is the feeling that I get when you say, you don't get to say it's an unholy rabbi.
Yeah.
Pornography is unholy, in my view. You might disagree with that. It is unholy to Christians.
Listen, Candace, shut the fuck up and listen to the woman.
Yep.
She's teaching you about your religion, you weirdo.
Yep.
Go read your Bible.
Learn, Rabbi, learn.
Dig it up from under all your Talmud bullshit. I told you guys, you're not going to see this anywhere else now. You see how calm and collective my sister Candace is being. I'm the one with the semi.
Yeah. Jesus talked about this. He talked about people that had the outside looking clean, but the inside was very dirty.
They're full of sexual immorality, greed, and all other types of sickness.
Yep.
And that's why
why your people were angry.
That's why the Lord Jesus sent them Romans in 70 AD to give you a spanking. We continue.
The topic of pornography, peddling pornography, selling butt plugs, the commercialization of pornography is unholy. And I'm going to continue to call him unholy because that is...
Yep.
We've already talked about this. There is a direct line of connection between pornography and sex trafficking, and that's a fact. We actually had a moderated debate about it. You can check it out here. It's called Sex Work, whatever. The vibe of the show is not to condemn sex workers, but to condemn the men who exploit them, which would be... How much you want to bet that this guy and Shmuley have taken some trips to Thailand?
Jeez.
How much you want to bet?
I deem him to be, and I say that as a Christian.
Okay, so Candace, if you made the comment, right, and you said that this man, rabbi or not rabbi, because it doesn't matter if he's a rabbi or not, from what you're telling me, your understanding of your theory.
No, it matters that you're a rabbi because you're supposed to be a faith leader and you're supposed to be the exemplar. You're supposed to be the lived out word of the Torah or whatever it is that you guys are talking about. So no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to take the term rabbi and walk around with all the honors that go in the community of being rabbi and then say, hey, I'm just, if you criticize me, don't criticize my office. Just criticize me as a regular person. No. You are the leader. You're saying you're the spiritual leader and you're saying that you are the embodiment of your religion. So no. Especially a guy like Shmuley, who's the most recognizable rabbi in the country. You're Michael Jackson's rabbi, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. You're going to get held to a different standard, you weirdo. Go ahead.
This is ChatGPT. Take it for me you will. The stereotype that Jews are incestuous is an unfounded and deeply offensive stereotype that has been propagated by anti-Semitic individuals and groups over centuries. It has no basis in reality. It is entirely fabricated.
Good.
I guess you need to update.
Well, no. Look, that's my point. My point is that she is fighting against the stereotype by trying to isolate Shmuley and his fucked up daughter.
Right.
So that's why she said unholy rabbi.
Yeah.
If she would have said, this is what Jewish people do, that would have been the problem. We continue.
Yep.
Okay. Your understanding of your Christian theology, I don't know what denomination or sect you're part of, is that what he's doing is unholy.
Disgusting.
Then for you to say that, from my Christian perspective, what this man is doing is unholy, I absolutely respect. For you to say, my position as a mother, as a woman, I find what is going on here is creepy.
No, as a human, not as a...
I don't find that anti-Semitic in the slightest, either of those comments.
Who cares what you think, though?
I really don't. But so please hear that, because if you had said this guy is creepy, okay, that's not anti-Semitic. That's your opinion on the relationship of what he's doing. If you said what this business that he and his daughter, I don't know if it's he and his daughter or just his daughter, I don't know if they're combining the business, I have no idea. But that this business is from my...
You notice how he keeps saying he doesn't know? I don't know. Well, Shmuly's been insulting me for... I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. There's a lot of shit about this story you don't know. Why were you so comfortable writing about her and using her name then? There's a lot of shit you don't know, bro. I feel like you should have done a little bit more research before you wrote your article.
Christian perspective is very unholy. That's not anti-Semitic. It's not. I mean, if you had said that, I wouldn't be talking about it.
But I shouldn't have to say as a Christian. It's just I am a Christian and it's unholy.
Okay, no, you determine, you who are not a theologian, who does not know Jewish theology at all, and I'm pretty sure.
I wish she would just say, okay, so you're saying that what I'm saying is wrong. So then you're saying that the Jewish rabbis accept this, and this is acceptable.
There's space for rapey, incestuous stuff in Judaism. At the highest level is what you're saying. You weirdo.
Doesn't know what Gemara or Mishnah are or how they're used, or the dialogues about marital intimacy, you decided he's unholy.
Yeah.
Now, if you said, from my Christian perspective, he's an unholy man or he's doing unholy things, God bless you, and I'm fine with it. But you didn't. You said it's an unholy rabbi and his hag daughter.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And
I love it.
Again,
I love it.
What I was really hoping to hear, which I haven't heard from you once in this very long talk, is the realization of saying, you know what, Rabbi? I hadn't thought about that. You're right.
Because maybe she thought about it. Is that possible? Maybe she thought about it. Maybe she said, this motherfucker's walking around talking about he's America's rabbi and all this shit. Fucking selling. I'm not going to say what he's... I can't do it because it's disgusting. With your daughter. Disgusting, dude.
And then the podcast.
This absolutely fucking gusting. I don't care how progressive we are. That is a line nobody crosses. Because here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Here's what really pisses me off about that little situation. All of us are looking at that shit sideways like, what? Here's the bigger problem for me. Let's say that our crazy minds, because all of us are taking it an extra step, okay? Let's say that he really isn't doing anything pervy or rapey or incesty with his daughter.
I actually wasn't taking it an extra step. I was leaving it right there and saying it was disgusting.
Right. Here's the bigger problem. And here is why it was important that she called him that. We cannot normalize those kinds of interactions between fathers and daughters.
No.
We cannot normalize that. The whole thing where the dad doesn't even want to get menstrual products, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Because that means you got to rely on the girl to help you, which means you need both. Imagine that. You need a man and a woman to raise a child. Imagine that. We don't want a society where people think that it's okay to have that kind of relationship between fathers and daughters or mothers and sons. We've got to hold the line. And that's the reason everybody's looking at this shit sideways. Mm-hmm. So even if Rabbi Shmuly, okay, you being Michael Jackson's rabbi really doesn't help your cause, I gotta tell you. But Rabbi Shmuly's out here trying to normalize this idea, and now on top of that, you're trying to put a religious shield in front of that? No. Can you imagine being a girl in that kind of a subculture?
No. Oh my God.
Where's your protection? Who can protect you from your father? And who can protect you from your father in a religious community where your father has a rabbi with a capital R by his name? Nobody can see how that could turn bad. Like, let's forget about the horrible case, but I believe some incestuous, rapey shit has been going on with this girl for a very long time. That's my belief.
Yeah.
But let's say I'm wrong. You now are going to put vulnerable girls in a situation where they say, look at me, this is a rabbi. I mean, come on, like, lighten up. Many of y'all, this guy obviously has never done any downtown ministry where literally every single girl has a sexual assault story, and a lot of the boys do too. I sat there while this kid cried, 19, I didn't know what to do. His mother sold him to drug dealers for a hit of heroin. So I'm very, very sensitive to that shit. Very sensitive to it. So no, I don't want any nasty ass dude having any sort of example of any sort of credible figure. Because if it's Michael Jackson, we could say that guy's a fucking freak show. Look at him. But this is a rabbi. These are the people you're supposed to trust. That's the problem. And the fact that you can't see or understand that makes me question you too, you fucking weirdo. We continue.
I understand how that would be considered anti-Semitic, and that wasn't my intention. I have a problem with this man. I have a problem. I've seen zero so far, other than the fact that you say you're willing to watch a documentary film by the IDF. I've seen zero self-responsibility of saying, you know what? I didn't mean that. I didn't say that, or excuse me, I didn't mean that. That's not my intention, and I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to.
I haven't heard that from you once.
What I made clear to you is
because she's not sorry.
Yeah, nor should she be. You should be apologizing, though.
You fucking weirdo.
You should be apologizing.
She's not sorry.
Because you came out here quoting all kinds of stuff, saying that you had all this information about her. You haven't been able to back up anything that you've said. The only thing that you've done is name drop your buddy, Shapiro, which makes me wonder if he's the one that actually helped write your article. Because when he was questioned, he said, I'm sure Shapiro would be able to pull off something.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
That's a very good
point.
Ben, his cowardly ass, probably shadow wrote that fucking thing. Yeah, You're probably right. You're probably right. Ms. Mudd says, my husband buys the products for all the females in the house. It's on the shopping list. I'm with it. Don't take that literally. You knew where I was going, but good. We got to put that up there for the guys. I mean, I've had to do it once or twice. I've done it once or twice. Okay? Done it once or twice.
I always think it's sweet.
This dude is hilarious. You didn't apologize once. Yeah, you're on a right-wing program, man. All the, you need to apologize to my entire race shit. This is a right-wing program. What's wrong with you? They don't apologize to nobody. I respect them for it. I got to tell you, my respect level for this woman is through the fucking roof.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The tenacity of thinking he's going to control her words. The absolute ego of this clown. You see what happened?
Right, Emily.
That's because Shorty was playing coy the entire time.
Yep.
She let him talk. She let him interrupt. She let him insult. He had no idea that he was just tying his own rope. And now she's going, bow, 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 bow. He's like, wait a second. Why are you shooting me? She's like, we're on the range, bitch. That's why.
We're on the range.
Yeah, that's really disappointing.
Well, I don't want you to be disappointed. And as I always say to people, I'm serious. I don't want you to be disappointed. I understand that human beings have a lot of feelings, right? Everybody has, you can say, I watched this and this is how I felt about it. For me, the reality of what I have actually said.
I love that because Ben Shapiro is a facts don't care about your feelings guy. And he's all in his feelings now, dear listener. And he should be, by the way. I can tell you, Jewish person, I know what it's like to see the image of your people desecrated on camera, and then everybody celebrates it. And then everybody else. And then you see the comment section. That's one guy off the street. I know how that shit feels, bro. I know what it feels like to look at a guy like Tamir Rice and be like, that could have been my son. And to have you just dismiss the death like it was no big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've been going for years, Mr. Shapiro. Years. Trivializing the death of my folks. So when it happened to you, and you started acting out, I was like, yeah, fuck him. Yeah. One of the worst things about being a Christian is that it's real. Mm-hmm. So I was all there feeling good, like finally you knew how it feels. And the Lord Jesus said to me, you need to pray for that man because you know how it feels. I had absolutely zero fucking pity in my heart for Ben Shapiro. I had my own moments thinking about those Jewish people. I almost ran off the highway thinking about those Jewish people with my kids in the back. All them people dying and shit. Particularly the girl. when those cowards displayed her body and was hitting her and shit even after she was dead. Gave me a lot of Black Hawk Down vibes. So I had a lot of hurt in my heart for the Jewish people. I had nothing in my heart for Ben Shapiro. This man has made his millions trivializing the death of my folks. The problem with Christianity is that this shit is real. The Lord Jesus showed up in the room, and he showed up in my heart, and he said, we don't do that. We don't do that. When the Bible tells you to love your enemy, it's not telling you to have warm fuzzies about your enemy. I don't like this person. I don't like Ben Shapiro. When that trans lady put his hand on Ben Shapiro's knee and told him to shut the fuck up, and he cowered like a little bitch, I'm like, y'all, I'm happy. I'm not a good person. But the problem with Christianity is that this shit is real. So the Lord Jesus made me pray for Ben Shapiro. And as that was happening, my heart actually did change for Ben Shapiro, and I was actually able to feel some pity for the man, even though he didn't have it in his heart to pity me. And I don't believe that Mr. Shapiro is going to learn the lesson from this situation when the whole fucking world is looking at your dead and saying it doesn't matter. Which is not what people are saying. What people are saying is that the Gazans matter just as much as you, but even that is too much for these people, obviously. The problem with Christianity is that the shit is real. We continue.
It's a gift to be able to feel what you should feel in a situation. When your heart is too calloused or too hurt or too angry to feel it, like it's a godlike quality to have empathy for situations where we should have empathy. So that's where it was a pretty cool story.
Yeah. We continue.
And the way that it is being interpreted, I don't think is fair. Like that's why I wanted to go through the clips of what you said, for what you wrote that I said versus what I actually said. When I did condemn Hamas, you're saying I didn't condemn Hamas. You're saying I attacked Ben Shapiro. You don't have the clip available. I feel that actually what's happening here is you want me to apologize for things that I never said on the basis of how you felt.
Yep.
And that's not fair.
I have a suggestion. Okay, I have a suggestion. Okay, you and I are both politically conservative, right? I mean, I am, and I know you are. And I would hope that we're all facing the same direct way. I'd like to ask you some specific questions about the things in that article, and you just tell me, okay? Yeah. And so if I misinterpreted something, if I misread something, if I misheard something, or you feel I misunderstood.
You didn't misread or mishear things. You lied about her.
Yeah.
You lied.
Something. You know, communication happens, especially when we're doing writing. Miscommunication happens. So I'm going to ask you simple questions that would define anti-Semitism with the vast majority of rabbis, Jews, and theologians. Mm-hmm. Do you believe October 7th was uniquely evil and on a whole other level than anything going on, especially anything going on in Gaza or anything else right now?
No.
He can't be serious.
No, I do not.
No, not at all.
I've seen horrible videos of Ukrainians executing POWs. I've seen horrible videos of Russians executing POWs. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, first of all, there are testimonies of Jewish grandmothers that said that they were treated well. That's a fact. I also have audio of Jewish hostages begging for their lives, but they end up getting killed. But you know who killed them?
Their own.
The fucking IDF. No. Your suffering is not unique suffering. No.
Secondly, what Hamas is doing is in retaliation to what they've been doing to Gaza. What are they talking about? Are we supposed to forget that you guys brought your lawn chairs and your fucking popcorn to watch these kids get bombed over there? Like, we don't forget that. That's crazy. That's sadistic. It's satanic.
Go watch Gaza Fights for Freedom.
You should watch it.
It's a bunch of Gazan kids and old ladies literally marching in peaceful protest, then getting shot by the IDF.
From the moral, ethical, your point of view as a Christian, I am asking you point blank, do you feel that October 7th, what happened, is uniquely at a whole other level and depth of evil? Yes or no?
I believe that what happened on October 7th is evil. We've seen.
Do you believe it is a whole other level than anything else, especially what is going on in Gaza?
No.
I think that there have been things that have happened historically, like the Holocaust, like what the Bolsheviks did to Christians, the Christian Holocaust, that
You're not answering.
No, I'm trying to answer your question. I guess I would like you to explain to me, in your own context, Holocaust versus what happened on October 7th. Why is October 7th uniquely evil compared to the Holocaust? Maybe you can educate.
And in October 7th, there was, you don't know your history about the Holocaust then. In October, the Holocaust was a machine that was made and cost Germany the war.
So you'd say October 7th?
October 7th was a specific intention. Remember that in the Holocaust, the first attacks are war attacks, because it's all about a war effort on world domination.
What is he saying?
He has to say that this event was worse than the Holocaust so that they can justify the genocide that we're looking at right now.
I know. She put him in a very...
That's the problem.
Funny situation. But I don't understand his justification, though, what he's saying in response. He is saying
that unless you say that what happened to them on October 7th is some uniquely horrible thing, then you're an anti-Semite.
Yeah, I know, but he's saying the reason the Holocaust wasn't as bad is because it started out as a war machine or war effort?
Yeah, which is also ridiculous. That's not... You know what, guys? I asked one of my friends... We might do a World War II special that might get the channel completely and totally destroyed and canceled. I'm not sure. I'm asking some wise friends right now because I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, literally the Holocaust is called the final solution. How could that be worse than that? What do you mean? How about the day that Kunta Kinte got ripped away from his family and he got put in a boat full of other black people who were hearted in there like sardines, and the only time that the women saw the sun was when they were getting raped by their slave master and weren't even given showers, so that the semen was caked on the woman about 2 or 3 inches in the story, in the book, and they had to get scrubbed down with salt scrubs because there was so much stuck-up semen on these women that you couldn't even get to their skin. October 7th was bad.
Oh my God.
This idea that you guys suffered more than everybody else is fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous. All human beings have suffered. Some of them are still suffering. There's a lot of ethnic groups that went through Holocaust, sir. Not any of them got a fucking you know these people got reparations from England? Germany did the Holocaust. They got reparations from England. Reparations. I'm going to just let that word sit with y'all for a little bit. They got reparations. Then they got an entire state. Miss me with this idea that you suffered in some unique way. The only thing unique about your suffering is the windfall that you got after it. Black people suffered. We're supposed to get 40 acres and a mule. We didn't get that, dear listener. We didn't get that. We got Jim Crow and the crime bill. Shout out to Joe Biden. What did our Native American brethren get? What did our indigenous people? You know, the people God drew out of the earth? What did they get after their Holocaust? You trying to tell me that October 7th was worse than one day on the Trail of Tears? You see how these people think? You see how these people think? None has suffered as we have suffered.
Ian, you should check your heart. That's not funny.
Oh, my God. That's right. No, Miss Mudd, you're absolutely right. What he's trying to do is update the Holocaust because the Holocaust has been used as a justification for all the bullshit that these people do. And now what's happening is they need to use October 7th as the new Holocaust because the Holocaust card is not working.
Right.
So now we have to come up with something worse than the Holocaust.
Yep, you're right. Yep.
October 7th is about to torture and do such horrific things to civilians, to the weak, the innocent, the old.
I'm sorry, but once again, once an Israeli becomes 18 years of age, they are in the IDF. That is a fact. They have a mandatory draft for 2 years. So everybody in Israel is either going into the military or ex-military. Mention that when you talk about civilians. See, Americans don't know this stuff. You don't know this stuff. You think it's an all-voluntary army just like in America. No, it is not an all-voluntary army like in America. And so everybody there, by their own doing, is a potential soldier or an ex-soldier. That's just a fact. It's a fact. And that's what happens when you try to build empires, is you always have to feed the war machine. People were asking me, why do you care so much about Ukraine and Russia? Because if we go to World War III, my children's children are going into a draft. That's why. I've seen enough war. I wasn't even born in this country. I promise you, my family, I promise you, my family has paid the bill. We paid the bill.
So I'm asking you a very simple...
More than you know. We've paid the bill. So no, I'm sorry. Like I said, my heart breaks for everybody that died over there that day, but you cannot say that they were civilians, most of them. Unfortunately.
Question.
I'm honestly, you asked it. I'm ready to answer it. I think it was evil. And, if you feel it's uniquely, we've bombed a million...
Delaney, I've seen Jewish people, even rabbis, who protest against the treatment of Palestine. Correct. And we've been saying that all night, and we need to say it again. These people are 1%ers. People like this are 1%ers. This is not the majority report for Judaism. Candace has had 4 or 5 Jewish people on her show. This dude is the only one saying this dumb shit. So it's very important that we understand that. We continue. And you guys know me. I'm not running interference or whatever. I'm just being real. These people are isolated. You go show me. I'm telling you, you can eeny, meeny, miny, mo any Jewish rabbi you know, or go to your local synagogue and say, Rabbi H1tler, do you make sex toys with your daughter? And see what he says to you. These people are very unique. We continue.
Iraqi civilians. You're talking about just like if you're weighing against civilian costs. And again, I think how you said about...
October 7th is about to torture.
The British started a famine in Ireland in 1800s to try to kill off the Irish. We have our Ukrainian friends were talking to us. I'm not pronouncing it. Ukrainians, forgive me. The Holodomor or whatever, where the Russians essentially orchestrated a mini Holocaust by starving out the Ukrainians. Okay? My people, Southern Africans, sold us off into slavery. That's why to this day, the black Israelites hate Africans. Okay? This idea. You okay?
I never heard that information before.
Which one?
With the women, so much semen all over them, scraping off them.
Yeah, that happened. And yeah, Jews were involved in the slave trade. That's a fact. We continue.
And do such horrific things to civilians, to the weak, the innocent, the old.
Dave, I did not say they were legitimate targets. My position is that as a Christian, we shouldn't kill anybody. What I am saying is you cannot characterize these people as innocent civilians because Americans have an understanding of what a civilian is. That's my problem. That's my issue. Be honest in your communication. This guy knows for a fact that everybody there, once they turn 18, is in the military. Tell the people the truth and then let them come to their own conclusions. As you've concluded, Dave, the fact that they had previous military service doesn't justify. I saw a 45-year-old guy who was running the street. He had no shot. No shot. Overweight, running 1 mile an hour. He had no shot, and they took him down. Like, I felt bad for dude. I agree. But we cannot say that guy that was killed, he's never done it. We don't know. That's all I'm saying. And all I'm telling people is this guy knows very well that every single one of those people was basically in the military and not You gotta tell people the entire truth and then let them come up with their own conclusions. The problem is when you say shit like that, then somebody hears somebody like me, they'll go, oh, well, fuck it then. They was legitimate targets. I didn't say they were legit targets, but I am telling the truth. The truth is they're all ex-military for the most part. We continue. And their military is funded by the U.S. billions of dollars a year. That is another reason I wanted to mention that. Correct. But Dave, I appreciate you explicitly disagreeing because we're in a very, very hot situation right now. Sori's crying. I'm emotional. This guy's crazy. And everybody's kind of saying the same thing in the chat. It's so easy to just go along with the crowd. Thank you for putting that nuance out there and then forcing me to define clearer what I said. This is how these conversations need to go. So fucking thank you. Seriously, dude. And keep it up, guys, because this makes me a sharper thinker. It makes me a better communicator. Thank you very much. We need more disagreement and more, hey, wait a second, what about this? Thank you. Okay, we continue.
So I'm asking you a very simple question.
I'm honestly, you asked it. I'm ready to answer it. I think it was evil, and if you feel it's uniquely, we've bombed a million Iraqi civilians. You're talking about just like if you're weighing against civilian costs. And again, I think how you said about when you read you watch the Passion of the Christ, and you have your eyes when you watch it, and I have my Christian eyes. Very difficult for me to say when the greatest Holocaust that ever happened was against Christians and what the Bolsheviks did to us.
I got to stop real quick. Lonnie O says, but in order for the Bible to be fulfilled, as a Christian, you should know that there won't be any two-state solution and that Al-Aqsa Mosque has got to go. No, Lonnie, absolutely not. I completely and totally disagree with you. Please show me one passage in the Bible, especially in the New Testament, where that's a thing. That's untrue. That's completely untrue. Jesus never predicted a rebuilding of a third temple. All he predicted was the destruction of the temple. That's a fact. Jesus never predicted any return of the Israelites into Israel. He only predicted the destruction of Jerusalem and their exile from the land.
As a matter of fact, we're told that we are the temple.
Mm-hmm.
There is no temple like that anymore.
Yeah. Here's Lonnie. Once I believe the Bible. Lonnie, I believe the Bible. Please show me where anything. Show me in the Bible anything about Al-Aqsa Mosque or that they're. What are you talking about? There's nothing in the Bible that militates against a two-state solution at all. None. Later, CISO. Oh, me and Candace have a lot of disagreements, man. I was not really a fan of Candace at all.
I know.
I couldn't stand Candace.
I'll tell you, she's winning me over big time on this one, though.
Yeah, I love her now. She stood up to Shaitan. Later, CISO. I love her now, but before me and Shorty had. Thank you, Perkanos. Thank God. Oh, I can't. All of you need a friend like Perkanos. I'm telling you, you do. John Sullivan in this bitch.
Drowning us in barges. I cannot
I love this.
Discount the things that have happened to Christians. We are actually the most persecuted religion in the world, and it's never described as uniquely evil.
And
so what happened on October 7th is evil. Full stop.
Yep.
What has happened in the past to Christians, what is happening currently to Christians in Armenia.
Talk that shit. Let's go.
So
those Muslims.
Look at him. You caught him in an eye roll.
Yeah, look at the eye roll. Those Muslims were crucifying Christian women naked over there in Armenia, you fucking weirdo. Time out. This was the worst day in history. What are you talking about? Most of those people had merciful deaths compared to what happened to those Christians over there in Armenia. We had Nero out here using Christians as human torches.
That's right.
He'd crucify them, dip them in tar, and set them on fire. What are you talking about, bro?
Light as gardens.
Yeah, your feeling that it's unique is probably, I want to recognize it, but I don't want to sit here and pretend
I make a simpler question then.
I minimize what I've been through. I mean, unique evils, slavery. I'm a black woman. I mean, there's tons of things that have happened, and I don't want to pretend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What the fucking the nerve of you, bro? You talking to a black woman and you trying to get us to say that what happened to you on October 7th was the worst day in the history of... Man.
Unbelievable.
Look at his face, too. Look at his face like,
Unbelievable.
Look at him.
Unbelievable.
Pretty sure the term genocide was originally coined to refer to the Armenian genocide. Oh, well, hey, those were Armenians. They weren't Jewish, so their blood is not as scandalous. We continue.
And that I think that when it happens to Jews, it's somehow more evil or more unique than when it happens to other groups all around the world.
I'm going to ask you a specific, simpler question. Do you believe there is a qualitative difference?
No.
Between what was done on October 7th and the horrible tragedies that are going on in Gaza, with children being used as human shields and dying with and being killed, with all of that. There are tragedies going on in Gaza we both agree on. Do you believe that there is a radical difference between what happened October 7th and what is going on there? Or do you believe that there is really not a moral and huge qualitative difference? It's one.
Well, no, there is not a correlation between what happened on October 7th and what's happening in Gaza. And the reason for that is because some of those people had guns and fired back. That's the other thing that's not being told about those videos. They didn't just sit there and get murked. Once these guys found out that shit was happening, it was on and popping, and that's why they found the Israeli dude with the IDF soldier with the garden hoe, because the other guy had just been de-weaponized. Right? So no, what is happening to Gazan children and Gazan women and pregnant Gazan women who are dying of thirst and hunger, and whose children are suffocating under their homes right now? I got parents. The last thing they heard was, "Mom, help me. How come you're not helping me?"
Oh my God.
So no, I'm not going to say that what happened to your folks is qualitatively different than what happened to them, other than the fact that these kids have absolutely no fucking hope of defense.
How it's happening is different. There's no question that it's different.
Lonnie, thank you for saying Matthew 24. Matthew 24 is an entire chapter. Please show me in Matthew 24. Matthew 24, Jesus predicts the destruction of Jerusalem and the destruction of the temple. Show me in Matthew 24, sister, where Jesus ever said that the temple was going to be built again and that he was going to bring them back to the land in unrepentant so that they could slaughter everybody around there. Like, show me that. Show me that in Matthew chapter 24. I'm willing to learn. We continue.
People just the same way.
Children, innocent children dying. If the consequence of children is dying, of course, it is an evil thing for innocent children to be dying.
Do you believe? Okay, so I want to make sure I'm hearing you. Okay, I don't want to misinterpret you. I am asking for specific answers.
It is always an evil, and I again say this as a Christian, it is always an evil when innocent children are killed. Always an evil.
So do you believe that October 7th is more evil than what's happening when the innocent children are dying?
Pardon?
I'm asking you.
What?
I'm asking you the simple question. Do you believe there's a greater depth of evil in what happened October 7th than any of the tragedies that are happening in Gaza?
Actually, let me actually toss this back to you, because this is a great question. I think a lot. No. This is a great question. I'm glad you asked this, but I want to toss this to you because one of the things that was also radically misinterpreted. Actually, I was talking about Brian Mast in his language when he said that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. I thought that was horrifically genocidal to say that. And that has been...
You didn't think it was horrifically genocidal.
It was.
It was genocidal, full stop. It's genocidal. Jeez. These people, the conversations that they have behind closed doors, they're having on accident, and they've been having them with each other so much that they don't really see how fucked up it is what they're saying. It says, when you see the abomination stand in the holy place, as far as I and the rest of the world are concerned, that hasn't happened yet. You're wrong. The rest of the world does not agree with you. The abomination of desolation recorded in Matthew 24 is also recorded in Luke in the Olivet Discourse. And we're told there that the abomination of desolation is seeing Jerusalem surrounded by armies, plural, which is exactly what happened in 70 AD. Vespasian, who was originally doing the campaign, heard that Nero died, left the city and left his son Titus to finish up the Jewish war. And so in about 3.5 years, from 67 to 70, Titus surrounded the city, they starved him out, and then they destroyed the temple. And what happened with the Romans was they had multiple armies. They had the Roman army, and then they had other the client states that came along with them. So literally, Jerusalem was literally surrounded by armies, plural. Mm-hmm. And it was an abomination because when they would march, their standards were the Roman eagle, which was a pagan symbol. We've already seen this. When Pilate tried to do it, there was a giant uprising in Jerusalem and he had to turn around. Okay? Yeah. So there was already an abomination there, and it obviously caused desolation. You can read about this in the Wars of the Jews.
I was just going to say, you should listen to that.
Okay, so that was that. Has nothing to do with a temple or a two-state solution or anything like that.
Remember, Jesus said this generation was going to get judged for that.
Furthermore, he said all these things will happen in this generation. Correct. We continue.
A huge conflict of whether or not what's happening is genocidal or if it's not genocidal. And something that I don't think that we have a clear definition on.
I'm just going to say this last thing so we don't get... Lonnie says, did you see the Antichrist stand in the temple? The scripture doesn't say anything about the Antichrist. Jesus never uses the term Antichrist. The term Antichrist is never used in the book of Revelation.
It says the abomination of desolation.
It says the abomination. It says abomination that causes desolation, Sadat. Correct. And Jesus actually gave a clue because he says, they said, where, Lord? And then Jesus says, where there is a dead body, the eagles the vultures will gather. And what's interesting is the Greek word for vulture is the same word as eagle. Yeah. So some translations say vulture, some translations say eagle. A person says, well, what is it? And the answer is both, because remember, the Romans showed up with eagles on their standards. And so Jesus is using a double entendre to show them it's the Roman military. We continue.
And the dead were obviously causing the vultures to gather.
Correct. I do not understand how people who experience a Holocaust could accept or support what the Israeli government has done to the Palestinian people. Well, as I said...
That's the thing. They really believe there's something separate.
Well, wait. As I said, Norman Finkelstein has been on this show. There have been 2 or 3 other Jewish people that have been on the show.
Right.
This is the first guy that is saying this like this.
Yeah.
Okay? So, this guy is a 1%er.
Yeah.
Okay? This is not... all of Judaism. This is a specific kind of really satanically inspired something-ism, but it's not Judaism.
But he's come right out and said that he, he's thinking that theirs is a unique thing. So He believes that there's something different than the rest of us.
Correct. Lonnie, I have no problem. Look, we're actually going to do a Bible study about this with some of our people. I will send you the information. When you say that's not what the rest of Christianity believes, I'm sorry, sis, you're completely wrong. What you believe is called premillennial dispensationalism is invented about 200 years ago. Nobody believed what you believe right now with the Antichrist and the temple and the rapture and all this stuff. This is brand new stuff. Okay? But I don't want to get distracted with the theology. We continue. No, the rest of Christianity does not believe what you believe. I'm sorry. It's not true.
Is genocide. And this is, obviously the word was created post-Holocaust. And so I would just like to get from you, because we're running, because we are running out of time.
So I'm not trying to, I don't use the word.
You don't use the word genocide?
Nope.
So you wouldn't describe the Holocaust as a genocide?
I would describe it in other ways. It's just not the language.
Now why?
What's happening?
You know why he won't use the word? Because the UN just recently basically said, you guys are coming really fucking close to the term. And now the term is being bandied about. So now he says he doesn't use the word. Do you really think we don't know what's going on here, guy? You really truly believe that we don't know what you're doing here? You don't use the word.
Which I use. So for me to say that this is a definition.
Okay, Lonnie, no. 99.9% does not believe what you believe. That is the theology that you've been exposed to, and it's the only theology you know.
Right.
But that does not mean that the church believed that. Okay?
I mean, we've been around for 2,000 years.
We've been around for 2,000 years.
And that doctrine has only been around for about 200 years.
No, I've actually done debates with Black Hebrew Israelites, and I don't know how you can ask me that question. I'm sitting literally right next to a white woman.
Maybe she doesn't know that doctrine. This wouldn't be allowed to happen. Help me, Lord.
Would be arrogant and inappropriate, because
but what percentage of a certain group of people have to die that would constitute a genocide? Because I think that's part of it. It's a back forth where it's like, listen, if we can just say X amount of people, percentage of people dying of the same ethnic group.
Candace, you don't, I'm telling you point blank. you're asking me to define a term that I don't go around utilizing.
Oh. Okay.
So I don't. You're saying define this, and what I'm saying is I don't use that term. I am asking you a very simple question, which you have avoided a yes or no on.
I haven't avoided a yes or no on anything. I've been answering you this entire time. I am just saying that if the consequence for me, I cannot, like, what happened on October 7th to me was so horrific and was so evil. And it partially, the reason why I believed it was so horrific and so evil was there was no military target. You were just targeting civilians, and civilians are innocent, right? And so for you to then tell me, is it more or less evil when now innocent civilians, what is the number at? Can you tell me what the number is at of Palestinian children?
No, I can't, because Hamas stories aren't.
I know, but I'm asking you. I'm not asking Hamas. I'm asking you.
Candace, I'm going to try and make this.
So when you're asking me to compare, and what you're actually asking me to do is to compare, is to state whether or not I believe. Please let me finish this. I feel that question, okay, is you trying to make a statement
Let me try to get the question, okay? I believe that what happened on October 7th is a uniquely dark form of evil on a whole other level, in every way, shape, or form of evil than anything that is happening in Gaza. Do you agree with my statement or disagree?
No.
I don't need explanations. Do you agree with me or disagree?
I have said to you 1,000 times, I feel like what you are asking me to do right now, I'm looking at the cost of life. This is how I analyze things.
You can't agree. You're not going to agree with me.
I am uncomfortable with the amount of innocent life that is lost right now in Gaza.
So you're not going to agree with me. Let's move on because there's other stuff. Because there's another piece in that article.
Because part of it feels like you want me to weigh, like, is
Lonnie.
Who's this guy trying to tell her we're going to move on? It's not his show.
Lonnie, it would be great if because I know for a fact that everything that I just said to you is brand new to you. What would be great is if you would stop telling everybody what Christianity teaches or what 99% of Christianity believes. You don't know what 99% of Christianity believes, sis.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to insult you, but it's obvious to me that you were raised probably in a Southern Baptist sort of context or charismatic context, and you were taught premillennial dispensationalism. That is an extreme, and by the way, that view is waning in popularity, and it'll probably die with John MacArthur, inshallah, because we are partly responsible for that theology. Mm-hmm. Guys, this is the reason I'm taking time to address this theological issue. That theology has been instrumental in giving the moral as well as financial justification to do this shit to these people.
Yep.
When Christians think about the Holocaust of babies, we rightly take up their cause. But there's only one group of people that we will not take up the cause for, and that's Palestinian people, and it's directly related to this theology of premillennial dispensationalism. It's evil, it's ungodly, it's unchristlike, and nobody in the church knew about this doctrine until 200 years ago. So that's why I'm taking the time to debunk all that nonsense. And it is nonsense. No disrespect to you, sis. But I asked you earlier. You said that the Al-Aqsa Mosque has to go. There's going to be another temple coming up. And there's no way that there could be a two-state solution if you read the Bible. I need you to show me that. Mm-hmm. Because it's that mentality that influences legislation. That's why this guy is so comfortable to go on to a show with an explicitly Christian person and talk this nonsense. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm taking the time to refute that theology. It's racist, and honestly, it's heretical. Mm-hmm. If you truly believed it, which I don't think any real dispensationalism.
Miss Mudd, we're not disputing that other Christians have shared the same viewpoint as what Lonnie is communicating.
It's distinctly American.
What we're saying is it's distinctly American, and it didn't come up until about 200 years ago. And Christianity has been active, for 2,000 years. So it's very new, and it's on its way out. And it's still limited by where you certain denominations. It's not all of Christendom that believes this.
Correct.
So yeah, I'm sure you've met other people. I mean, we used to have that mindset.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a distinctly American and a distinctly recent and waning theology. Bless God. We continue. And this guy, What makes October 7th worse than 9/11? Is it the amount of people? Because more people died on 9/11. Is it the brutality? What makes October 7th worse than any other horrible murderous event? The fact that it was his people that died.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
Jewish people here, everybody else here.
Yep.
All lives don't matter. We continue. Would you let the Gazans in as refugees? The only way I'd answer that question, Lonnie, is that during the Holocaust, there was a boat full of Jews that came into New York, and we turned them around. And I think it was like 90% of the people on that boat in that picture ended up in a gas chamber. Okay? We should have took those people in. We should have took those people in. That's how I respond to that question. Would I take in the Gazans?
I would adopt some Gazan children.
Yeah. We owe the Gazans this because our bombs did this.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, people don't understand. These Israelis, they're bombing, they're doing all this shit because of us.
Yeah.
They're able to do it because of us.
Oh.
If we did the right thing, there'd be thousands of people would be alive right now. So the least we can do is let them in here. The least we can do is let them in here. We continue.
Is Jewish innocent life worth more than Palestinian innocent life? And I'm not comfortable with that.
You made that clear that you don't view it the same, or you'd be able to say that what happened.
I view innocent life as innocent life. Like I'm saying, it's just innocent life lost.
Candace, you've made it clear you weren't able to answer yes to that question. Fine, let's move on to something else.
But I want to again state.
This is brilliant. You weren't able to answer yes, so there's some deficiency in her part for not just agreeing with you. Look at this guy. He's pathetic.
You want to make yourself clear. I don't need more.
No.
You've made yourself clear. You're good. I'm good.
Please stop, because it's important for listeners to understand. When you ask a question like that, okay, it's different than you saying, do you think it is justified for people to defend themselves? You are basically asking me a question. Is more Israeli life, is that more of an evil when it's lost than when more more innocent Palestinian life? And I am not comfortable with that question.
Candace, that's not what I said.
But that is...
I made a statement of my beliefs and only asked you if you could agree or disagree. You couldn't take a stand. I'd like to move to something else in that article that we have not discussed. Because
she could take a stand. She took a stand. She said all life is equal. And then you came out and said, nah, what happened to us was way worse.
I am conscious of time.
And he didn't want to talk about the number of people that they've murdered. Mm-hmm. I don't use the term genocide, and I'm not going to talk about how many people we killed.
Which is, you make a comment again, and I think you do want to discuss this as well, I'm going to guess, and I want to be conscious of your time because I think it's important. You said where you stand on October 7th. That's fine. You stand where you stand. You make a comment in your comments back to Shmuley Boteach about, and again, you make an equivalency where you talk about the Hollywood Jewish gangs, that Kanye West believes that, and that shouldn't we be able to talk about that?
Well, Kanye doesn't say he believes it. Kanye is claiming that he's witnessed it. And now I'm starting to believe that he's not so crazy.
Didn't we say at the way beginning of this that somebody was saying that they wanted to bankrupt her?
Yeah, Shmuley.
Isn't that... Did you just talk about Jewish gangs?
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean? I'm not making a joke.
But no. Ye is
specifically. Am I misunderstanding something?
There's this whole thing, and it's part of it's a little bit conspiratorial, but also at the same time believable about there's these in Hollywood, these roving gangs, and they're sexual perverts, and it's always with kids. And if you look at what's going on with Puffy right now, it's coming out. Puffy is doing a whole bunch of shit. I'm not going to mention the people because you'll be disappointed that we're running around with Puffy doing all types of weirdo shit. Yeah, I'm not going to mention because you like him. So, it's coming out now, a lot of this weirdo shit. And, so Kanye is saying, yeah, there's roving gangs and a lot of them are Jewish. That's what he's saying. I don't know. We continue.
You make the analogy with Crips and Bloods. And I make the comment how anti-Semitic this is because it's a trope that goes back almost 100 years.
Oh my God. Yeah. Everything is anti-Semitic.
And you make an equivalency where you talk about the Hollywood Jewish gangs, that Kanye West believes that, and that shouldn't we be able to talk about that? And you make the analogy with Crips and Bloods, and I make the comment how anti-Semitic this is because it's a trope that goes back almost 100 years.
He is saying he saw it happen. He's not saying I believe that there's roving gangs of Jews in Hollywood doing. He's saying he saw it happen. Okay? Call him a liar then. But I don't know how you could possibly know what Kanye West's experiences are. Man, them people in Hollywood are weird as fuck, bro. I think they're all weird. Go ahead.
We spent a bunch of time defending this rabbi and his daughter situation because he was offended that she said he was unholy.
Right.
So, I mean, but now you're trying to tell us that this stuff's not happening? I mean, come on.
Wait, right. You got people in your crew at the rabbinical level making weirdo shit with his daughter. So imagine the same group in Hollywood. I believe him.
I do too.
I believe him.
I do too.
I believe him. And you know what else? Your reaction to Smooly's weirdo bullshit.
Yep. Is what
you didn't say one thing that says, "Hey, this is really crossing a line."
You
There's
were
some real
upset that
problems
she called
here.
him unholy for that.
Your biggest issue was she called you unholy, or your buddy unholy. Disgusting. We continue.
And how Jews control Hollywood. In the 1920s, the Hollywood entertainment industry was started by the majority of the people who started studios were Jews. They couldn't get jobs in any other business when they came to this country. Many of them were sons of rabbis. And there's a truth, and there's a great book called Empire of Their Own, how the entertainment industry was started by Jews. And how they did control Hollywood in the early days, they employed other Jews who were unemployable. That stops by the 60s and 70s and is totally gone.
Oh, that's why the Jews only hired other Jews. It wasn't because they have like a clearly demonstrated pattern of, by the way, Brother Minister Farrakhan talked about this, and he said, you should learn from the Jews. Mm-hmm. Farrakhan said a black dollar stays in the black community for like 23 minutes or something like that. A Jewish dollar goes around your community for like 2 months or something like that before it goes outside. It's smart. Yeah. It's the way as a minority you can get together and have real power. And it's the reason why you could see this very clearly in the 2020 election when black people had Bernie Sanders to choose between him and Biden, and they chose Biden. Because black people are not smart like that. The ability of Jewish people to work together and get themselves, to me, is one of the most inspiring things in the world. Because it shows you don't have to have a bunch of numbers. Yep. You just got to have focus, determination, and a good, strong sense of community. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that that's great. Mm-hmm. But let's not sit here and pretend that y'all stood up the Hollywood thing because nobody would hire Jews. Nobody would hire Jews, so we decided to go into play acting. Stop it! There was no money in entertainment initially. Good God. That is how ethnic groups should behave as collectives and not individuals. And yes, you can run into problems with, a lot of the world. I'm studying Hegel right now. A lot of the world is about figuring out how to work with unity and diversity. And that's a very complex operation. And so mistakes are going to get made along the way, right? But it's still important for people of the same ethnicity to come together cooperatively, at least to the point where they can set themselves up as viable players in the society. And that's the reason why we are 2-3 times more than Jewish people in the culture, and we're nowhere. Because look at Chicago. When they put them Jews over there in the ghetto in Warsaw and all the rest of it, they didn't sit there and start killing each other. They strapped up and went after Germans. Okay? So that's the reason why these people, no matter how small they are, you drop them people, you drop Jewish people on Mars, they're going to figure this shit out. We need that example. That's a good thing. The problem is, This is what happens when it becomes the worshipful thing. You know, I used to listen to a preacher. He said, you take a good thing, you turn it into a God thing, and then you turn it into a bad thing. This collective thing where we're going to come together and us against the world, that's good to a degree, but this is a satanic version of that.
Yep.
This is Satan, not God. We continue. Nothing wrong with people of the same kind saying, let's work together and cooperate. Nothing wrong with that. That's beautiful, actually. That's actually beautiful, actually.
The 80s and 90s. Okay? And it is gone. It is a trope that people say. Understand that when we go back, remember we talked about the blood libel? Mm-hmm. Blood libel has become...
Remember we talked about the blood libel, dummy? Come on, nigger, don't you remember that?
A term that's understood by academics, anthropologists, socialists, not political, but social anthropologists. The blood libel is when you're blaming Jews for the problems of other people, that you're radically blaming them for because of the anti-Semitism as a form of anti-Semitism. For many decades, you were told, oh, the Jews control Hollywood, this secret cabal, and they control Hollywood. You perpetuated that. Again, I understand you were defending against Shmuley Boteach. I understand that you've explained yourself about Rabbi Shmuel. But you
just said they control Hollywood. You said they started it and hired basically just Jewish people because nobody else could find work. That's what you said. So it's not wrong to say that you control Hollywood. White people control the NFL. Who are the owners in the NFL? The players are mostly black. The owners are mostly white. Okay, so white people own the NFL. Are we saying that we should march white people into concentration camps? No, we're just saying the facts. They control the NFL.
Made the specific comments about this Jewish group, I think you call them gangs or thugs, as opposed to saying that there are people who run Hollywood who are bad people, who do bad things. I'm not going to question whether there are or are not. But you identified the noun to their adjective of acting badly as a Jew. When the reality...
Yes, because if the bad actor is a Jew, then we're going to say the bad actor is a Jew. Mm-hmm. When Osama bin Laden, it wasn't Osama bin Laden, it was Muhammad Atta. When Muhammad Atta and the rest of them boys flew that plane into that building, okay, all I heard over and over again from these people, it was Muslims, it was Saudi Arabians, 100%. It was Muslims, it was Saudi Arabians, over and over again. I saw another clip. I'm not going to mention that. It's true. It did happen, but I'm not going to mention it here because people are a little bit too. I'm not going to mention. Hey! Seems I missed a whole lot of stream. I look forward to watching all this. My friend, we're on hour 5 right now, so I'm not sure if you want to watch all of it, but we continue. Glad to have you here.
That Jews don't.
Oh, I missed it.
They were talented pilots. We talk about 9/11, Muhammad Atta. Oh. They were talented pilots. Hey, look, like I said, I lost people in 9/11, all the rest of it. The reason I'm at peace with 9/11, honestly, is when I saw that second plane hit, I said, people are going to die in bunches. And I saw people die in bunches. So we squared that circle 50 times over. So make no mistake, I'm a patriot. Believe me, I'm a patriot. Believe me, my family loves this country. But that's why I can look at 9/11 with a little bit more circumspection. Dear listener, America does not get to go around, create situations like this, and create hell for everybody all over the world. We don't get to do that decade after decade after decade without people coming after us. We don't get to do that. Our blood, the blood of my aunt, is not more valuable than the blood of an Arab person's aunt. So she died, and she did not get a proper Christian burial. But there's been a lot of anonymous people who were aunts that died and didn't get a proper Islamic janazah either. I got a bunch of kids running around. And all my kids are healthy. And the biggest thing that we had to worry about recently was how loud they were. You know, in the Old Testament in Zechariah, they have a picture of what we call the Golden Age. And there are all these markers to look for when the Golden Age is upon us. And in Zechariah, one of the signs of the Golden Age is hearing children playing in the street. And then I go and see this horrible poem. And it's basically, "O children of Gaza, Yal Shabab al Gaza, Haza, all of you who used to be under my window, who I used to yell and chase out of my yard, please come back." So that's the reason I can laugh now about 9/11, is I've seen. It's not funny. It's tragic. But what did you expect?
There may be many executives who are Jews, but that doesn't mean that they are anything other than Jew in name only. They go to temple twice a year. You and I both know Christians like that, right?
Yes. So I
both know like that, right? I wouldn't judge a Christian. I would not judge Christians based on the idea that some of those guys who don't really practice Christianity, as my friends who are pastors define it, so I'm not Christian, that people who call themselves Christian but don't act in a Christian way, I would never use the noun of Christians. Whether these people, their mothers were Jewish or not.
That's just so ridiculously false. So if a group of people do something bad and we say those aren't real Christians and you would never use the term Christian, okay, how many Christians, how can you justify the Crusades from the New Testament? You can't. Okay, that means that there were no Christians that took part in the Crusades. Wait a second, would you agree with that, Rabbi, that there were no Christians that took part in the Crusades? Do you see how silly this is? Now he's saying, yes, there are Jews in Hollywood, and yes, they do have inordinate control. But no, you should never mention the fact that they're Jewish. Even though I said that they started the industry and that they initially stocked the thing with only their people. Yeah, but don't mention that they're Jewish, and it's anti-Semitic to mention the people who are actually doing the thing. So it'd be anti-Christian then to blame us for the Crusades. Right?
Right.
You perpetuated an anti-Semitic trope that is almost a century old. And as opposed to saying there's some bad guys who are doing bad things, and when they're called out about it, they hide behind a call of anti-Semitism. That's a very different kind of statement that you could have said, as opposed to talking about the Hollywood Jews, the Jews controlling Hollywood, that whole thing.
Well, I never said the Jews control Hollywood, but Jewish people have said that. We can share an article of a link here, LA, that was published in the LA Times a couple of years ago, where a Jewish man wrote, "Let's face it, we do run Hollywood."
He's gonna try to get out of this one.
Hey!
She's I didn't
this is
say
a
that,
Joel Stein.
Oh man!
Hey,
she's so calm when she's
You know, this is one of the reasons.
Oh,
this is one of the reasons. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This is one of the reasons. Like, there's a lot of times that I'd be like, "Oh, for real? Okay, let's have a debate," and people are like, "Nah, we couldn't." Because she had this ready.
Yeah, she did.
She said, "Okay, I'm dealing with this. What's he gonna say?
Yep.
All right, I'm anti-Semitic." She already had it. Yep. She already had it lined up for you. Look, the man said, "Come on, come on."
She says, "Okay." The way she said "okay" was so great.
Hey, here go Ian.
She let it finish.
Yeah, Joel Stein must be a self-hate. Yeah, he's another one of those self-hating Jews.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Now I understand why he says that it has to be a moving definition.
Yeah. Hey, she just smoked you, bro. I don't know if that's an anti-Semitic trope, if smoked is an anti, I don't know, but
couple of years ago. Maybe he's anti-Semitic
It's not
though.
ever fun. It's
Pardon?
never fun. It's not ever been fun.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that like this was something, this has been said, and it's actually funny because I was reading a very old article yesterday, forgetting the guy's name, I'm blanking on him, but he was the founder of Screw magazine. He's a Jewish guy, Al something. I'm blanking on his name. Anyways, he gave a very long interview about how, the Jews hire the Jews when they get into Hollywood. And like I said, this was said not 100 years ago. So this was something that many Jewish people have said, but sure, I guess you're saying that now it's a trope. But I just want to be clear that many Jewish people have said this in many interviews within the last 50 years, okay?
As I said, there's a whole book.
I do want to press pause on that and ask you a question. Is it possible for Jewish people to form a gang, full stop?
Define gang.
To form a gang.
I mean,
we don't know what a gang is now.
Now we don't know.
We don't know what a gang is. I guess if anybody ever says gang, we could say, that's an anti-black trope. We could also say it's an anti-Italian trope. You're calling on anti-Italian. Well, you saying that John Gotti is a mobster is calling to anti-Italian tropes. We continue. Holy hell.
Let me phrase that because I don't even need to ask that question. The answer is, of course, there is, because there were Jewish gangs in New York.
Okay, yes, of course. Common sense that Jewish people can form a gang, black people can form a gang. Gangs exist, will always exist.
When he brought it up that she had originally said that the Jews run Hollywood, he seemed like offended by it. Then when she said, actually, I never said it, but one of your people did, then all of a sudden it's a trope.
Yeah, it's just, it's incredible.
Well, why wasn't it a trope when she supposedly
He obviously did. He thinks so little of her that he didn't come prepared with any receipts. Candace had all the receipts, and he's looking crazy right now. That's what happens. That's why, like, sometimes I go into these forums, like, I'm going to start going incognito. Because the minute they realize it's me, they're like, they ain't talking to that nigga, bro. You kidding me? See, it's going to make us look dumb. Can't have that. I remember one time I was talking, and the atheists were like, yo, get off the phone. They're like, get off with him. Get off the video. You're making us look bad. I should post that video.
You should.
They were telling me the guy had a meltdown, and then he had we'll talk to you later about that. I'm spiking the football now. Come on.
Which gangs have existed and will always exist, worldwide, gangs happen. How absurd it is to say that if you think that there is a gang that is operating, to even suggest that there might be a person that is automatically a trope. That would mean it would be impossible for us to illustrate the gang existing. As soon as you say it's a trope and magically you can't talk about it, I gave examples of multiple people in Hollywood, okay? We're talking about from Dave Chappelle to Kanye West, to Cat Williams, to other artists that are Christian that have said that there is some sort of a gang, full stop, that is operating in Hollywood. I then gave an example of a list of exact names that Michael Jackson said were operating as a gang. Rabbi Shmuley was among that list of people. So to say that we can't even explore that possibility, that Rabbi Shmuley, and that this list that somebody is giving or something that artists are saying might be true is somehow anti-Semitic. I'm not saying all black people, all Jewish people are gang members. I am saying that it is, of course, possible that a gang is operating anywhere in the world. That should just be allowed to be said without being accused of creating a trope.
Candace, again, we're at the same place that we started at. When I said to you, I don't get to tell a black man if he's feeling racist. I don't get to tell a woman if you're experiencing misogyny.
You did, though.
I keep telling you.
No. You did. You did earlier tell her that her offense at stuff, well, she shouldn't be offended at it because you're talking about something very specific. You did say that. Yeah, no such thing as the Irish mob. That's right. No such thing as the Irish mob. No such thing.
You have said repeatedly are hurtful to a huge number of Jews and are considered anti-Semitic. And instead of hearing...
It's not going to kill you, though. It's not going to kill you. There's a Palestinian under a bunch of rubble right now. That's going to kill her. So I care more about that than your feelings or the feelings of anybody that thinks like you. Mm-hmm. Maybe you and can have a double date with his daughter.
Wow, I didn't realize that. All I have heard for the lengthy time we've been on together, which I, again, think is very gracious and kind of you, but all I have heard from you not one sense of responsibility, not one. I said to you that if something is true or not true, I don't have issues saying I'm wrong. I don't have issues apologizing.
Well, we never heard.
But I haven't heard from you one sense of responsibility.
We've heard you justify your fucking lies. Like she exposed you as a fucking liar, and you looked directly to the camera and wouldn't apologize for it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's so exhausting watching grown adults beg people to comfort and placate them. Y'all are supposed to be having a debate, not a therapy session. You didn't know that Candace Owens was doubling as a therapist for this man?
Yeah.
Yeah, black women got to keep carrying these conversations. You should have been here when I was talking about Joy and how Joy has to deal with these people. These black women got to be superhuman in their deportment when dealing with these people. Good night. What the hell does he think she's responsible for? That's what she didn't do October. I mean, she's been having a baby, to be honest with you. What has she done, according to Lonnie? Good question.
Just use this as the example. You have tapped into a 1,000-year-old blood libel trope, a century-old trope specifically about Hollywood. And you keep going.
1,000! Candace. It's a 1,000-year-old trope about Hollywood. Did you know that? Did you know that, Delaney? You thought Hollywood was probably around like in the 20s and the 30s. You were fucking wrong. It's been going on for a millennium.
Intellectually right. Can't you do this? Can't you? You've hurt a bunch of Jews. Did you want to?
Absolutely
yes or no?
not. Absolutely not.
Okay, you did. You have. You continue to.
Yes, I understand. And what I will say to
you don't want to, then realize that what you're saying it taps into centuries old hate. Realize.
Of course, Lonnie, Shakespeare was in Rome. That's right. Shakespeare was 500 years ago. The fucking Reformation was 500 years ago. The Protestant Reformation was 500 years ago. We had Hollywood for 1,000 years. Hey, shout out to Rabbi Shmuley. Here we go.
I'm going to tell you that when I am speaking, I get what you were saying. I get what you were saying, but I'm going to tell you what this is reminiscent to me of. This is reminiscent
so you can't
of when.
I'm sorry.
No.
Listen, please just let me finish my statement. This is reminiscent to me of when I got interested about BLM and I thought that there was corruption in BLM and black people all over America were crying, insisting on the BLM narrative, and I thought...
I'm not going to lie to you.
She did call it.
I'm not going to lie to you. She's 100% right here. I was like, man, fuck it. I was so angry at her that I didn't shoot the video because I wouldn't be able to shoot the video in any logical way. And so if my temperature is too high, I will not shoot the video. So there were so many times in 2020 I wanted to shoot a video on her and I couldn't do it because I genuinely couldn't even say anything peaceable to her. Because to me, a traitor's sin is greater. Mm-hmm. I'm always going to be more mad at Judas than I am at the Roman soldier. Right? Et tu, Brute? So she's absolutely right here.
Careful.
Yep. Careful. I think Brutus is, I think Brutus was Italian, so I think that's okay. I'm not sure.
No, I'm saying careful because you said you're more angry with Judas. Well, he was.
Oh, wait, Judas was a Judas! Oh, that's another anti-Semitic trope. We continue. Holy shit.
But there was corruption and that this was operating like a gang and they were taking money and there was money laundering. There were tons of people, Al Sharpton among them, and it sounds a little, you can't possibly say this, Candace. You can't, it leans into this, it leans into that. But my instincts are my instincts, and I have a right to pursue those instincts. And to the extent that any black person was harmed in the making of my documentary, and then I ended up being proven right that there was corruption that was happening, I'm very sorry that they felt that way. So I will say, to the extent...
She was right. Mm-hmm. We were wrong. We were emotional. She was right. Now look, a dead clock's right twice a day. I know what people are going to say, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. She was right. We were wrong. It is what it is. Move on. Them bras in BLM set us back fucking 10 years. They went out there and enriched themselves in their own words on white guilt. Disgusting.
And the thing is, this is going to sound horrible, but if they enriched the black community,
correct,
on white guilt,
fine,
I would feel differently about it.
Fine.
But you sold out all your own people and lined your own pockets so you could live in your bigger houses.
Unfucking believable.
Because you didn't really believe the movement Black
Lives
Matter. What you cared was your lives matter. Yeah. Fuck all your people. Yeah, and we saw that. Yeah. We saw that. But what you don't understand is that white people were looking for a reason to discredit that movement, and you gave them all the reason they needed.
Black people, we all know that. We all know that. That's why I said a traitor sin is greater. Yep. They knew exactly how that was going to affect us and how it was going to invalidate the pain that had been summated in that phrase.
Yep.
And so,
yep. That's terrible.
And I'm glad that it was one of us that chased it down and outed the thing before anything. That's how the shit is supposed to work. Mm-hmm. So shout out to Candace about that. You have got to admit when you are wrong. In these situations of high emotion, it is impossible to come out with a perfect score. She's been wrong on shit too. It's okay. Unbelievable. We continue.
That any person who is finding my interest in what is happening.
But honestly, Jewish people would never do this with each other.
Right.
There's nobody at Candace Owens level that's going to call out Jewish people on that because they stay together. Mm-hmm. I hear you, but the situation we're in, she did the right thing. We
happening in Hollywood feels that is leaning into some trope and that I shouldn't, keep going. I am sorry that you feel that way, but I am also going to follow.
I'm sorry,
but I am
that is just disingenuous. That's
okay.
Not an apology.
Well, but I'm telling you that I understand that people have feelings, but
she's not trying to apologize to you. She's trying to do what Mex said, which is take care of your sensitive little feelings. She's not really sorry, bro. She's just saying that so that the words can land on you because you're obviously not used to hearing, no, you're not going to fucking bully me, weirdo. I'm a millionaire. She's a millionaire. You and Shmuley can't touch her. That's why she's looking at you like that. See, he's not used to Negroes talking to him like this. Look at this. You're not used to the goy. You're not used to them goyim talking to you like this, huh? You upset?
Or a woman.
Or a woman.
I would like to follow and pursue the facts. And the facts are that many people in Hollywood are saying that there is some sort of a gang that is operating. I am not blaming Jewish people.
Anti-semetic.
Okay, well, I'm not blaming Jewish people for that at all. So I just want to be very clear.
But that is an anti-Semitic trope that has led to all sorts of horrible things.
What did it lead to in Hollywood?
I'm telling you, as someone who knows this, and by the way...
Yeah, what did it lead to? That's a very good question.
Because when he said it leads to all sorts of things.
That's a very good question.
Specific.
What has it led to?
Yep, let
Steven
us know.
Spielberg winning best... what has it led to? I'd like to know. I'd like to know.
Again, maybe you should read what I was writing about BLM, because you and I were on the same page.
We can't read what you were writing about BLM because you've proven yourself to be a fucking liar who would not correct himself when corrected.
Okay, and did you also get called racist and people calling you all sorts of names that maybe weren't true because you thought BLM was just actually corrupt?
I actually took them on about the fact that all lives matter.
Which, by the way, you just proved that when we look at people skeptically with the all lives matter stuff, you just proved that we were right to think that because you don't believe all lives matter. You just showed us that Palestinian lives do not matter to you. Mm-hmm. So thank you for validating at least that. I was right about that, Candace.
That's right.
Most of them all lives. What did Killer Mike say? I got to deal with all these all lives matter ass white folks. Yeah. This is a guy that's been saying all lives matter. I'm not saying everybody that said all lives matter is a racist, okay? But this guy's obviously a racist. He's been telling us for the last 4.5 hours that he's a racist. And here we go. All lives matter. But listen, Candace asked you if you were persecuted and incorrectly slandered as being a racist for saying all lives matter. Yeah. Were you?
And
that was considered racist at that time. So would you have been right to revoke that and apologize to black people because they said that was racist? Or
no one, but here's the thing. No one sat there and said, you're a racist.
You're wrong. I promise you, if you're around in 2020 and you drop that all lives matter bullshit, guarantee you 5 Negroes went and 2 Caucasians went and called you a racist. Yep. You're a lying sack of shit, this guy. This guy's fucking lying right now. He is lying. Oh, I don't use the term genocide. I don't use that term. How much you want to bet if we looked into his corpus of his literature that the term genocide has been used probably millions of times?
I agree.
This guy is such a fucking liar.
When he was going on wanting her to admit that on the 7th was worse than anything that's ever happened.
Yeah.
All lives matter.
Yeah.
So he never told us why that was worse than what happened to everybody else.
Yeah. And then he refused to talk about the number because it's a 30x number. We continue.
About it.
They said all lives matter was racist.
They did. We did.
They said all sorts of things, and I got death threats. And as I say, my house was vandalized 4 times.
Mm-hmm. But you were right.
I called for a strike.
But he said nobody called him a racist,
exactly.
though. If they didn't call you a racist, then what did they attack you for?
God.
They did call you a racist, and you said, no, that's bullshit. All lives matter. I'm not a racist. You didn't let black people define what racism was. You fucking weirdo. We continue. Holy shit.
I called for a strike of MLB on PJ Media, of Major League Baseball, the day that they decided to put BLM on Major League Baseball. And if someone said to me, you know what? You're playing into a stereotype that goes back centuries old of fill in the blank, I would have rewritten something. I would have said, I'm sorry.
Okay. So you would have said, I am sorry. I do not believe that all lives matter. I'm just going to reduce it down to Black Lives Matter. Who believes that here? Nobody. Nobody believes you, you lying motherfucker. Oh, it's almost over, guys. It's almost over.
Okay.
I am telling you with absolute authority that what you are saying about Hollywood is anti-Semitic.
Who gave you that authority? Look at his face. I am telling you with absolute authority. From whence came this authority?
Yeah.
Who made you an authority over Candace Owens?
I guess it's his buddy, that Jewish guy, the other rabbi.
Man, listen. Who made you the authority over Candace Owens? Wow.
Talking all.
There's not a. This is what theologians. This is constant. And
please name these theologians. As I said, I am familiar with pretty much every major landmark American theologian and pretty much every Western theologian. We also have Perkinos in here as well. He's pretty. Name them. Who? Which theologians? Reformed theologians? A.W. Pink? You want me to read you some A.W. Pink? What are you talking about?
It's an expression of a blood libel going back to 1144. You're saying, well, I don't mean to hurt someone. Okay. If I apologize to you, my apology would be, gee, I apologize. I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry.
Well, you didn't apologize for lying about her multiple times in your article.
And and the way
you didn't apologize for lying about her in the article
is like, it's so simple to apologize, but yet you haven't done it in this entire thing. Like you said, we've caught multiple lies. You haven't been able to source what you've been saying, and yet you've made no apologies. But yet here you are, sounding like you're on top of your
He's the authority. He's the authority.
Letting us know how to apologize.
I'm telling you with the authority.
I'm sorry for how you feel.
Well, no, I genuinely am sorry if you interpreted my suspicion. I genuinely am sorry if you interpreted that, like, my suspicion about a gang operating Hollywood to be some sort of a condemnation of all Jews. It's actually the exact opposite, which is why I specifically named.
I'm telling you that.
Are you going to let me speak? That is the reason why I specifically named.
It's her show, bitch. Love you, Delaney. Have a good one. Stay away from these people, bro. Stay away from these people. Look at this shit. You're doing it again.
By Shmuley, who was listed by Michael Jackson, who has been listed multiple times and who I believe operates like a gang member by his threats that he's been saying against me, that he's going to bankrupt me. I'm not going to pretend that I don't think that Rabbi Shmuley operates like a thug, and I'm going to withhold me stating that clearly because you're saying, well, that leans into.
I see folks. You see them folks don't like the term thug when it's used against them. Look at this thug. Get this nigger calling us a thug. What the fuck? there's supposedly something about Shmuley calling her a nigger or something like that. People going crazy about it. I'm like, this guy is co-signing the death of Palestinian children. I've already heard enough. Black people, newsflash, let's grow up, huh? If you got a guy who's out here saying it's cool that these kids are getting murdered on a daily basis and that pregnant women are getting starved out and dying of thirst, anybody that co-signs that, the least of your problems is the word nigger. Can we grow up? I would much rather be called nigger every day of the week if it would save one of these Palestinian kids' lives. We're talking about people losing children. And then we're like, now it's like, oh, did he really say the N-word or not? I don't care what he said. I don't care what he said about the N-word or not. This is ridiculous. Can we please stop getting triggered over dumb shit and getting distracted? It doesn't matter whether or not he legitimately said the word nigger. I don't need to hear that. He's already told us what he thinks about himself in relation to the rest of the world. Full stop. That's all we need. That's all we need. Listen, black people in America are also not more valuable than Palestinian kids. And it's really weird to me that you got a guy who's been out here in the media talking, yelling and screaming at Muhammad Hijab and the rest of these guys, justifying the fucking onslaught that's happening to these kids right now. But now black people going to go after him and look at him sideways because he supposedly said the term nigger? Come on, y'all.
Jeez.
These people's lives they're dying every day. It doesn't matter if he used this crazy word or not. It doesn't matter. He's already past the point when he justified that bullshit on the Piers Morgan show. God.
Anti-Semitic trope. Him being Jewish doesn't mean anything to me. Him acting like a thug.
By the way, Mick, I'm not going off on you, by the way. I'm not going off on you, Mick. I'm talking, somebody made a comment earlier and I was gonna tie it up. But it would not surprise me if Shmuley said the word nigger. It would not surprise me at all. What I'm saying is he has already showed us what he is by the way he's been so callous in describing those people, those Palestinian people.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And we can't, it would kill me if my folks got more exercised about that word versus
the deaths of these children.
The words that he used to justify the deaths of those children. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But I mean, there's got to be an accounting for that. People are saying it's deep fake. To be honest with you guys, like, I'm at the point now where even if I see a video of something, I'm still skeptical because it's just the AI is so crazy right now. Mm-hmm. If we have AI that can deep fake stuff, what does a government have? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, we continue.
My life and livelihood is something
then why
that...
Wait.
I did say Rabbi Shmuley. I did say Rabbi Shmuley.
So time out, because you just said something, okay, that is really beautiful if you walked that talk. You just said him being Jewish, him being a rabbi doesn't have anything to do with him being a thug.
I said that on my episode too, about the bugs in the crypts.
Wait. I don't watch your episodes, Candace, forgive me.
Well, how can you write these articles and then say, I'm sorry, I didn't watch it? That is completely ridiculous. So you get to write articles and libel me, but then say I didn't watch the episode. You wrote a whole section on the episode.
I watched the clips that you do, but I don't know what episode. That's ridiculous.
You literally said, you wrote an entire paragraph saying that I attacked him as a thug, a monster, all of this stuff. And you bring up the Bloods and the Crips, which is from that episode, but failed to mention that I said they're using...
I watched your Blood Crips... Wait. Candace, I watched your Blood Crips part, and I read your comments on Twitter about calling him a thug.
I specifically, in that episode of Bloods and Crips, said that being Jewish is being used as seals has nothing to do with the fact that they're Jewish whatsoever.
But you kept calling him a rabbi. And the simple reality is, if you really believe...
That's what everybody calls him. That's his brand, you weirdo. Everybody calls him that. Good night. And if she never referred to him as rabbi, he'd say, how come you didn't say rabbi? Yep. I mean, that's a very important term, and it gives dignity and all this. Like, 100%. You failed to call him a rabbi. It's an anti-Semitic trope, blah, 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 blah.
Okay? That Shmuley Boteach is doing something wrong.
He's operating like a thug.
Yes, Mick, I agree.
Which I hear you believe. If you...
No. That's how thugs operate. You cross me... I'm going to bankrupt you. I'm going to destroy your business. It'd be terrible. Yo, there's a nice pizza shop. It'd be terrible if something happened to it.
Yep.
What are you talking about? He's absolutely operating like a mobster.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Believe that he is acting in whatever way. Okay, calling him out on that, God bless you. But when you take it to the place of putting unholy rabbi, because that's your definition, when you take it to the place of him being if he's a jerk to you, he's a jerk to you. It doesn't matter if he's a rabbi, a priest, Jewish, or whatever, right? So why bring up the rabbi and Jewish part?
Well, first off,
it's very important because those positions carry with it a certain type of authority, and it's a certain type of authority that he's been using to increase his wealth. And I don't have a problem with that. Brand yourself. It's cool. It's capitalism. Great. Make money. I mean, I have a problem with you selling sex toys with your daughter. There's no way in the world that that's ever going to be something I'm ever going to co-sign or whatever. And I don't give a fuck if you didn't cross any lines, because the line itself, I'm not. Anyway, and disgusting. But as Mecca is saying, of course this is exhausting and condescending. And this is the shit that black women have to do in the media if they're going to have one of these confrontations, because these people obviously don't look at them as equals. So Brianna has to do the same thing when she's dealing with Jen. She's got to deal with his sensitivities. Same thing happened with Sam Sater. Got to deal with his sensitivities. This is what black women in the media have to do. You know how that shit work. Because if Brianna would have went Ginsu on both of these fools, you know what would have happened. She would have been the hysterical black woman with the attitude, the angry black woman, all the rest of it. Y'all know what it is.
She gave him nothing to clip.
He goes by Rabbi.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is they got to sit there and deal with that shit because we can't give you any clickable moments. But this is a fucking masterclass right here.
Yeah.
This is a masterclass. She completely jujitsu'd you, my man.
Shmuley. So that's just his.
Wait. Okay. But wait, I'm not. But why bring up if someone's being a jerk to you? It doesn't matter if they're white, black, purple, Jewish, Catholic, or anything else. They're being a jerk.
Okay.
So all we ever need to do is call them out for being a jerk.
I didn't say Rabbi Shmuley is being a jerk to me because he's Jewish. I just called him Rabbi Shmuley because that's what he goes by.
No, but
we are running out of time, so I do want to give you just.
Literally, the man goes by Rabbi Shmuley on Twitter. So if she was literally going to respond to him, she would literally have to say at Rabbi Shmuley XYZ.
What's his issue with it? I don't even understand what he's trying to say.
You shouldn't use the term rabbi because that has Jewish connotations, and you can't do any. We're hurt. The Holocaust. All lives matter.
Full minute here to wrap up and to express to people how you feel about this issue, because I think that's really important.
Look, I first of all, I appreciate that you wanted to have a dialogue in any form. What I'm extremely sad, and I'm a little bit optimistic. I am optimistic that maybe you and I can have a dialogue after you watch October 7th, this film, if you actually do see it. And I will arrange for it. Just have I can do with Skylar, your producer. And put him in the right contact to arrange it for. And if you really watch it.
It's funny to watch a white guy pull the race card. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that shit is funny, bro. I'm sorry, but I've been seeing this for years. A lot of us have been seeing this for years with these folks. Unfortunately, it took the death of these beautiful Palestinian people for it finally to be dragged out into the fucking public. But I promise you, you guys crossed the line and nobody's going back, bro. Nobody's going back. And the crazy thing is, everything y'all try to do, I just saw Ben Shapiro get 100% ratioed by Jake Shields, the immortal Jake Shields, who literally gets hit in the face for a living. I'm certain about 3 years, Jake Shields will probably be eating through a straw. No disrespect. And he ratioed Ben Shapiro. Like, at 100%. It was bad.
Very interested in your reaction. I'm a little bit optimistic about that. I am severely disappointed that we have spent however long, and I do appreciate the time, however long together. I think over an hour probably, right?
Hour and 36 minutes,
and
listener.
I do appreciate that. I am extremely disappointed that I did not once hear, I'd like to, we have a concept called tshuva in Judaism. Tshuva means that when you've done something wrong, you recognize you did it wrong, you apologize for doing it, try to fix it, and don't do it again. Makes for a healthy society. And I am extremely, extremely disappointed that not once in our conversation did I hear you take responsibility for what you said. You have taken responsibility. I'm sorry that made you feel that way.
Not once did you genuflect. Oh my God. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm so disappointed.
I don't know, man.
You know, disappointment, like, that only works if you respect the person.
Well,
you don't want the person that you respect to be disappointed in you.
First of all,
but he's made himself to be somebody that...
First of all, who says that to people?
I told you, it's a parent-child
And in what circumstance does that get said? That gets said in parent-child relationships. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. I had such high hopes for you, and you disappointed me. The fucking nerve of these people. It's so hilarious. Like, that's what happens. This is a reason, dear listener, that you have got to listen to people who disagree with you. Because that way you can know how you come off and how you look. Now listen, there's a lot of times that people look at the things that I say or whatever and go, man, I look at the rewatch and I'm like, damn. If I didn't know me, I'd be like, man, fuck that guy. He's a real dick. What the hell is wrong with that guy? I understand that, and I own it. Okay? I'm aware. And the only thing that I use to keep myself balanced is the fact that, well, I always have people in the comment section that hate me. There's people on the Middle America channel on Facebook that hate me, that literally cannot say one positive thing about me since they've been on the fucking channel. Shoot videos, all types of shit. I leave those people on as a matter of principle because then it gives me the freedom to be as crazy as I want because I know that I'm really going off the range. Those people are going to make sure that I know about it. So I want those people in my community. You got to have people like that in your community, dear listener, because we are not, look, when you're fighting, when you're at war, you see your teammates fight. You don't watch yourself fight. If you watch yourself fight in the war, you're going to die, right? So I don't know what I look like when I'm doing that shit. So I make sure that I have people who hate me around because those people aren't going to let me get away with anything. That's how that shit works, dear listener. Like I said, there's 10 reasons I do everything that I do. Even my enemies are working for me. Thank you for the free labor. We continue.
Wow, man, I've been here the whole day. Didn't get any work done today.
Shout out to Montez. Montez, like, he hates my guts. He's watching, right? You know those people that like obsessively watch you but hate you? Shout out to Montez. Good to see you, buddy. We continue.
I'm extremely disappointed that you have decided you have a clearer definition of anti-Semitism than Sachs, myself, Ben Shapiro, etc. Going back, scholars, academics, whomever. I'm extremely disappointed. Not once have I heard you say, wow, I messed up, Rabbi. I realize what you're saying.
So the only time
what I did wrong.
Here you go. Yeah, keep playing. Keep going.
You know, I'm not going to phrase. I'm sorry if that made you feel that way. I'm extremely disappointed that you have decided you have a clearer definition of anti-Semitism than Sachs, myself, Ben Shapiro, etc. Going back.
Look at the hushed tones. My sister just had a baby, okay? So she's all cried out for y'all. All of her pity.
Look at the way she's looking at him.
All her pity's for her child. Okay?
And the children of Gaza.
And herself, because of what she had to endure. You know what happened to Candace Owens? The same thing that happened to Anna Kasparin. She had a life-changing event.
Yep.
That woman was sitting on that bed delivering that baby and saying, holy hell, you telling me Gazan women are doing this in rubble without a husband?
So, oh my God.
That's what happened to her. That's why she has no pity for you.
You know what's another thing too? Is when you're having your babies, I mean, I don't know if this is the same for everybody, but I always think of my other babies that I've birthed before. And these mothers have lost some of their children that have been crying out to them from the rubble saying, when are you going to help me? And then, oh my gosh, that's so much extreme duress. Oh, my word.
I'm going to tell you guys real shit. I'm going to tell you guys real shit right now. The first 7 months of my son's life, my latest one, Seneca, we couldn't connect. And the reason we couldn't connect is because It was the worst delivery I'd ever seen. And I've got this crazy thing in my head. Anybody that heard sorry, I'm going to get them. Okay? So the baby comes out. The doctor says the baby's healthy. I had no concern. I didn't care. I was worried about her. There's actually a picture that got taken like right after he was born. And I really, like, literally had to pray. I don't want to say I went through postpartum depression. That's ridiculous. But it took me a really long time. And I'm as pro-life as they come. But I'll say I've seen people shot. Okay? And I've seen after-action pictures and shit like that. And that's what it looks like when it's all over. And what happened to her? She's pregnant. She's feeling those Braxton Hicks. And she's getting a delivery that she knows is the best that money can buy. Mm-hmm. And in spite of that, I'm sure she was miserable as hell. And in her mind, she can't get out of her head. There is a bunch of Gazan women right now doing this alone. Or like I saw, next to a dead husband and child. God. That's what's changing her. And that's what's changing a lot of people. And thank God, God was able to change my heart and really was sorry. So he was like, like, it's okay. Like, this is what happens. Like, it's not his fault. Okay? Like, you got to get out of this. And I'm just now being able to really enjoy it. I cannot imagine my wife in that kind of a scenario. And for you to act like that suffering of those Gazan women is in some other category. And what happened on October 7th was orders of magnitude worse than that. You're out of your fucking mind. People who die in siege warfare die miserable deaths. They do not die instantly like the vast majority of people I saw die on the 7th. They die by suffocation or starvation or thirst or hypovolemic shock, etc., etc., etc.
Scholars, academics, whomever. I'm extremely disappointed that not once have I heard you say, wow, I messed up, Rabbi. I realize what you're saying. I understand what I did wrong. You know what? I'm not going to phrase it that way again. Using Shmuley as the example, you could just say, you know what? You're right. I don't need to attack him and his daughter being rabbis. They're just bad people to me.
For being rabbis.
I don't need to make a comment about a Hollywood gang of Jews. They're just bad guys who are running Hollywood that may have whatever relationships. You've tapped into ancient tropes that are anti-Semitic tropes. You have repeatedly demonstrated a hate for Judaism and Jews. Now, I'm hoping that will change. But
she's repeatedly, oh no, a hatred for Judaism and Jews, you say? Because she wouldn't say that that the Palestinian lives were not as valuable as the Jewish lives. He's very disappointed, y'all. We continue.
It takes a certain level of self-awareness.
Playing it.
To be willing to say,
play it.
I did wrong. I'm sorry. I'm going to do it. I pray and hope that you will. I believe. I do trust when people say you have a nice heart, niceness, and I really would hope that ultimately we're both conservatives, and there are a lot of Jewish conservatives and a lot of black conservatives, and we can all be on the same side, pointing in the same direction, as opposed to being split because of these kind of repeated comments. It wasn't just one repeated that you made. And again, I hope that will change after you watch the documentary, which you've committed to me you will do. So thank you for allowing me to be. It's your show. So
thank you very much for being here. And like I said, we are not going to edit you in any way. We will definitely give you the ability to send that video that you said of me attacking Ben, which I am very sure doesn't exist.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that, so I can know.
And then what I was going to say is
When did this come out?
This came out today. They are very fortunate I wasn't called to help feel less like a slut for supporting genocide and supremacist activity. Well, you missed it, Mech. You don't need to worry about him supporting genocide. He doesn't use that term.
Right.
He just doesn't use the term.
He doesn't. No, apparently.
Why are you... He asked Candace, why are you asking me about that? It's not a term I use. I promise you, we said that. I'm not lying to you. I got witnesses here. I won't lie to you. We continue.
Faith in
Wait,
my
just one question, Candace. Mm-hmm. I actually just went very long, and I have to get to a temple meeting, and then I have lunch with a mutual friend of ours.
Oh, right. You got to go to a temple meeting because you're Jewish, you're a rabbi, and a mutual friend of yours. Huh. Okay.
So I don't know when I can get that to. Does it matter if I don't get it to till late this afternoon?
That should be okay.
So he's already stacking it because he knows he lied. Okay, so now he's already got his little built-in excuse. Holy shit, this guy, man.
Okay, I just wanted to be, I want to be respectful, and I also I wanted to. This has gone for both of us. This has gone on much longer, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. And I would have you back. We should always want more speech, not less of it. Nobody should ever be calling for the censorship of any person. I believe in free speech, even the speech I disagree with. And what I'll say is what I always say. I have faith in my audience. They know who I am. They know what I have said and in what context I have said it. I have a huge Jewish following, and I am confident in their belief in me stems from the fact that they've been listening to the show, and they know that I hold no hatred in my heart against Jews. I just don't believe any group is exceptional. I don't believe any group, black, white, Spanish. You watch my show, you're going to get offended. And I am always going to call out wrongness when I see it. And to the extent that we are using anti-Semitism as a tool to bar people from...
We all want to see what she said to Ben.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm going to go ahead and bet right now that you're not going to see it because this guy's a liar.
Yeah.
He's lying.
Critiquing certain individuals, a la Rabbi Shmuley, it is going to make an enemy of me, but I will never be an enemy to the Jewish people. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching the show today. I cannot wait to see your comments. Stick around because, as usual, tomorrow we'll be back with a brand new episode. All right, guys, I'm just picking this up really quickly because, as you heard throughout that discussion, the rabbi said that after the conversation, he would send to us evidence within the Tucker Carlson interview of my having attacked Ben Shapiro for being pro-Israel. He was unable to produce a part of that discussion with Tucker as evidence. What he sent us instead was a tweet that I wrote, and just to contextualize this, in response to a tweet that Ben had written. Obviously, everyone's aware of this public feud. Ben told me to quit, and I responded with this. I wrote in response, "You have been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now, and we have all had to sit back and allow it and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion, but you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it."
Okay.
That was the anti-Semitic screed?
That's not what he...
That was the anti-Semitic screed in which she castigated him once again. She was responding to Shapiro. She posted something about scripture, Matthew 5 and 6, about Jesus and saying something like, not being a slave to money. You can't serve God and mammon. Mm-hmm. And then, so she posted that. And then Ben Shapiro, she didn't tag him. She didn't do any of that. Ben Shapiro responded by saying, well, you can just quit. And then she responded by saying, you've been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now. Who will disagree with that? Nobody. And we all had to sit back and allow it. Who thinks that that's probably true on the Daily Wire when he was having his big meltdown because of what happened to his folks? Who thinks that at the water cooler people could say, Ben, shut the fuck up, chill out?
No way.
And have tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. I wouldn't give him a single ounce of understanding for his raw emotion because he didn't give a fuck about our raw emotion when our folks were dying. So fuck him. That's what I think. And then Jesus, like I said, showed up in the room and says, you can't do that. You're a Christian. So I had to pray for Ben Shapiro. We continue. She said, you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. Correct. The arrogance of this dude. Matthew 5 and 6 is a New Testament passage, Mr. Shapiro, and we were just told that that's not your space, so you should just be quiet about Matthew 5 and 6. Don't be so arrogant as to assume you can tell us about our religion. Isn't that what the rabbi said? Isn't that what he said? We continue.
I wrote that in response to Ben writing, Candace, if you feel that taking money from a Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, by all means quit. He was writing that in response to biblical scripture. I had tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers.
Blessed are the peacemakers. Now, why would a person on November 14th, 2023, post something about blessed are the peacemakers? Maybe it's because she wanted peace because she was seeing all them kids getting massacred in Gaza. In November, it was like 2,000-3,000 a day or some shit like that. Unbelievable. This is her castigation of Ben Shapiro.
Ridiculous.
But again, this goes with the same sort of package of thinking. Let's not talk about what happened October. We're not going to talk about what happened to precipitate October 7th. We're just going to start the clock at October 7th. We're not going to talk about why she called Shmuley and his daughter a hag. Okay, we're not going to go into why. We're just going to go into, hey, that's anti-Semitic. We're not going to go into why. She was defending herself, you weirdo. We continue.
For they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed when men shall revile you and persecute you and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake.
I got to tell you guys, the first group of people to do this to the Christian church were Jews. Matthew chapter 5, everybody knows Matthew chapter 5 is written with a Jewish audience in mind. John is written with a more mixed audience in mind. Like, we already know this. We do textual criticism. Matthew 5 is mostly a Jewish book. There's a lot of Jewish allusions, a lot of Jewish isms in Matthew that you're just expected to know, whereas in John, sometimes they will translate it. So, for example, when Mary in John chapter 20 sees Jesus risen from the dead, she says, Rabboni, and then in the comment, John says, that means rabbi, that means teacher. And he goes and he explains these things because his audience is not necessarily Jewish. Matthew doesn't have any of those. You're just supposed to understand all the Judaica in that book because it was written toward them. It is in that context that Jesus told his followers that they would be persecuted and they would be blessed for persecution. And if you want even more of it, it's very, very simple, dear listener. Because Jesus went on to say, woe to you when all men speak well of you, because that's what they did to the prophets. Then in Matthew 23, Jesus said, upon this generation shall come all the righteous blood, from the blood of Abel to the blood of Zachariah, son of Berechiah, who you slew between the altar and the whatever. Okay? So the first people that Jesus told, you're blessed if you get persecuted when they say all types of evil shit about you for my name, were early Jewish Christians who were going to be persecuted by Jewish people in their own family. And it's just really ironic to see Candace Owens, a right-winger, who should be saying, Israel, blah, 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 saying, yo, can we have peace? And in response to her cries for peace, on come Ben Shapiro and this dude to tell her that that's not the case. Now, listen. I'm gonna let Candace speak for a second, and then I'm just gonna look at two scriptures in the Bible, and then I'm gonna leave you guys. I don't want you guys believing that the Old Testament God co-signed this kind of psychopathic, sociopathic behavior. Okay, so I'm just we're just gonna look at something real quick. Because it's very important that we understand this, because a person could be believing like, oh my God, the Old Testament God is this type of people, this type of person, and it's very important to me that we don't think that. Now here's Isaiah chapter 1. Isaiah is one of the most important books in all of literature, especially in all of Judaism. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys. I'm just gonna show you guys, and we're just gonna read. Okay, and then we're gonna be out of here. But I'm doing this to protect the reputation of Yahweh, King of Israel, who these people have just slandered. But I'm going to play that in a second. We got 50 seconds of Candace.
No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. Scripture from Matthews. So again, this is just in the interest of being an honest person and giving him an opportunity to produce his evidence. That is what the rabbi sent us over, was my tweet in response to Ben. I would not interpret that as me being on the attack, but that is how the rabbi read it. So there you have it.
All right. So let's get Yahweh off the hook so that we don't have people leaving thinking that the God of the Bible somehow co-signs this bullshit. Here we go. Here's Isaiah chapter 1. The vision concerning Judah, from which we get the term Jews from. The vision concerning Judah and Jerusalem that Isaiah the son of Amos saw during the reigns of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. That would be kings over Jewish people. We continue. Listen, O heavens, give ear, O earth, for Yahweh has spoken. I have raised children and brought them up, but they, who would that be? Judah. Jewish people, whatever you want to say. They rebelled against me. The ox knows its owner, and the donkey its master's manger, but Israel does not know. My people do not understand. Alas, O sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a brood of evildoers, children of depravity. They have forsaken the Lord. At this point, Rabbi Shmuley, Ben Shapiro, and this other no-name guy who we just watched for 5 hours would come out and tell us, wait a second, Isaiah, that's an anti-Semitic trope. Mm-hmm. Calling them a sinful nation, a people laden with iniquities, you're calling them evildoers. What's wrong with you? Why do you want more beatings? Why do you keep rebelling? Your head is a massive wound and your whole heart is afflicted. You know what he's saying? He's saying your entire nation, if it were a body, is sick from head to toe. You're sick people. That's what he's saying. I'm not saying it. I am not saying it. This was referring to Manasseh doing a bunch of BS in Judah. Manasseh, yes, he did a bunch of BS in Judah, but that wasn't just about Manasseh. You have it here. Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. Okay? So this is, Manasseh came in after Hezekiah. So the Manasseh's timeline starts after this. Okay? So they were this fucked up before Manasseh. Good question, though, Ian. Why do you want more beatings? You see what God is saying? I gotta punish you for this shit. Because I can't just let you guys do all this horrible shit. Why do you want more beatings? Why do you keep rebelling? Your head has a massive wound. You're sick from head to toe. Your land is desolate. Your cities are burned with fire. Foreigners devour your fields before you. A desolation demolished by strangers. And the daughter of Zion is abandoned like a shelter in a vineyard, like a shack in a cucumber field, like a besieged city. Unless Yahweh of hosts had left us a few survivors, we would have been like Sodom. We would have resembled Gomorrah. This text is saying to me that your people are still around only because of God's grace. That there's no difference between you and the Sodomites except for God's grace. That's what it says. You know, Sodom and Gomorrah, the cities that are so horrible, you know, the gays. All right. Now listen, we're going to keep reading Isaiah chapter 1. Okay? Because it's very, very important. It's very important because a lot of people have this idea. That, you know, this is what God wants, and this is cool. All right? Let's see what the actual problems. What is God complaining about from his people? Let's see. Here we go.
How the faithful city has become a whore. She
was
was full of justice, righteousness lodged in her, but now murderers. Your silver has become dross, your best wine mixed with water. Your princes are rebels and companions of thieves. Everyone loves a bribe and runs after gifts. They do not bring justice to the fatherless, and the widow's cause does not come to them.
They do not bring justice to the fatherless, and the widow's cause does not come before them. That's because they're too busy making these people fatherless and widows, God. Mm-hmm. That's why... So Candace is pleading the cause for the widow and the orphan, and here comes this Jewish guy trying to represent God in Judaism saying, we don't give a fuck about the widow and the orphan. No, that's this guy. That's not Judaism. This is Judaism. This was written by Jewish people. Mm-hmm. They do not support this bullshit. Mm-hmm. Just like there were people back then, just like there are people now who are evil, lecherous, money-hungry, fucking power-hungry people. There are people back then within that community, but there were always righteous people who called them out on their bullshit. Continue.
Therefore the Lord declares, the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, I will get my relief from my enemies and avenge myself on my foes. I
will avenge myself on my foes. Do you know who his foes are in this text? The people of Israel. I know, you're going to say that Isaiah is an anti-Semite. Isaiah is an anti-Semite. He said, I'm going to take vengeance. So is the God who
inspired this, apparently.
He said, I'm going to take vengeance. I'm going to take up the sword on behalf of the widow that you have just denied justice. I'm going to fuck you up. That's what the text says. Mm-hmm. I will be relieved of my foes and avenge myself on my enemies. Mm-hmm. God is taking what you're doing in Gaza personal. Mm-hmm. You're his enemy.
I will turn my hand against you, and I will smelt away your dross as with lye, and remove all of your alloy. I will restore your judge. Then this is cool because there's hope there. I will restore your judges as at the first, and your counselors as at the beginning. Afterward, you shall be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city.
Verse 27.
Zion shall be redeemed by justice, and those in her who repent by righteousness.
Stop! The most basic definition of repentance is change your mind. There is never a time in the scripture where God is going to let evil or judgment have the last word. Mm-hmm. There is a new world coming, and people like this guy are not in it. Mm-hmm. And people who believe that America can bomb the shit out of people for 20 years without any consequence are not in it. And people who think you can attack little children who can't defend themselves, all little children, are not in it. They are enemies of God. Mm-hmm. Those are facts.
But rebels and sinners shall be broken together, and those who forsake the Lord shall be consumed. Mm-hmm. For they shall be ashamed of the oaks that you desired, and shall blush for the gardens that you have chosen. For you shall be like an oak whose leaf withers, and like a garden without water. And the strong shall become tinder, and his work a spark. And both of them shall burn together with none to quench them.
See the problem. The problem is when you're on top of the hill, you truly believe that nobody can touch you. Yep. And now you got the bullies. You got America behind you. So you believe that nobody can touch you. You think you're strong. You're wrong. Mm-mm. You're wrong. And that's the reason, dear listener, I'm saying everything now. That's the reason these people put their oral Torah above their written Torah. Because if they stayed with the words, they wouldn't be able to do the shit that they're doing to those people. Mm-hmm. Those are facts. Those are facts. So listen, man. Listen. That is the first chapter. That is the first chapter of Isaiah.
They do not bring justice to the fatherless, and the widow's cause does not come to them. This is worse. Because he's saying, you just sat there and let that shit happen. You're causing it. You are the cause of the widows. You are the cause of the fatherless.
Unbelievable. Here's another one. Here's Isaiah chapter 50. We're talking about anti-Semitism. Oh, my goodness. And look, guys, look. This is not about being angry at people, blah, 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 blah. Okay? This is about, what does the Bible say? We have got to protect God's reputation from these people. Mm-hmm. Okay? So here we go. Now, you start from verse 1.
Thus says the Lord, where is your mother's certificate of divorce, which I sent her away with? Or which of my creditors is it to whom I have sold you? Behold, for your iniquities you were sold, and for your transgressions your mother was sent away. Why, when I came, was there no man? Why, when I called, was there no one to answer? Is my hand shortened that it cannot redeem? Or have I no power to deliver? Behold, my rebuke, I dry up the sea. By my rebuke, I dry up the sea. I make
So what he's saying there is, why did we break up? Because God was married to the nations, and then he said, you know what? I'm done with you guys. Mm-hmm. Why? Well, it's because you guys are wicked. You guys are evil, and so I'm done with you. We're breaking up. Now watch.
Behold, keep going? Or
we're
doing another one?
This is the last one. We're in Isaiah 66 right here. Okay. I'm starting like in the middle of verse 3. Whoever offers frankincense is like one who blesses an idol. Indeed, they have chosen their own ways and delighted in their abominations. Yes. They've delighted in their abominations. Yes. They celebrate killing people on TV. Mm-hmm. Yes. They celebrate sexual assault. As I've said, you got TikTok videos of IDF soldiers holding up the panties of Palestinian women. Yeah, they're abominations they put out there for all to see. So I will choose their punishment, and I will bring what upon them?
Calamity?
Terror.
What is it?
This translation says, I will bring terror upon them. When you treat people unjustly and you have a Bible, God says, I'm going to bring terror to your nation. Y'all think it was bin Laden? You guys think it's Hezbollah? Nope. God is your terrorist. That's what it says. I will bring terror on you for choosing your own way. Why will you do that? Because when I called, no one answered. And I spoke, stop killing those kids. No one listened. And they did evil in my sight and chose that in which I did not delight. God does not celebrate the massacre and killing of innocent children. Your brothers who hate you. This is so interesting. Look at this text. Your brothers who hate you.
Wow.
Who are these Jewish people murdering? People from Africa? People from North America? People from Scandinavia? They are murdering their own family. These are Semites that they're killing. They are related to each other, genetically and religiously. Those are the people that they're killing. Okay, we watched. Look what it says. Your brothers who hate you and what? Exclude you because of my name have said, let the Lord be glorified that we may see your joy. But they will be put to shame. Hear the uproar from the city. Listen to the voice from the temple. It is the voice of the Lord repaying his enemies what they deserve. There's no idea in Judaism that you can get to do whatever you want to people and then everything's going to be all good because you're Jewish. Quite the opposite. God's going to hold you to a higher standard because you have a Torah, and your job, Rabbi, is to teach the nations. You guys were supposed to teach us all this stuff. Instead, you're out here trying to tell us that we need to genuflect to this weird thing, this weird new religion where fathers can start having selling sex toys and shit with their children.
I just don't understand.
You don't need, and then you got the audacity to try to tell us that, like, hey, listen, you got to have like a doctrine in Judaism to say that it's an unholy rabbi. Ridiculous. No, all you need to do is know your Bible and have some common sense. You don't really know. Honestly, you don't need to know your Bible. There's this thing called common grace. Mm-hmm. And most of us know that it's not good as a father to sell sex toys with your daughter. You fucking disgusting weirdo.
Before they call, I will answer. While they are yet speaking, I will hear.
Yeah.
Those cries that are coming out of Gaza, God hears those, and he will act.
See, this is the thing that's so crazy to me with these people, bro. See, here's the thing. There's a phrase that my Muslim friends use. It says, beware the dua of the oppressed. Mm-hmm. Dua is prayer. It's supplication to God.
Yep.
And it says, beware the dua of the oppressed. Because even if the Muslims are in a position of strength, if they work injustice, Allah in their theology will come after them. And that's the reason why when Jewish people were running for their lives away from crusaders, they ran into the arms of Salahuddin and the rest of them.
Don't forget, Genesis, the very first book of your Torah. You have Cain and Abel, who were brothers, and Cain had killed Abel, and when God came to him, he said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground."
SubhanAllah. You shall not afflict any widow or orphan. If you afflict him at all, and if he does cry out to me, I will surely hear his cry, and my anger will be kindled, and I will kill you. I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall become widows, and your children fatherless. That is in the Bible, in the book of Exodus, specifically, again, talking to Jewish people. And by the way, this is when they're on the way out of Egypt. So they just got done experiencing ethnic cleansing and all the bullshit that they had to go through. And God doesn't say, well, you guys just went through that in Egypt, so now when we go into the promised land, you can do whatever you want. Nope, it literally says the opposite. I'm going to hold you to this standard. I'm going to kill you with the sword if you do that to people. You guys just experience it. If you guys get a position of power and try to do that, I'm going to execute you. That's what he said. We can go on and on and on and on and on, dear listener. The fact of the matter is, this man is not following his Torah. Mm-hmm. And Jesus said, from the mouths of babes. So we're babes, we're Gentile, we're Goy. We don't even know how to speak Hebrew. He can speak Hebrew, he can speak Yiddish, blah, 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 blah. But the fact of the matter is, we know your God better than you know him. Because the God of the Bible said he's going to kill you for doing that to people.
And you out here defending it.
So I had to write that down. I had to just show you guys that. Look, there's a lot of things that a modern person would find troubling in the Old Testament in particular. I completely and totally understand that, dear listener. I do. I do. Here's the last thing I'm going to read. It's in the book of Isaiah, chapter 53. We read about how horrible they were and how bad God is going to fuck them up. But then there's also a passage that says, I'm going to restore you and blah, blah, blah. Well, how did we get there? Here's the last thing. We're going to read this and then we're out of here. This is for everybody. This is for everybody. Go ahead.
Who has believed what he has heard from us? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he grew up before him like a young plant and like a root out of dry ground. He had no form or majesty that we should look at him, and no beauty that we should desire him. He was despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And as one from whom men hide their faces, he was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions, and he was crushed for our iniquities. Upon him was the chastisement that brought us peace, and with his wounds we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed, and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. Like a lamb that was led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that before his shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. By oppression and judgment he was taken away. And as for his generation, who considered that he was cut off out of the land of the living, stricken for the transgression of my people?
Now, when Isaiah says my people, he's specifically talking about the Jewish people. Jesus came specifically to deal with Jewish sin and Gentile sin. The scripture says to the Jew first and also to the Greek. Mm-hmm. Then he says judgment is coming to the world, to the Jew first and also to the Greek. Why to the Jew first? Because it is only right that the Messiah would come to the Jews first, because they're the ones that kept this Bible and passed on the tradition for us to even know who Yahweh was. Mm-hmm. So it's only right that they would get the first crack at the Messiah. And it is also the reason why judgment is going to be more harsh. Because the scripture says, to whom much is given, much is required. That's a fact. That's the Bible. This guy has his oral Torah. I don't know nothing about no oral Torah. Okay? We're going to finish this. Go ahead.
And they made his grave with the wicked, and with a rich man in his death, although he had done no violence, and there was no deceit in his mouth.
He didn't lie.
Yet
the Lord Jesus didn't make a practice of just lying. Lying and lying and lying. He didn't do that. But you don't like it when people lie like that?
But you're a teacher of the law?
Mm-hmm. He had done no violence, and there was no deceit in his mouth.
Yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him, and has put him to grief. When his soul makes an offering for guilt, he shall see his offspring. He shall prolong his days. The will of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. Out of the anguish of his soul he shall see and be satisfied. By his knowledge shall the righteous one, my servant, make many to be accounted righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the many, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul to death, and was numbered with the transgressors. Yet he bore the sin of many, and makes intercession for the transgressor. Sing, O barren one who did not bear. Break forth into singing and cry aloud, you have not been in labor. For the children of the desolate one will become more, and the children of her who is married than the children of her who is married, says the Lord. Enlarge the place of your tent, and let the curtains of your habitation be stretched out. Do not hold back. Lengthen your cords and strengthen your stakes, for you will spread abroad to the right and to the left, and your offspring will possess the nations, and the people will people the desolate cities. If you want me to keep going.
And then I'll just read the last part. It's good to end it on a positive note. Do not be afraid, you will not be put to shame. Do not be intimidated, for you will not be humiliated. For you will forget the shame of your youth, and you will remember you will no more reproach of your widowhood. For your husband is your maker, the Lord of hosts is his name. The Holy One of Israel is your Redeemer. He is called the God of all the earth. For the Lord has called you back like a wife deserted and wounded in spirit, like a rejected wife of one's youth, says your God. For a brief moment I forsook you, but with great compassion I will bring you back. In a surge of anger I hid my face for a moment, but with everlasting kindness I will have compassion on you, says the Lord your Redeemer. So my point is, love you, I look at news. The point of that text is, the story is going to end positively because this is why Jesus had to die. Jesus had to die because these people were sick from head to toe. And the fact of the matter is, these people were the best that humanity could sum up. Do not think for a moment, dear listener, that if your country and nation was in the position that Israel was, that you would do any better. We wouldn't. Look at history. Anytime a group of people gets power over each other, they 100% of the time, without any alloy, abuse that power. So here comes Jesus. He says, you're entirely sick. And then Jesus takes it all onto himself. And that's why I said that when you guys screw up over there in Judaism, you're supposed to go to the temple and shed that blood to get your sins forgiven, but you haven't had a temple for 2,000 years. And the reason for that is because the Lord Jesus destroyed that temple. Because he is the temple. He is. So he sent those Romans to destroy that temple. And now you have no means of atoning your sin other than the cross of the Lord Jesus Christ. Listen, man, you know all the Yiddish in the world, you can know all the Hebrew in the world, you can know all the Bible in the world. At the end of the day, all of us got a bill we got to pay. Period, full stop. Those people in Israel are not worse than me. I know that for a fact. I can say that in ways you can't say that, dear listener, but I commend it to you. I commend to you the Lord Jesus and the new world that he's creating. And I promise you this, he is gentle. Gentle, Jesus, meek and mild. And the scripture says, behold the kindness and severity of the Lord.
Yep.
Don't play with him. Situations like this are not situations for us to go and judge these people, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, we got to look ourselves in the mirror. God chose a nation, called them Israel, called them Jews, called them whatever, and he wrote down that story because we're supposed to see our story in their story. God is angry at injustice. He's angry at denying the widow, the foreigner, and the sojourner justice, and the orphan. He's angry. He destroyed his entire nation because of it. We just read it. And they got destroyed in a pretty brutal fashion for doing it. Other passages where God says, he said, I'm going to trap you in a corner and spend all my arrows on you, or empty my clip on you. He's really, really mad when you deny people justice, especially when you know better. But we are post-millennialists. We believe that the gospel is going to conquer. We believe that the Lord Jesus is going to be recognized not only by Jewish people, but by the whole world as the only solution. That's all I have for you, dear listener. I don't know if you've noticed by now, but all of our ideas or whatever are not working. So I think we should look at that Sermon on the Mount and do our best and use Candace's, can't believe I'm saying this, but use her good example.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think that's the way forward.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the way forward, guys. But, be that as it may. Anyway, love your neighbor.
Take care of each other.
Middle America.
We are the media.
Till next